What if my arranged marriage partner was my classmate? Fake Engagement Plan. Volume 2 by Sakuragi Sakura. Translated by Ren. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 1. Fiancé is cooking. Big brother. I'm really sorry to interrupt while you're having a good time. Upon hearing the deeply apologetic voice, Yuzuru snapped back to reality. Arisa did the same, quickly distancing herself from Yuzuru as if she had been startled. Then, blushing, she lowered her head. Oh, what's wrong, Ayumi? Do you need something? The voice belonged to Yuzuru's sister. It was Ayumi Takesugawa. Her genuinely apologetic tone and expression made Yuzuru feel even more embarrassed, as if she weren't teasing him at all. Yeah, well, there's something I need to tell Arisa-san, actually. Me? Okay, what is it? Arisa cleared her throat theatrically before turning to Ayumi. Her expression returned to its usual calm demeanor, though her face was still red. This is serious, Arisa-san. The train has stopped. What? Section. According to Ayumi's explanation, there seems to have been a minor accident just a little while ago. Fortunately, there were no casualties, but it seems that the train stopped temporarily because of it. There's currently no estimate for when it will be back on track. Even if it does resume, it's sure to be extremely crowded. So, what should we do, Arisa-san? Personally, I don't want to send you home in a packed midnight train with all the dangers involved. Yuzuru's father, Kazuya Takesugawa, said to Arisa in a calm but firm tone. Even with Yuzuru as her escort, crowded trains are risky. Well, yes, but then how should I get home? I think it's best to send you by car. Even though it's late for the driver, Kazuya muttered. Naturally, the Takesugawa family employs a dedicated driver. However, but won't the roads be congested too? It'll delay your return. Yuzuru's mother, Sayori Takesugawa, voiced her concerns about the traffic situation on the roads. Originally, the roads were congested due to the people gathered for the festival. In addition to this, the number of cars from those who had requested taxis or pickup services increased due to the train stopping, so it's certain that it will be crowded. Even so, Mom, walking home isn't an option and neither is sending her home by train. Isn't driving the most reasonable option? Right, Arisa? Yuzuru asked Arisa, the person directly involved. Arisa nodded slightly. Yes, accidents happen. It's inevitable inconvenience for Yuzuru-san and everyone in the Takesugawa family. But I would appreciate being driven home. Then Ayumi chuckled mischievously and interjected. Huh, weren't you calling him Takesugawa-san just a moment ago? When did you start calling him by name? You've become quite close, haven't you? You were hugging earlier too. What were you two up to? Yuzuru felt his face heat up at Ayumi's teasing words. Arisa, too, seemed to recall her earlier embarrassment and bashfully looked down. Well, this is unexpected. Oh my. Amidst Kazuya's wry smile, Sayori laughed cheerfully. Yuzuru cleared his throat intentionally. It doesn't matter now. What matters is figuring out how Arisa will get back. If she's driving, it's better to leave sooner. I just came up with a great idea. Is it okay? Before Yuzuru could finish, Ayumi interrupted. All eyes turned to Ayumi. How about staying overnight? Ayumi said proudly. Yuzuru frowned, wondering what she was talking about. It's not a big deal. We're not sharing a room anyway. Plus, it's dangerous to drive late at night, isn't it? It's not fair to the driver either. Arisa-san would also get tired. Shouldn't it better to stay overnight and leave with plenty of time in the morning? Ayumi's suggestion seemed reasonable. The idea of Yuzuru and Arisa spending the night alone together was absurd, but with both parents and Ayumi keeping a close watch, nothing untoward would happen. Moreover, since Yuzuru and Arisa were supposed to be a couple, it wouldn't be too problematic if something did happen. Not that it would be forgiven, but sharing the same roof for one night wouldn't be an issue. But what about changing clothes? Arisa only has Western clothes and a yukata. Although not explicitly stated, it would be uncomfortable for a girl to spend the night in the same underwear. Western clothes aren't suitable for sleeping, and a wrinkled yukata isn't ideal either, but Arisa doesn't have pajamas. She could borrow pajamas from my mom, right? And can buy underwear at the convenience store. We have towels and futons, so for just one night, I don't think it's a problem. Indeed, that's true. Yuzuru murmured before looking at Kazuya and Sayori. They both nodded in agreement. I don't mind either way. I want her to stay overnight. I want to hear more about Yuzuru from Arisa-chan. With both their approval, Yuzuru turned to Arisa. Seeing Arisa's bewildered expression, Yuzuru asked, "So, yeah. If you're okay with it, you can stay overnight. Don't worry about inconveniencing anyone, just choose whichever you prefer. What do you think?" "Well, yes, I suppose." Arisa nodded after a moment of thought. "Then I'll take you up on your offer," Arisa said. And so Arisa's overnight stay was confirmed. Section. After that, Arisa and Kazuya contacted Naoki Amagi. He readily agreed to Arisa's overnight stay, saying, "If it's Takegawa-san, I can entrust my daughter to her." With Sayori accompanying her, they went to a nearby convenience store to purchase the bare essentials, such as underwear. Since they had already finished dinner by sampling various festival foods, it was time to take a bath. And then, "It's my yukata, but how does it look, Arisa-chan? Is the size okay?" "Yes, it feels just right," Arisa replied. The yukata Arisa was wearing belonged to Sayori and was used as her sleepwear. It wasn't a vibrant one worn for festivals, but a plain azuki-colored one without any patterns. Perhaps due to just having taken a bath, Arisa's chestnut-colored hair was slightly damp. Her skin had a faint rosy hue and she looked healthy. Because of that, she appeared somewhat, quite seductive. Additionally, although Arisa said it felt just right, there was a slight feeling that the size wasn't quite perfect. Especially the size of her chest didn't fit quite right. It looked a bit tight and uncomfortable around the chest area. However, Arisa didn't seem to mind much. If anything, due to her limited experience wearing traditional clothing, she seemed to accept it as just how it is. "Well then, Yuzuru, why don't you take a bath next? In the meantime, we'll listen to Arisa-chan's stories about you," Sayori suggested. All right, Arisa, please don't say anything weird, okay?" Yuzuru replied. "I'll make sure to protect Yuzuru-san's honor," Arisa assured. The way she said it hinted that there might be something dishonorable to share with Sayori and the others. However, within Yuzuru's memory, there was nothing he didn't want his family to know about. Deciding to quickly take a bath, Yuzuru returned to the living room afterward, where Arisa and the Takegawa family were in high spirits. It seemed that Arisa's brought souvenirs were serving as snacks, and conversations about Yuzuru's past were flowing. "Oh, big brother, we were just talking about you," Ayumi said. "I see. What were you talking about?" Yuzuru asked. As Yuzuru spoke, he sat next to Arisa and reached out for the snacks arranged in the center of the table. He unwrapped one and put it in his mouth. It seemed to be a type of Western confection meant to be eaten cold. Yuzuru found himself raising his evaluation of Arisa's foster father for having such good taste, though he was referring strictly to his abilities, excluding personality. It's a story about how Yuzuru has always been a messy child. Whenever he took out toys, he'd leave them scattered around. Same with games, he'd just leave them lying around. Kazuya and Sayori recounted, clearly enjoying themselves. Even Yuzuru himself could manage to tidy up after playing with something, so they were probably talking about when he was in kindergarten or early elementary school, when such behavior was typical for children. "Aren't all kids like that? Is there something fun in that?" Yuzuru questioned. While sipping his barley tea, Yuzuru inquired. Kazuya and Sayori exchanged glances and laughed happily. "You could tidy up your toys, but you couldn't clean your own room, could you?" Kazuya teased. "I said it's my room, so I can do whatever I want. I didn't let anyone clean it either," Yuzuru replied defensively. "And what's wrong with that?" he added. Somehow, Yuzuru could sense where the conversation was heading. Until recently, Yuzuru had been the type of person who didn't bother to tidy up his private space. But now, things were different. Since meeting Arisa, he started cleaning his room regularly. "We were wondering how Arisa-san managed to train you," Sayori teased. "Even though I said it countless times, you wouldn't listen until your girlfriend told you to. Your mom getting jealous. Did Arisa-san praise you for cleaning up like a good boy?" Ayumi chimed in, teasing Yuzuru. Kazuya, Sayori, and Ayumi teased Yuzuru. Even Yuzuru, who usually remained composed, felt embarrassed and slightly annoyed by their remarks. When he looked at Arisa, who had likely initiated this conversation, she seemed apologetic and shrank back. Sorry. I didn't mean any harm. I just thought I was explaining how Yuzuru-san has become such an admirable person now, cleaning his own room," Arisa apologized, feeling sorry for her unintended consequences. Well, it's not your fault. It's these guys, Yuzuru reassured Arisa before giving his parents and sister a light glare. However, he couldn't refute the fact that he hadn't been cleaning his room, so he couldn't argue with his parents about it. So, Ayumi, your room is a mess too, unable to clean properly, Yuzuru retaliated. What? Did you peek into my room, big brother? Ayumi exclaimed in shock. No, I just guessed. But it seems like I hit the nail on the head, Yuzuru smirked, seeing Ayumi's expression twist in disbelief. She quickly shook her head in denial. No way, it's not messy at all, Ayumi protested. Then, should we ask Arisa and Mom to confirm? They're both women, so it should be fine, Yuzuru suggested. No, that's a violation of privacy, Ayumi objected. As Yuzuru and Ayumi exchanged banter, Arisa chuckled softly. Oh no, Arisa-san, that's mean, you laughed, Ayumi exclaimed. Hee, sorry about that. I just thought it was nice to see how close you two are. Arisa seemed genuinely amused, but there was a hint of admiration in her expression. By the time Arisa and the Takegawa family's gathering came to an end, the clock had struck midnight. Yuzuru guided Arisa to the guest room and took out futons from the closet. Sorry to bother you, I had to have it laid out for me, Arisa said. Don't worry, you're our guest, Yuzuru replied. After laying out the futon, Yuzuru asked Arisa, do you know where the bathroom is? Yes, I'm fine, thank you, Arisa replied. Okay, if you get thirsty, feel free to open the fridge and have some barley tea, Yuzuru said. Is there anything else you're concerned about? Upon hearing Yuzuru's question, Arisa hesitated and then looked uncertainly at the ceiling and the light. Is there orange here? She asked. Orange? Do you mean a night light, something between bright and dim? Yes, that's it, Arisa nodded. With great anxiety and embarrassment, Arisa confessed to Yuzuru, I'm not good with darkness. I can't sleep without a nightlight. Do you have one? Don't worry about that. Yes, here's the remote control, Yuzuru said, handing over the lighting remote, and incidentally the air conditioning remote as well. Arisa aimed the remote at the lights and pressed a button, although it only dimmed slightly. The surroundings were now illuminated with an orange light enough for Arisa to feel reassured. Arisa breathed a sigh of relief. Good night, Arisa. If anything happens, come to my room, Yuzuru said. Okay, got it. Good night, Arisa replied. Yuzuru waved to Arisa and closed the sliding door behind him. Late at night, Yuzuru suddenly woke up. He realized his phone was ringing. Half asleep, he checked his phone and saw a message from Arisa. It was an apology for the late hour, asking him to come to her room where she was sleeping. Didn't I tell her to come here if she needed something? Did he forget to mention it? Yuzuru tilted his head in confusion, but decided to head to Arisa's room. Careful not to wake the family, Yuzuru made his way to the guest room. Arisa's room was lit up with the lights on. Opening the sliding door, he found Arisa, who jumped in surprise at his entrance. Ah, Yuzuru-san. She shivered slightly, then relaxed with a relieved expression. What's wrong? Arisa, is everything okay? Actually, I feel a bit embarrassed asking for this kind of favor. Blushing with embarrassment, Arisa began to fidget nervously. Through the slightly disheveled yukata, a glimpse of her white skin and underwear could be seen. Yuzuru couldn't help but swallow hard. What's wrong? He asked. I was wondering if you could accompany me to the, bathroom, Arisa said hesitantly. The bathroom. Didn't I tell you where it was? Yuzuru wondered if he had forgotten to give her directions to the restroom near the guest bedroom. Had she not understood the explanation, or had she forgotten? Yuzuru tilted his head in confusion. No, I remember where you told me it was, Arisa replied, averting her eyes shyly. I see. It seemed that Arisa, who couldn't sleep without a nightlight, was finding it difficult to go to the bathroom alone in the darkness. However, a sudden thought crossed Yuzuru's mind. Couldn't she just turn on the light? Before Yuzuru could ask about it, Arisa quickly made an excuse as if trying to justify herself. Well, I'm also not quite sure where the light switch is, and I didn't want to bother you by turning on too many lights, Arisa explained hesitantly. I see. Without a familiarization with the house layout, though it's a building rather than land, Arisa would find it challenging to locate the light switch in the darkness. She probably resorted to messaging him because she couldn't find her way to Yuzuru's room. Yuzuru realized he hadn't been considered enough. I'm sorry about that. Well, just so you know, this room and our bedroom are quite far apart, and there are multiple bathrooms, so as long as you don't make too much noise, it's fine, Yuzuru reassured her. The room Arisa was staying in was a guest bedroom. The Takesugawa residence had several guest bedrooms and guest rooms. Naturally, there were also guest bathrooms. Oh, yes, now that you mention it, that's true, I'm sorry, Arisa apologized. No, it's okay. I should have explained it better. Shall we go together? Yuzuru offered. Arisa nodded softly in agreement. Together, they turned on the lights and made their way to the bathroom. After Arisa finished, she bowed her head slightly to Yuzuru. I'm sorry for the inconvenience. With a now embarrassed expression and cheeks flushed red to her ears, Arisa seemed to feel bashful. Well, everyone has one or two things they're not comfortable with. Turning off the lights this time, they began retracing their steps back to the room. Creak! The corridor emitted a faint creaking sound. Eek! In a panic, Arisa let out a startled cry and clung onto Yuzuru. With a sense of urgency, she embraced Yuzuru's body tightly. Hey, Arisa. The next surprise was for Yuzuru. Suddenly, something soft pressed against his arm. The dim lighting and impaired vision heightened his tactile senses and stirred his imagination even more. Well, actually, there's another reason. Another reason. At first I thought I could manage alone. But then, when I felt the atmosphere, I suddenly got scared. The atmosphere. A question floated in Yuzuru's mind, but he quickly understood. In essence, Arisa wanted to convey that this house had an atmosphere that seemed like ghosts might appear. I didn't mean to lie, but saying something like that might be rude. Arisa tried to explain and justify herself, even though Yuzuru wasn't pressing her for answers. Arisa never told outright lies, but it seemed she refrained from expressing her true feelings out of consideration for the other person. And now, she seemed to feel guilty about it. She had a complicated personality. The atmosphere, huh? I hadn't thought about it that way. Well, I certainly didn't mean to imply anything about your house, Yuzuru-san. But now that you mention it, it does have that vibe. It's an old house after all, Yuzuru said with a laugh. Deciding to treat Arisa's lie as a joke, Yuzuru smiled. However, it was true that he had genuinely thought it might seem like ghosts could appear. Being an old wooden mansion, it naturally had an atmosphere, especially at night. The creaking sound from earlier was evidence of that. Moreover, in Japanese folklore, it was believed that spirits could inhabit old objects. It wouldn't be surprising if there were one or two Zashiki Warashi present in the house. Perhaps, they might actually, appear? Arisa asked anxiously. Well, I've never encountered anything like that in my life, so I don't think they will, Yuzuru reassured her. But I understand if you're scared. I see, well, that's a relief, Arisa said, though she still seemed frightened. She tightly gripped Yuzuru's arm, unwilling to let go. This is bad. In many ways. Yuzuru couldn't help but feel stimulated by the softness and warmth of Arisa's skin, even through the thin fabric. Given the darkness, a wicked thought crossed his mind. Would it be permissible to touch her in the confusion? But leaving Arisa alone while she was scared wasn't an option. Yet, staying with her all night wasn't practical either. So, Arisa, since we're already up, how about we look at the moon before going back to bed? Yuzuru suggested. Okay, Arisa replied, surprised. From there, they could see the garden and the pond. And the moon reflected in the pond. It's quite a nice atmosphere, don't you think? Yuzuru remarked. Yes, it's beautiful, Arisa agreed, nodding softly in response to Yuzuru's words. The garden of the Takesugawa residence was meticulously maintained by a dedicated gardener, resulting in stunning scenery. I didn't notice during the fireworks, but it's quiet and has a certain charm. It's beautiful, Arisa said, squinting her eyes. Her flaxen hair shimmered in the moonlight, appearing golden. Arisa was beautiful both when seen with the fireworks and illuminated by the moonlight. Yuzuru felt his heart flutter slightly. Nevertheless, this should have eased her fear a little. I'm glad you like it, Yuzuru said, smiling at Arisa. And then, in the moonlight, Arisa's neckline became visible. Yuzuru quickly averted his gaze. Arisa tilted her head curiously. I'm still a bit sleepy. Yuzuru, upon waking up in the morning, felt a slight sluggishness. He wasn't particularly a morning person to begin with, but yesterday's late-night conversation after walking around had made him even sleepier. I could go back to sleep, but… Oh right, Arisa is here today. He couldn't afford to show any unseemly behavior in front of her. With that thought, Yuzuru decided to get up and go wash his face. As he walked down the hallway, "Yan-o, Yuzuru-san, good morning." He ran into Arisa just then. It seemed she was also still half asleep, her eyes looking sleepy. On top of that, her long hair was messy from bedhead. Though it was unusual to see Arisa, who was usually perfect, in such a disheveled state. "Yuzuru-san, is something wrong?" When Yuzuru inadvertently averted his gaze from Arisa, she tilted her head curiously. Yuzuru, grabbing the front of his yukata, said to Arisa, "You might want to fix that." Arisa first glanced at Yuzuru's yukata, then down at her own. Her cheeks flushed. It was because her yukata was slightly disheveled, revealing glimpses of her soft mounds, deep cleavage, and pristine white underwear. Not only that, but her obi was also loosened, exposing her pure white legs. If it had been a bit more disheveled, her shorts might have been visible as well. Or rather, it felt like they might have been peeking out here and there. I'm sorry." Arisa panicked and tried to fix her yukata. However, it was only natural that trying to hastily tidy up something already in disarray would only make it worse. Yuzuru quickly turned his back, hearing Arisa's desperate cry behind him. He pointed to a nearby room. "Nobody's in there right now. It'd be best to calm down and fix it." "Yes, I apologize for the intrusion." There was the sound of sliding doors closing behind him. Yuzuru slowly turned around. Arisa was no longer there, but… oh dear. There was a piece of string-like object lying on the hallway floor. It was likely the obi from Arisa's yukata. Yuzuru picked it up and opened the sliding door just a crack. Without peeking inside, he reached in with the obi in hand. "Arisa, you forgot this." "I am sorry, I'm really sorry." Handing over the obi, Yuzuru closed the door properly. Then, while holding back his pounding heart, he murmured to himself, "Thanks to that, I'm fully awake." He couldn't help but think it was quite a stimulating morning. Section. "I apologize for having you prepare breakfast for me." At breakfast, Arisa bowed her head to Sayori. It seemed that in her plan, she intended to wake up early and assist Sayori, but she overslept a bit, so that didn't happen. "It's okay, Arisa-chan is a guest," Sayori replied with a smile. She encouraged Arisa to eat without worry. As Arisa picked up her chopsticks, Yuzuru also began eating. With Arisa present today, there was one extra dish, but the taste was as usual. "The fish is cooked so tenderly and deliciously." "Oh, Arisa-chan, you have a discerning palate." "Actually, I recently upgraded the grill to the latest model." Sayori proudly began boasting about the excellence of her kitchen appliances. Arisa, being honest, refrained from commenting on the taste of the miso soup. "Takegawa-san's house is really big, isn't it? Is cleaning it very difficult?" For Arisa, who usually does household chores at home, her immediate impression upon seeing the large house was, cleaning must be tough. She asked Sayori this genuine question. "It's not that bad, we have help from a maid for that sort of thing," Sayori replied. "Oh, so you do have one after all." "Of course. With 4 dogs to take care of as well, if I were to do all the housework in such a big house alone, I'd be overworked to death. I wouldn't be able to do my job either." Arisa forced a polite smile, but only Yuzuru noticed. With the statement, "I wouldn't be able to do my job," Arisa was slightly surprised. It seemed she had been thought of as a full-time homemaker. Well, judging from Sayori's appearance and demeanor, she seemed relaxed, and she certainly didn't seem like someone who would be working in an office job. By the way, Yuzuru's mother is a professor of American literature. "Where is the maid?" Arisa asked. "She's off on the weekends. We have a 5-day workweek with 8-hour shifts and paid vacation," Sayori replied. By the way, the names of the maids are Suzuki, Sato, and Tanaka, respectively. It's unlikely that Arisa, who will be leaving by the end of the day, will meet them. "Oh right, Arisa-san, how is it, our mother's cooking? Is it delicious?" It was Ayumi who asked Arisa such a question. With a suspicious grin on her face, she seemed to be up to something. "Huh, oh yes, of course, it's delicious," Arisa replied. "You said it was delicious earlier," Yuzuru interjected to the scheming sister-in-law, but Ayumi ignored her. "Well, Big Brother said before that he finds your cooking more delicious than our mom's, so I got curious," Ayumi explained. Arisa tensed up at Ayumi's words. She was probably worried that Sayori would be offended by being compared to her cooking. And with a sharp look, Arisa glared at Yuzuru. Yuzuru instinctively looked away. Come to think of it, he did say something like that. Yuzuru, you've been caught under Arisa-chan's spell. I'm starting to feel jealous, Sayori said jokingly. Then she winked at Arisa. It's not a big deal at all, so don't be shy. That's the signal. Arisa's expression softened slightly at that. Well, you see, when it comes to cooking or flavors, there are preferences involved. I can feel the love in Sayori-san's cooking. I find it very delicious. Arisa praised Sayori, but Sayori, fully embodying the role of a meddling mother-in-law, didn't seem satisfied with such a safe response. I'd love to try Arisa-san's cooking. Can you make lunch or dinner sometime? Oh well, that's... At this point, Kazuya, who had been silent until now, glared at Sayori. Sayori, Arisa-san seems to be in a difficult position, stop it. Meanwhile, Yuzuru spoke to Arisa. You can just ignore mother's selfishness. Don't worry about it. However, Sayori, like Ayumi, couldn't suppress her curiosity. I can't help but be curious. If it's a dish my son praises highly, I'd even want to learn from you if you're really skilled. But I can't force you into anything. Even as she said that, Arisa was met with hopeful gazes from Ayumi and Sayori. Feeling embarrassed and shrinking back, Arisa nodded. WL, if my cooking is okay with you, then I'll make it. Mission accomplished, Sayori and Ayumi exclaimed, clapping their hands together. Section. I'm truly sorry. After breakfast, when Yuzuru and Arisa were alone in the guest room assigned to her, Yuzuru folded his knees and bowed his head. I feel terrible about forcing you to cook. Oh, Yuzuru-san, you're being too dramatic. Please stop. Arisa's neat face suddenly appeared closer. She peered into Yuzuru's face, causing him to instinctively raise his head. I really don't mind at all. But still, if that's all it takes to repay you, I'd be happy to cook. Arisa smiled. From her expression, it was clear she wasn't truly upset. I'm grateful for your words. I also apologize for casually boasting about your cooking skills. Generally, if a son were to say, my wife is better at cooking than my mother, it would likely irk the mother, fueling the mother-in-law-daughter-in-law issue. Even if the mother had asked the son, he shouldn't have answered so thoughtlessly. However, since Yuzuru and Arisa don't plan to marry, the issue of mother-in-law-daughter-in-law wouldn't arise. Additionally, Yuzuru believed that Sayori wouldn't get angry over such matters. Despite these considerations, it would have been better not to say anything unnecessary. Yes, you're right. When I heard Yuzuru-san talking about my cooking, I felt a little embarrassed, Arisa said, her cheeks slightly flushed as she scratched them. Then, she looked up at Yuzuru with upturned eyes and began to fidget. But I was happy. Really, knowing that you felt that way, she continued. I feel like I've always told you when something tasted delicious, Yuzuru replied. And who would say something tastes bad when it's made for them? Generally, criticizing food someone has prepared is a breach of manners. Of course, it's perfectly fine to critique food eaten at a restaurant afterward. However, Arisa is cooking for Yuzuru without expecting anything in return. It's common sense to respond with delicious. Of course, I understood that Yuzuru-san wasn't just being polite. You had seconds, after all. So, in other words, knowing that you enjoyed my cooking enough to brag about it to your family made me happy, Arisa said. Then she let out a small sigh. Can I vent for a moment? She asked. Go ahead and let it out, Yuzuru replied, nodding. After expressing her gratitude in a barely audible voice, Arisa continued to speak her mind. My family, or I don't even know if I can call them that, but those people never say anything is delicious, she confessed, her eyes clouding over with heaviness. She looked down, her voice strained with discomfort. I actually don't like cooking, Arisa confessed. I feel like I'm forced to do it, sorry. That's a cowardly thing to say, isn't it? It's not like I was directly told to cook, but at home, it's just expected of me, so I can't refuse. She then chuckled self-deprecatingly. Watching her shoulders tremble slightly as she smiled was quite painful. I became good at cooking because I didn't want to get scolded. That's the truth of it all. I didn't do it out of my own will or because I wanted to, I just felt scared. It's not something I can be proud of. Arisa let out a deep sigh. Then, with teary eyes, she looked at Yuzuru and smiled. It was a smile that seemed to be trying too hard to be bright, slightly strained. So, getting praised by you, Yuzuru-san, made me really happy, even if it was just flattery. And then, knowing that you really found it delicious afterwards, I was so happy I felt like jumping for joy. It was the first time. A single tear rolled down Eris's cheek. Still smiling, she continued, "It was the first time I felt like I wanted to cook for myself. I kept coming every week because I wanted you to taste it. It was the first time I felt like my cooking was actually good." So, Erisa, Yuzuru softly called her name, then embraced her, surprising her with his expression. He pressed her face against his chest, and Erisa complied without resistance. Yuzuru gently stroked Erisa's hair. "You did well," he said softly. "Yes," Erisa replied. For a while, Erisa wet Yuzuru's chest with her tears. The sound of sobbing lasted for several minutes. Soon, she lifted her face, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with her fingers. "I'm sorry being with you, Yuzuru-san, makes me cry," Erisa said. "Is that my fault?" Yuzuru asked half-jokingly. Erisa chuckled and replied, "Yes, it is. Yuzuru-san is a bad influence, makes me want to be spoiled." Perhaps because she had poured out her melancholy, Erisa's expression was brighter than before. "Well, thanks to you, Yuzuru-san, I've lost my train of thought," she said with a smile. "Oops, sorry about that. So, what were we talking about?" When Yuzuru asked, Erisa began to stutter. "Well, you see, Yuzuru-san, cooking for you is, enjoyable. If I can make something delicious for you, I'll make as much as you want." After saying that, Erisa's face turned bright red. She seemed to realize she had made a somewhat risky statement. In a panic, she waved her hands and denied it. "Oh, that was, it's not like I'm going to make you miso soup every day from now on or anything like that." "Oh, yeah, I get it. You don't have to say that, I understand." Yuzuru felt his own face heating up. He didn't think Erisa was proposing to him or anything, but seeing her so embarrassed made him feel embarrassed too. "It's like, yeah, feeding a cat. It's cute when they eat so happily, you know. Do you understand?" "That's a bit much," Yuzuru protested. But looking at it objectively, he couldn't help but see himself as a cat being fed. Or rather, that's exactly what it was. Surprisingly, the analogy was quite accurate. While Yuzuru thought that to himself, he felt a little pathetic. "Anyway, I don't mind cooking for you, Yuzuru-san, so I'm not reluctant to treat your family to my cooking either. Do you understand?" "Meow. Don't be silly," sharp-tongued Erisa retorted, and Yuzuru shrugged his shoulders. Section. Result of the discussions. It was decided that lunch would consist of light meals, such as some noodles made by Sayori, and Erisa would prepare dinner a little earlier in the evening. And after lunch, "So Erisa, what shall we buy?" Yuzuru, who had visited the supermarket with Erisa, asked. Naturally, Yuzuru always accompanies Erisa for shopping and simply carries the bags. This time, it was Yuzuru's fault that Erisa ended up with household chores, so it was only natural for him to come as her attendant. "I think summer vegetables would be good. By the way, Yuzuru-san, does your family have any food preferences or dislikes?" "Don't worry. I don't recall anyone in the Takegawa family having any particular dislikes. Neither Yuzuru nor the Takegawa family members have any specific dislikes. They can eat anything." "That's good. What are their favorites?" "Well, Ayumi and Dad seem to like somewhat childish things, like curry, hamburgers, immerse." "I see, and Yuzuru-san, you like fish, right?" Yuzuru nodded, in response to Erisa's question. "Yeah, Mom and I might have similar tastes in food." Erisa put her hand on her chin, beginning to think. She's probably considering today's menu. Yuzuru watches silently so as not to interfere. "I've decided. Let's have Japanese-style Hamburg steak and another fish dish." "Isn't that a bit much? Something simpler would be fine." "Despite appearances, I'm enthusiastic about this," Erisa said, clenching her fists tightly. It seems that her statement about not being stingy when it comes to treating Yuzuru's family to meals is not a lie. "Then, let's start with vegetables. Summer vegetables would be good, right?" They head to the vegetable section first. It seems that Erisa already has an idea of what to make. She tosses okra, cucumbers, shiso leaves, eggplants, myoga, Japanese ginger, green onions, and onions into the basket. Then they move to the meat section. They purchase a blend of ground beef and pork. Now it's time for fish. These horse mackerels look splendid. They seem suitable for sashimi. Shall we go with these? Arisa said happily, as she looked at the large horse mackerels immersed in ice. It seems she intends to fillet them herself rather than using pre-cut slices. Yuzuru knew Arisa could handle fish, but he couldn't help but be impressed by her determination. Sayori loves fish, but she seems to dislike handling them, so she usually doesn't do it herself. Is that all? We just need to buy tofu, and then we're done. With Japanese-style Hamburg steak confirmed, what else does she plan to make? Yuzuru's anticipation grows. Section, around 4:30, Yuzuru and the others eagerly awaited Arisa's cooking. I'm looking forward to Arisa-san's homemade dishes. Big brother raves about them, so my expectations are high, said Ayumi with excitement. In contrast, Sayori wore a complicated expression. I'm also looking forward to Arisa-chan's cooking, but I've always wanted to be like the mother-in-law in dramas, teaching my son's wife the flavors of our home. It's a mixed feeling, Sayori confessed. Upon hearing this, Yuzuru and Ayumi both teased her. Your flavor must be umami seasoning, right? No need to teach, we can replicate it effortlessly. You two talk big for never having cooked properly yourselves, Sayori retorted. Certainly, Yuzuru and Ayumi couldn't argue about their lack of cooking skills. However, unwilling to concede defeat, Yuzuru redirected the conversation. Does that mean Mom won't help Arisa? I offered to help, you know. But then she said, we can't trouble Mother. She's such a good kid, Sayori replied with a smirk. That's just being laid off, isn't it? Be quiet, Yuzuru and Ayumi argued, until Kazuya voiced his disapproval. You guys, could you stop this embarrassing quarrel? It seemed he didn't want Arisa to witness the ugly fights in the Takesugawa household. It was a matter of preserving the family's reputation. Yuzuru also didn't want Arisa to see arguments between him and his mother, so he decided to put an end to it. However, Ayumi and Sayori continued their squabble. The food is ready, Arisa announced, bringing in the dishes and putting an end to the argument. Deciding to at least help with serving, they gathered around the table. But still, you seemed quite enthusiastic, Yuzuru remarked. Yes, I put a little effort into it, Arisa replied. As Yuzuru praised Arisa, she responded with her usual cool demeanor. Meanwhile, Kazuya, Sayori, and Ayumi were surprised to see a more luxurious spread than they had anticipated. This is truly, I'm sorry, Arisa-san, Kazuya apologized. Yeah, I admit defeat. It was presumptuous of me to want to teach you, Sayori added. Wow, this is amazing, Kazuya and Sayori apologized to Arisa while Ayumi's eyes sparkled. The contents of the meal that elicited such reactions from the three were steamed rice, miso soup with horse mackerel fish cakes, Japanese-style hamburger steak, horse mackerel sashimi with grated radish, simmered eggplant, cold tofu. And then there was a strangely slimy object. Arisa, is this the dashi from Yamagata? Yuzuru pointed to the slimy substance and asked. It seemed to be a mixture of finely chopped okra, cucumber, shiso leaves, myoga ginger, and eggplant, combined with noodle soup base. Yes, I made it specifically to pour over cold tofu. But it's also delicious on rice, Arisa confirmed. Upon hearing this, Yuzuru wasted no time and tried the dashi, pouring it over the cold tofu before tasting it. What do you think? Arisa asked. It's delicious. It's refreshing and perfect for this season. And in this heat, something cold and slimy like this makes it easy to eat, Yuzuru replied. Thinking he could make this himself, Yuzuru decided to ask for the recipe later. Even after summer vacation ended in September, the hot days persisted. With this dish, he felt confident he could endure the lingering summer heat. This horse mackerel sashimi is excellent, makes me crave some steak, Kazuya remarked. The hamburger steak is delicious. It's incredibly tender, Ayumi added. The miso soup is delicious, the fish flavor is robust, and there's no unpleasant odor, Sayori noted. The simmered eggplant is also delicious. Arisa's simmered dishes are truly exquisite. Kazuya, Sayumi, Sayori, and Yuzuru all praised Arisa's cooking. Blushing, Arisa lowered her gaze and whispered softly. Tea, thank you, I have refills, so if you'd like, Arisa stuttered nervously. Seeing Arisa's gesture, Ayumi and Sayori exchanged glances and chuckled. I think I understand why Big Brother fell head over heels for her, Ayumi remarked. Arisa-chan, you're really adorable. I wish I had a daughter like you, oh, right? Sayori trailed off. Yuzuru couldn't quite follow their conversation. Quietly, he sipped his miso soup with fish cakes. He felt a little embarrassed, but that would be his secret. Section. I can't believe I stayed over at Yuzuru-san's house. Arisa collapsed onto her bed as soon as she returned home, murmuring those words. She lay on her back, staring at the ceiling. Yuzuru-san. From the summer festival to staying over, it felt like the distance between them had greatly shortened. No, it wasn't just her imagination. The fact that she was already referring to him as Yuzuru-san instead of Takegawa-san was evidence of that. Arisa's face flushed slightly. Seriously. Arisa buried her face in her pillow, kicking her feet back and forth as she unwittingly muttered. She couldn't help but remember all the embarrassing moments. HMPH, crying in my heart, that's unthinkable. She hardly ever shed tears to begin with. Yet, not only had she been seen by a male classmate, but she had also cried her heart out in front of him. It's in the past now. It was incredibly embarrassing, and she had shown her vulnerability to Yuzuru, but there was nothing she could do about what had happened. Besides, letting out pent-up feelings and being able to confess her lies had brought her some relief. From now on, I want to be as honest as possible in front of Yuzuru-san. Yuzuru had forgiven Arisa's lies, but she couldn't continue to rely on his kindness. That was something she couldn't forgive herself for. Well, aside from crying, there weren't any major mistakes. Arisa reminisced about the time she spent with Yuzuru. Initially, it was just supposed to be watching fireworks, but by an unexpected turn of events, she ended up staying at his house. She was nervous, but his parents were very kind, and within the limits of what she could recall, Arisa didn't make any blunders. Yeah, it's okay. The impression should have been good. She ended up cooking too, and it was a success. It might have been flattery, but Yuzuru's parents praised her homemade dishes as delicious. Oh. And there, Arisa remembered her mistake. She had blurted out to Yuzuru, "I'll make miso soup for you every day." Strictly speaking, it was a negation that meant, it's not like I'll make miso soup for you every day, but it's like saying you're conscious of it, isn't it? She was indeed conscious of it. Midway through, she realized she was saying something akin to a proposal and hastily denied it. In other words, she dug her own grave. Well, I guess it's fine, right? Recalling Yuzuru's attitude afterward, Arisa tried to calm herself down. There wasn't a dramatic change in Yuzuru's behavior towards Arisa before or after her slip of the tongue. Yuzuru wasn't conscious of Arisa. Thinking that way, for some reason, her heart sank. No, the reason was clear. Because she wanted him to be conscious of her, she felt disheartened considering the possibility that he wasn't. Could it be? Arisa gently placed her hand on her chest. She could clearly feel her heart pounding intensely. Do I like Yuzuru-san? She murmured those words. At the same time, she felt her face burning intensely. Like or dislike? If presented with those two options, she would answer that she liked him. There were many reasons to like him, and few reasons to dislike him. But that doesn't necessarily mean I'm in love. Just because she liked him didn't mean it automatically translated into romantic feelings. At least Arisa saw Yuzuru as a close friend of the opposite sex. Yes, a friend of the opposite sex, nothing more and nothing less. But if, hypothetically, if she were to become Yuzuru Takegawa's girlfriend, naturally holding hands, kissing, exposing skin, maybe even thinking about starting a family. Arisa couldn't help but scream. She shook her head repeatedly. What am I thinking? Arisa dismissed the pink-colored delusions that floated into her mind. Even if it was just imagination, it was unacceptable to entertain fantasies of exposing skin in front of the opposite sex, especially a close friend of the opposite sex. Well, I mean, I have exposed my skin before. Arisa retorted to herself, trying to downplay it. She had worn a swimsuit at the pool, but it wasn't like seeing her in a swimsuit made her feel embarrassed or want to die of embarrassment. Arisa was not that innocent. If that were the case, she wouldn't be able to go to pools or beaches. Of course, even with the same level of exposure or less, underwear was out of the question. It wasn't about the surface area or logic. It was about feelings and appropriateness, and her underwear had never been seen. That was obvious. Is that really true? Arisa remembered the time her yukata got disheveled in front of Yuzuru. Perhaps, even if just slightly, he might have seen her underwear. If she were to be seen anyway, she wished it could have been something stylish and cute, not cheap ones from the convenience store. Seriously. About to imagine something weird again, Arisa slammed her face into the bed. That day, Arisa ended up writhing on her bed for a while. Chapter 2, Horror Movies with My Fiancé. The summer vacation came to an end, and school began. For Yuzuru, it marked the start of both the days when he could once again enjoy Arisa's cooking every week and the slightly gloomy days of being confined to school for long hours. One Saturday after the break. After about a month, Arisa came to Yuzuru's apartment to play video games. Today, Arisa's choice was a highly popular racing game series featuring a certain plumber and his cheerful companions. Side by side in front of the TV, they controlled characters with the remote. As Yuzuru had played these types of games with Suakairo and others frequently, he was somewhat skilled. Although he was confident that he could beat Arisa, who strangely had a talent for games. Arisa sitting next to him caught his attention, making it hard to concentrate. The issue was that every time she took a curve, Arisa would bend her body in that direction while letting out sounds. It was fine when she leaned in the opposite direction from where Yuzuru sat, but when she leaned towards him, it became a problem. Perhaps due to initially sitting side by side, every time Arisa leaned, her delicate shoulder seemed like it would touch Yuzuru's body. The beautiful flaxen hair moves smoothly. The pinnacle is that charming voice. While she may be putting effort into it, the strangely alluring quality makes one conscious. Looks like I've won again, Yuzuru-san. Yeah, that's right. What's wrong? Oh, nothing, just a bit tired eyes. Saying so, Yuzuru puts down the controller, then stretches widely and lies down on the floor, checking the clock. Having played the game for a long time, fatigue is a fact. However, more than eye fatigue, there's a greater fatigue from being overly conscious of Arisa. Are you okay, Yuzuru-san? Nevertheless, Arisa seems unaware of that aspect. She peers into Yuzuru's face with a worried expression. Beautiful twin eyes and Arisa's enchanting, plump lips appeared before Yuzuru, causing his heart to race. It's okay, it'll get better after a short rest, Yuzuru reassured, covering his eyes with both hands. Although it seemed like a gesture to shield tired eyes, its true intention was to block Arisa's face from his view. Seeing this beautiful face up close was a bit too stimulating for Yuzuru. Unaware of Yuzuru's inner turmoil, Arisa tangled her fingers in his hair. He felt the soft touch of her fingers through his hair and scalp, intensifying his heartbeat. Despite the increased excitement, Yuzuru couldn't interrupt Arisa, who seemed to be enjoying the moment. After a while of letting things unfold, now Arisa's hand reached toward his cheek. Warm hands enveloped his cheeks. However, unable to endure much more, Yuzuru attempted to halt any further intimacy. Arisa, is it okay if we get up? Oh, sorry, I got carried away. Yuzuru slowly got up. He then turned his gaze towards Arisa. Realizing perhaps belatedly that she had done something bold, Yuzuru awkwardly averted his eyes from Arisa, her skin now tinged with a shade of vermilion. Glancing intermittently, Arisa directed her gaze towards Yuzuru. She's cute. Involuntarily, Yuzuru swallowed hard. He resisted the urge to push her down, to dominate her, and succumb to his desires. Such impulses surged within him. Sigh. Yuzuru, as if expelling those desires, let out a deep sigh. Then, he turned his back to Arisa. Thinking about the 4 dogs he keeps at home, he calmed his heart. All right. Turning towards Arisa once again, Arisa, with a deeply frightened expression, asked Yuzuru with a worried and anxious voice. Was that unpleasant for you? She sought Yuzuru's mood with upturned eyes. Yuzuru imagined the image of 4 dogs again. Woof, woof. No, it's not like that. Rather the opposite. The opposite? Arisa tilted her head with a puzzled expression. Then she shifted her gaze to Yuzuru's lower abdomen and blushed intensely. In a flustered manner, she turned her back and exclaimed, what are you thinking? No, it's not what I'm thinking. It's more about what you made me think or, well, it's a natural phenomenon, and though I feel bad about it, it's beyond my control. Yuzuru's instincts were responding independently of his rational mind, so there wasn't much he could do. By the way, it's calming down quite a bit now. I want to make it clear that I have no intention of hurting you. However, impulses exist, and being human, especially a man, I ask for some consideration and not to be too defenseless. Of course, I should be the most cautious, and asking you for such things may go against reason. Yuzuru spoke, and Arisa slowly turned towards him. Her pearl-like skin still had a slight blush. How far is acceptable for you? It's okay to touch my hair, but I need a word of warning since I'm mentally preparing. I'll be careful. Arisa nodded solemnly. Unlike before, she created some distance between herself and Yuzuru. Being suddenly distanced can be hurtful, but Arisa seems surprised, not harboring dislike for Yuzuru, or so he want to believe. Noticing Yuzuru's slight dejection, Arisa abruptly changed the subject. About next week. Yes. This time, may I extend the invitation from my end? An invitation. In other words, it seems like a date. As Yuzuru had been the one proposing activities such as entertainment complexes, pools, and summer festivals, it makes sense for Arisa to initiate an invitation this time. Yeah, sure. Do you already have a place in mind? When Yuzuru asked, Arisa nodded. I was thinking of going to the movies. I've never been before. And so, a movie theater date was decided. Section. Yuzuru, wearing his usual shirt with a jacket draped over and styling his hair with wax, headed to the meeting spot at the station. Arisa had already arrived. The lingering summer heat made it quite warm today. Taking that into consideration, Arisa had chosen a slightly cooler outfit, a combination of a sheer blouse, an outer layer, and a long skirt. The visible décolletage was dazzlingly white and beautiful. Stylish earrings adorned her ears. With a light touch of makeup, her naturally full and beautiful lips became even more lustrous, exuding a subtle sensuality. Yuzuru couldn't help but wonder if she becomes more beautiful every time they meet. Did I keep you waiting? No, I just got here too. After exchanging such customary words, Yuzuru, trying to avoid staring at the somewhat eye-catching neckline, commented on Arisa's fashion for the day. Today, you seem more feminine, or should I say, more ladylike. Yuzuru complimented Arisa, using somewhat ambiguous words. In reality, the outfit suited her well, and it was undeniable that he felt a stronger sense of her femininity than usual. It had an alluring quality without being provocative, leaving a distinct impression. Thank you. Yuzuru-san, you also look cool, Arisa replied. I appreciate hearing that, Yuzuru said, though his fashion choices didn't differ much from the norm. He then asked, so, what's the name of the movie? It's this one, Arisa said, showing Yuzuru the screen of her phone. Yuzuru's eyes widen involuntarily. Well, this is a horror movie, he remarks, realizing its recent scary reputation. You like horror? Not really. I mean, I can handle it, but it might keep me up at night, Arisa admits. Yuzuru, puzzled, recalls Arisa's aversion to darkness and questions. Then, why choose a horror movie if you're not a fan of being scared? Arisa shrugs and offers an unexpected perspective. Maybe everyone wants to feel scared when they watch horror, don't you think? Well, when you put it that way, maybe. Horror movies hold value precisely because they are frightening. While there are some B-grade horrors that lean towards comedy, the essence of horror films lies in the thrill they evoke. Those who claim horror isn't scary at all can't truly appreciate it. It's both scary and intriguing, as the girls in our class mentioned. I thought you weren't the type to follow trends, Arisa. It's not that I don't follow, but I can't. Due to family circumstances. Ugh. Oh, that was a self-deprecating joke. Arisa hastily explained as Yuzuru made a strange expression. Whether this newfound ability for such jokes is a positive influence or not, Yuzuru hesitated a bit, but, well, thanks to me or not, this time we can catch up with the trend. Yes. Then let's go. The two headed to the nearby movie theater. Section. I'm sorry. Actually, it's my first time at a movie theater. Do I need a reservation or something? If it's a recently released popular movie, reservations might be necessary. But for this one, it's been a decent amount of time since its release, so I think there should be plenty of seats. Yuzuru said that, and headed towards the ticket vending machine in the theater hall. Since Yuzuru and Arisa are high school students, they can take advantage of student discounts. But, I see. What's wrong? It seems today is a day when it's cheaper for couples to come. When Yuzuru said that, Arisa's cheeks slightly tinged with a rosy color. When someone gets embarrassed like that, it makes me even more embarrassed, so I wish they would stop. Is that a better deal then? Well, it seems so. All right, let's go with that. It's more economical. Yuzuru isn't particularly tight on money, but being wise, he saves when he can. Purchasing a couple's ticket, they then point to the concession stand. Shall we get some drinks for now? How about popcorn too, even though it's still morning? Yuzuru asks, and Arisa nods quietly. The cliché of eating popcorn at the movies. I want to do it. Wouldn't it be better if we shared since it's not yet lunch? Arisa suggests. Well, that's a safe bet. Surprisingly, popcorn tends to fill the stomach easily, so one needs to be careful. Arisa's proposal is a good move. We have salt, butter, and caramel flavors. What would you like? They are asked when ordering popcorn. Since Yuzuru is fine with any, he asks Arisa for her preference. Then, caramel. If it's her, I thought she would choose caramel flavor, and sure enough, she chose caramel. She looked so adorable that I couldn't help but smile. What are you smiling at? Oh, it's nothing. Yuzuru said, deflecting the question, and they entered the theater with Arisa. After sitting down for a while, a warning video for ongoing screenings appeared. Wow. What's wrong, Arisa? Arisa muttered quietly, and Yuzuru asked in a hushed tone. I don't know, but I don't like that. Arisa said, furrowing her brows. On the screen was the famous movie Thief. Well, it's not exactly a pleasant watch, to be honest, Yuzuru admitted. He wasn't particularly fond of it. Rather be scared by this film Thief than this, he added, half-jokingly. I might lose sleep over this, Arisa said with a pale face, already trembling. Yuzuru, munching on popcorn, couldn't help but think it was her choice to watch a horror film. The movie revolved around the theme of 7 school mysteries, gaining popularity among students, perhaps due to its familiar school setting. Living up to its reputation, it was indeed frightening. Yuzuru, though not vocalizing it, couldn't help but shiver at certain moments. With every ghostly encounter, his heart raced, experiencing the anticipated fear. However, Hey, Hiya, Kaya, Arisa's adorable screams, clinging to Yuzuru's arm each time, managed to make Yuzuru's heart race. Clearly not a fan of scary things, Arisa, in the latter part of the movie, held onto Yuzuru's hand, closed her eyes, and trembled. Perhaps she didn't even watch the last 15 minutes of the film. As the movie ended, Yuzuru spoke to Arisa. Arisa. Why are Yuzuru-san right? There's no one else but me. Are you okay? I am fine. Yuzuru, with Arisa not looking fine at all, decided to leave the venue early. Seemingly still frightened, even in the brightness outside, Arisa clung closely to Yuzuru's arm. I can't go to the restroom at school starting tomorrow, Arisa said with a pale face. Her eyes were slightly moist. If you're not good with scary stuff, you should have stopped. From now on, maybe it's better not to watch horror. Yuzuru said that, and Arisa shook her head tremblingly. It was scary, but interesting. I'm not good with fear, but I don't dislike horror. Yuzuru seriously thought, could this girl be an idiot? Though the motivation to watch horror to see scary things didn't seem entirely wrong. By the way, Arisa, can I go shooting pheasants? And no, please don't leave me alone now. Saying that, Arisa tightly grabbed Yuzuru's arm and pulled him close to her. It's really hard to pull away when she says that with teary eyes, but I'm kind of at my limit. Can't you endure it? Endure until when? That's forever. I can understand that Arisa is making unreasonable demands, Yuzuru said, avoiding eye contact. However, there was no sign that Arisa intended to let go of Yuzuru's arm. Unable to help it, Yuzuru posed a slightly teasing question to Arisa. Are you okay with that? You were drinking the same amount of juice as me, I think. When Yuzuru pointed it out, Arisa's legs visibly began to tremble due to fear, which she seemed unaware of until now. Well, that's... Apparently, she had been unconsciously affected by fear until this point. How about we accompany each other until the last minute? Yuzuru suggested with a hint of mischief. I want you to think about common sense. Yeah, you're right. Let's head to the restroom for now. I'll make up my mind by then, Arisa said. With that, Yuzuru and Arisa headed toward the location where the restroom was. Of course, Arisa couldn't enter the men's restroom, and Yuzuru couldn't enter the women's restroom. So, I'm breaking up with you, okay? Quickly, please. Well, let's try our best. He didn't ask what her plans were. In the horror movie earlier, There was even a ghost related to the toilet. Probably, in this situation, there's still not enough courage to go to the toilet alone. Yuzuru rushed into the toilet to get things done as quickly as possible for Arisa. And there, are you by any chance, say? He witnessed the familiar-looking guy washing his hands. When Yuzuru tried calling out to him, he looked surprised, his eyes wide open. I see you're Yuzuru. What a coincidence. That's my line, you're not Sei's doppelganger, are you? You watched that movie too. So you watched it too. It seemed both Yuzuru and Sei had watched the same movie. Due to different entry and exit times, they hadn't run into each other inside. You're into horror movies, could it be, with someone else? Sei asked Yuzuru. Yuzuru hesitated a bit on how to answer, but since Arisa was waiting for him outside the restroom, battling an enemy, it would soon be apparent he came with her. There was no point in trying to deceive. So, Yuzuru thought of honestly admitting he came with Arisa, but hold on. Suddenly, a brilliant idea crossed Yuzuru's mind. Hey, Sei. You're into that stuff too, are you here with someone? No, don't answer a question with a question. Sei seemed a bit unsettled by that. Looks like Yuzuru hit the mark. A girl. Why does that matter? Najiri Tenka, right? You two were together before. Yeah, so what? Sei, looking displeased, asked Yuzuru, who bowed his head. Sorry, there's just one thing I want to ask. What's up, why all of a sudden? Sei, bewildered by Yuzuru suddenly bowing, wore a puzzled expression. Of course, it's not uncommon for Yuzuru to ask Sei for something, but this was the first time he had asked for something so earnestly. Your companion, whether it's Najiri or anyone else, if it happens to be a girl. Oh yeah. To be straight, it's Najiri, but what's the big deal? Yuzuru seized Sei's shoulder. With an intense determination, Yuzuru implored Sei, please help my companion Arisa. After joining them, Tenko wore a perplexed expression, but accompanied Arisa to the restroom. Once Arisa averted the crisis, Sei and Tenka, upon learning the detailed circumstances, specifically Arisa's restroom predicament, burst into hearty laughter. By the way, Yuzuru received a vehement scolding from Arisa. Section. After that, it was lunchtime, and Yuzuru and the others decided to have a meal together at a nearby cafe. PFF. After ordering their food, when Tenka looked at Arisa's face, she couldn't help but chuckle softly. She then averted her gaze, shook her shoulders, and let out laughter. Najiri-san, could you please stop laughing? My foot hurts, Yuzuru appealed with a displeased expression. Kick, kick. With sounds that could resemble kicking, Arisa continued kicking Yuzuru's foot. With a stern expression, Yuzuru tried to convey that she was angry. Since Tenka wasn't as close to Arisa, the anger was directed more towards Yuzuru. Hey, Arisa. I do acknowledge I was wrong, but if it weren't for Najiri-san's help, you wouldn't have been able to go flower picking, right? So I could have gone on my own. If that's the case, could you go for a moment? Ugh. Arisa averted her eyes with an awkward expression. It seemed like the fear hadn't completely subsided, and she couldn't go to the restroom alone. Watching Yuzuru and Arisa's interaction, Tenka started laughing again. It seemed like she had hit the mark. A devilish woman, huh? Yuzuru felt like he understood one reason why Sei had described her that way. Even giving her the benefit of the doubt, one couldn't say she had a good personality. Though, thinking about it, Sei's personality wasn't exactly stellar either, so in a way, they were a good match. You two seem quite close, Yuzuru. As expected, grinning, Sei asked Yuzuru. The excuse of meeting by chance at the movie theater probably wouldn't cut it. Like lovers, aren't they? Saying this, Tenka narrowed her eyes. Her previous refined and quiet demeanor seemed to have disappeared somewhere, and now she wore a slightly wicked smile. Not lovers. Yeah, that's right. Yuzuru and Arisa emphatically denied any romantic involvement. However, it seemed that Sei and Tenka weren't entirely convinced, exchanging looks that seemed to say, oh, come on, you two. It's a classic case of a couple in denial. So, you guys also have a going to the movies together kind of relationship? Yuzuru inquired of Sei and Tenka. In response, the two of them, realizing they couldn't hide it any longer, just shrugged their shoulders. We're not particularly close or anything. It's just a matter of our families having some business ties. Yeah, you might already know, but right now, Ryusenji and Najiri have a business partnership. That's the connection between us. With the deepening of the relationship between their parents and families, they became a bit closer. That's all there is to it. That movie, I really wanted to see it. But going to the movies alone is lame, right? Plus, the couple discount makes it a good deal. So, I invited Sei-kun on a whim. Surprisingly, he agreed without hesitation. Since then, Tenka insists that Sei is just a bonus, and her main focus is on the movie and the couple discount. What do you mean on a whim? Are you scared or something? Hey, you're the one who instigated this whole thing. On the other hand, Sei expressed some dissatisfaction. It seems he didn't particularly want to see the movie. He just ended up going along with it. There seems to be a subtle difference in their perspectives, but for now, Yuzuru and Arisa appear to be just friends of the opposite sex. All right, we've talked. It's your turn next, Yuzuru. In response to Sei's inquiry, Yuzuru calmly replied. We're somewhat similar, too. It's just a casual relationship between families, Yuzuru asserted in agreement with Sei and Tenka. I wanted to see the trending movie, but watching it alone seemed scary, Arisa calmly responded. Arisa's claim of being afraid to watch alone was quite convincing. If horror isn't your thing, why come to see a horror movie in the first place? Tenka showed a face of understanding to Yuzuru and Arisa's words, but Sei seemed unconvinced. Are they really just friends? Is there any reason to doubt that? Well, let's just leave it at that. Sei seemed to sense that Yuzuru might be hiding something, and chose not to pry as a friend. Sorry about that, Yuzuru apologized softly. I might need to tell Sei, the same friend I spoke to about Suikaro. But if I can cover it up within reason, I'd prefer to. Going to the pool alone with a close friend might be uncommon, but going to a movie is plausible enough. I'd like to push through, with the excuse of being friends, if it's acceptable. I'm not good with attention, so can I ask for your discretion? Please keep this between us, Arisa requested Sei and Tenka. Both nodded in agreement. We won't spill the beans or anything. It would be a relief if you didn't mention us either. Sei and Tenka also asked Yuzuru's group the same. They had all entered into a relationship of sharing secrets. With this, they were able to avoid the situation spreading throughout the school. Section. After finishing their meal, Yuzuru and Sei parted ways. Watching them leave, Arisa murmured, "They withdrew quite easily, didn't they?" Yeah, both of them understood quickly, which was a bit of a relief. It was clear that Yuzuru and Arisa were not romantic partners. While Arisa sensed there was more than mere friendship, she appreciated that they didn't pry. Yuzuru-san, though you talked to Sataka-san, is it okay not to tell Ryo-zenji-san about it? My circle of friends, huh? Yes. Sei won't get upset over something like that. Well, I feel a bit guilty, but for Yuzuru, both Sei and Soakiro were equal friends. While it made sense to inform Sei if he had told Soakiro, the unpredictability of how information leaks led him to keep certain details concealed. During Soakiro's time, he was in a situation where excuses were impossible, wearing a swimsuit by the pool. And there was Ayaka, with a keen and highly intuitive nature. However, this time, there was a certain degree of room for evasion. In addition, Sei may seem reliable and has a long history of association, but I can't fully grasp Najiri-san's personality. In that situation, it wasn't just Sei. Tenka was also present. Yuzuru can vouch for Sei's character, but not necessarily for Tenka. Najiri-san doesn't seem like a bad person, but her personality leaves much to be desired. Seems like she took being laughed at quite seriously. Arisa furrowed her beautiful brows. Yuzuru chuckled wryly. Well, unless we can determine which side is trustworthy, it's probably best to keep things under wraps. By the way, if Sei were to question us later, and we couldn't bluff our way out. Yuzuru-san trusts Ryo-zenji-san, right? Then it's fine. I may not trust Ryo-zenji-san, but I trust Yuzuru-san. I appreciate you saying that. Certainly, hers trust in Yuzuru's judgment of people. But more than that, it seems Arisa is concerned about Yuzuru's relationships. Perhaps it stems from a genuine worry that if things go south to protect herself, Yuzuru's friendships might be jeopardized. Despite the awkwardness of it, Arisa's consideration is truly appreciated by Yuzuru. Section. Now, instead of a bland, yes, goodbye, Yuzuru and Arisa decided to explore a nearby shopping mall. Yuzuru-san, is there something you want to see or buy? I'm thinking of getting autumn clothes if my budget allows, maybe a coat. Yeah, I'm thinking of getting some accessories. Yuzuru replied, surprising Arisa with his unexpected interest. While Yuzuru doesn't seem overly concerned about fashion, Arisa found it surprising that he wanted such items. Feeling a bit awkward, Yuzuru tried to play it off. Well, you know you're stylish, right? If we're going to walk together, I need to step up my game. Don't want to be disrespectful to you. That's a good attitude, Arisa responded, pleased with Yuzuru's words. Partly joking but sounding a bit authoritative, Yuzuru chuckled. Who do you think you are? Your fiancé, perhaps, Arisa teased. Ah, right, Arisa-sama, Yuzuru added, remembering their engagement. With Yuzuru's initial business settled, they headed to an area selling precious metals like watches and jewelry. Even though it's labeled as precious metals, there's quite a range from the ordinary to the extravagant. Yuzuru wants something affordable that high school students can wear without feeling out of place. What are you looking for? Well, maybe something around the neck, since I already have a wristwatch. As for the price, let's keep it under 10,000 yen. Arisa pointed to a corner of the store, suggesting, how about that? I think it looks cool. Simple is good, Yuzuru replied. Arisa found a simple necklace made of black spinel, priced at around 3,000 yen. With a reasonable cost and a style suitable for high schoolers, Yuzuru sought permission from the store clerk and picked up the black spinel. Adorning his neck, he asked Arisa, what do you think? It suits you well, you seem a bit more charming now. Arisa, her emerald eyes veiled by beautifully covered eyelashes, spoke with a slight tilt of her head. It doesn't seem like you're just flattering me. Sensuality, huh? As for what specifically constitutes a man's sensuality, Yuzuru couldn't quite comprehend, but he decided to believe Arisa's words and make the purchase. Yuzuru-san. What is it, Arisa? About that necklace, please don't wear it when you're not with me, and it's not allowed at school either. Well, all right, but why? Yuzuru tilted his head in curiosity at her mysterious request. Arisa blushed faintly, tinting her skin with a rosy hue. Yuzuru-san becoming popular with girls would be troublesome. Even if it's a charade, I'm Yuzuru-san's fiancé. You're being dramatic. It's not dramatic, besides I chose you. Absolutely not. Arisa glared at Yuzuru as if wanting to say that. With a furrowed brow, lifted emerald eyes, and a curved mouth, Arisa displayed a sense of exaggeration. All right, I promise. Yuzuru responded, somewhat bewildered by Arisa's possessiveness that had started to surface. Afterward, in the accessory area, they explored women's decorative items. So beautiful, these gemstones. Arisa, with a rapturous expression, admired the exquisite emeralds. Though Arisa had some quirks compared to other women, it seemed she genuinely liked gemstones. Like your eyes. As Arisa gazed at the emerald, Yuzuru jokingly remarked. In response, Arisa lightly slapped Yuzuru's chest, saying, stop it. We don't want to look like a silly couple. Arisa's face turned bright red, though her expression seemed to soften a bit. Yuzuru, feeling a slight warmth in his cheeks, scratched his face. Well, even I thought it was a bit cheesy after saying it, he admitted. Honestly, really. Arisa seemed irritated, but there was a hint of a smile on her face. By the way, among these, what kind do you like? Yuzuru asked, seeking guidance for future reference. Arisa replied, strolling through the store and evaluating each piece of jewelry. She showed a preference for cute designs as well as luxurious and flashy ones, but one commonality stood out. They were all on the pricey side. Of course, it's natural for things to be expensive if they use good design and high-quality stones, which is a testament to Arisa's discerning eye in appraisal. Yuzuru finds it surprising that Arisa, who tends to be frugal when grocery shopping, has a liking for somewhat expensive items. Well, normally, various constraints and the inability to obtain such things deep down, she actually wants them. However, the criteria for buying daikon at the supermarket and the preference for decorative items are completely unrelated. I don't really know much about jewelers and their names. Does Arisa know? I wouldn't say I know in detail. I have a general understanding. What are some famous ones? Tiffany, Cartier, Bulgari, Van Cleef & Arpels, and Harry Winston are well known as the 5 major jewelers. Really? Arisa effortlessly lists these names. Among the 5, Yuzuru only knew Tiffany and Harry Winston. Arisa continues to mention several other brand names. She is more knowledgeable than he expected. In Japan, what happened? Yuzuru-san, you look strange. Oh, it's nothing. Arisa, unable to even ask for slightly expensive soap. Strictly speaking, hesitant to bring it up, seems like a child who wants to be a bit selfish, but can't express it. When he think about it, he can't help but feel a bit sorry for her, but saying it out loud would hurt Arisa's pride. How about we go look for clothes soon? At least Yuzuru's errands are done. It's Arisa's turn next, and when he suggests that, she nods. Yes, let's go look. Arisa nods quietly. Section, nice autumn coat. Her expression clouded as she checked the price tag. Exceeding your budget? Yuzuru asked, glancing at the tag. Just a bit, Arisa admitted. Yuzuru noted that the coat seemed pricier than the clothing allowance Arisa received from her stepfather. It was indeed a bit on the expensive side. Determining an appropriate amount for a high school girl's clothing budget, especially compared to what might be suitable for a male, was a challenge for Yuzuru. He considered that the needs and expectations could differ between genders. Maybe Arisa's stepfather had allocated a reasonable amount, and it was simply a matter of her spending elsewhere or running short of funds. How much money are you short? When Yuzuru asked, Arisa stated the amount that was missing with a disappointed expression on her face. Yuzuru thought about it for a while and then asked Arisa, "Do you like it?" "Well, more or less." In Arisa's expression, there was a hint of lingering attachment. If she didn't like it that much, she would probably give up easily. The fact that Arisa is hesitating indicates that she likes it quite a bit. Should I front the money? Husby, but if you like it, right? It seems worth the price. It might be gone by the time you come next. If you can pay me back properly, it's fine. Although they're not real lovers, saying, "I'll buy it for you" is a bit much. Lending a bit of money is no big deal. He trusts that Arisa will pay him back. She's responsible. Fortunately, he has some money saved up from part-time work, so he can afford it. If Yuzuru-san says so, then I'll try it on and decide. Please share your thoughts. Sure, go ahead. As Yuzuru replied, Arisa hesitantly took the coat in her hands. After obtaining permission from the store clerk, she put it on right there. How does it look? It suits you, makes you look more mature, I think. Arisa's favored coat was a caramel-colored trench coat. Though it had a slightly mature design, Arisa, originally possessing a style beyond that of a high school girl, effortlessly pulled it off. All right, I'll buy it, okay? I'm buying it for real. While emphatically expressing this, Arisa joyfully placed the coat into the basket. The two headed towards the cashier, both excited about the purchase. Oh, I see. Can I receive the credit points? Yuzuru asked as he held the card, and Arisa nodded slightly. Completing the transaction with the card, they received a paper bag from the cashier. Arisa tightly gripped the paper bag with both hands. Thank you for the good shopping. I'll pay you back later, Arisa said. Yeah, well, no rush. Whenever you have the means, return it, Yuzuru replied. Arisa narrowed her eyes and nodded slightly in response to Yuzuru's words. Unusually, Arisa seemed to be in high spirits. Her usually calm eyes now had a warm glow, like the winter lake surface. If she had any ahoge, quirky hair strand, it would probably be bouncing up and down due to her cuteness. Finding her too adorable to resist, Yuzuru reached out to pat Arisa's head. Initially bewildered, Arisa soon narrowed her eyes and allowed it, resembling a dog being petted, Yuzuru thought. And then, a strange noise echoed. Yuzuru lifted his head, following the direction of the sound. Someone was running with tremendous force. That sound, is everything okay, Yuzuru-san? Before he knew it, Yuzuru was frozen, his hand still on Arisa's head. Arisa looked up with a puzzled expression. No, someone was running. That's unusual, it could be dangerous. Maybe they had urgent business. However, it was just a story of an unknown person running, not really relevant to Yuzuru and Arisa. So, they couldn't continue the caresses on the head. It just wasn't the right time. Now, what should we do next? Mesmerized by the pleasant touch, Yuzuru absent-mindedly stroked, without realizing it was not something to do in public. Quickly regaining composure, Yuzuru casually inquired, "How about window shopping without a specific goal, since we don't have anything particular to buy?" Arisa, looking a bit embarrassed with flushed cheeks, replied, "Yes, that sounds good. Just strolling around, without a purpose, seems enjoyable." The shopping mall was reasonably spacious, with areas they hadn't explored yet. Deciding to explore those sections, Yuzuru and Arisa began to walk, casually browsing through various products. Simply looking at items turned out to be unexpectedly fun. However, after playing around and exploring, it was already evening. Deciding to have dinner, they headed to a nearby family restaurant. I don't often go to places like this. What about Yuzuru-san? Well, I occasionally go with Soa Cairo and the others, and sometimes with family. Upon hearing Yuzuru's response, Arisa seemed slightly surprised. Going with family is the unexpected part, I guess. Yeah, well, the Takesugawa family is a peculiar bunch, always in traditional attire. But when we go out, we wear regular clothes and sometimes visit casual places. Yuzuru's mother, Sayori, only cooks meals on weekdays and holidays. When she feels lazy, they end up dining out, often opting for chain restaurants that don't require reservations. And his younger sister, Ayumi, even goes as far as saying, "The hamburgers at the family home aren't as tasty as the ones at family restaurants. It's only natural, given Sayori's less-than-stellar cooking skills. I think I'll go for the demi-glace hamburger." Having considered hamburgers recently and not having tried a Western-style one in a while, Yuzuru quickly made his choice. On the other hand, Arisa seemed a bit indecisive. There are so many dishes, it's hard to decide. Well, take your time to decide. After much contemplation, Arisa settled on ordering the gratin. After a short wait, the dishes arrived with a tempting aroma. Yuzuru cut into the hamburger and took a bite. It tasted familiar, as expected from chain restaurants, where you can reliably enjoy decently delicious meals regardless of the location. Of course, exploring independently owned places is also enjoyable. As Yuzuru savored his hamburger, his gaze shifted to Arisa's gratin. She seemed to have just finished about a quarter of her meal. Suddenly, their eyes met. In response, she pulled out a new spoon. Then, she scooped up the untouched portion, blowing lightly on it. Could it be? Just as Yuzuru pondered, Arisa extended the spoon. "Would you like some?" "Please go ahead." "Well, if you insist." Yuzuru leaned in slightly, taking the spoon into his mouth. The rich taste of white sauce and cheese spread across his palate. "How is it?" "It's delicious." Despite that, he felt a bit embarrassed. But conveying the experience to Arisa would probably be more straightforward than expressing it verbally. Thinking that way, Yuzuru skewered a new fork into the hamburger and offered it to Arisa. With a slightly surprised expression, Arisa leaned forward and opened her small mouth, taking the hamburger in. "MMM. How is it?" "It's delicious." A faint blush adorned Arisa's cheeks. It seemed she was embarrassed as well. Section. Since it was already dark, Yuzuru decided to accompany Arisa to her home. They walked side by side. Although it had been hot during the day, with autumn approaching, the night was a bit chilly. Perhaps Yuzuru's body was surprised by the temperature difference between day and night, and the fact that they were wearing cool summer clothes might have contributed. "Are you okay, Arisa?" While Yuzuru felt a bit cool, Arisa seemed a bit cold. When asked, Arisa hugged herself with both hands. "I'm not really good with the cold. Yukishiro, and yet. Just because my name has the character for snow doesn't mean anything." Saying this, Arisa smiled faintly. Nevertheless, she did seem genuinely a bit chilly, so her aversion to the cold was probably not a lie. Perhaps Arisa was wearing clothes with a lower tolerance for cold than Yuzuru. Regardless, it's not good to chill the body and risk catching a cold. After a brief pause, Yuzuru held his jacket with both hands, lightly pulling it as he asked Arisa, "Should I lend you this?" "Eh? But aren't you cold, Yuzuru-san?" "Just let me pretend." "Well then, please allow me to take you up on your offer," as he removed his jacket and handed it to Arisa. She carefully put on the jacket, ensuring not to crease it. The jacket enveloped Arisa, and she remarked, "It's warm, Yuzuru-san, are you okay?" "Better than you were earlier," he replied. The change in perceived temperature made it a bit chilly, but not unbearable. "Thank you so much," Arisa said, narrowing her eyes. She then directed her gaze to the ground. "I don't like winter," she confessed. "Because it's cold?" Yuzuru asked. "Yeah, and it means there wasn't anyone who offered me a coat when I were trembling." Yuzuru didn't know if it meant there was no one to help or if there was another meaning. "But this winter, I might come to like it a bit. That's how I feel." "All right, let's make an effort for you to start liking winter." Though, it's still mid-September, so talking about winter might be a bit early. "By the way, Yuzuru-san, asking about this may not be appropriate, but the cost of the coat, you had it advanced. I'm just concerned about whether you're not straining yourself financially. Your allowance has its limits, and if it's your parents' money, I feel a bit guilty about it. I see. He wants to assure that it's not something to worry about, but Arisa tends to be conscious of these matters. Although he hasn't discussed his financial situation before, as they continue their relationship, it's probably best to let her know. My parents cover utilities, and they also provide money for clothing to avoid any embarrassing outfits. He keep receipts for clothing expenses and settle the accounts later. However, Yuzuru's parents have a reasonable approach, so the budget is a bit tight. How about the food expenses? Just enough to avoid starving, around 15,000 yen. Additionally, 5,000 yen for personal spending. Surprisingly minimal. Well, I can't complain since I'm living alone with some indulgence. Nevertheless, covering living and entertainment expenses with 20,000 yen is a bit challenging. And there's income from part-time work. Oh, you have a part-time job. Come to think of it, I hadn't mentioned that. Yuzuru isn't heavily involved in club activities. Except for Saturdays dedicated to Arisa, 5 days a week are free. With no particular hobbies, spare time is dedicated to part-time work. Arisa praised with a genuinely impressed tone, earning money on your own is quite admirable. Yuzuru felt a mix of pleasure at the compliment, but also a somewhat complex emotion. Well, it's not exactly that, Yuzuru hesitated. What's wrong? Arisa tilted her head in response. I'm not working out of necessity, I do it because I have free time. It's more like a hobby. I could quit any time, Yuzuru explained. In the first place, Yuzuru's solo lifestyle is a bit self-indulgent. It's tolerated because his family is well off and even the rent is covered by his parents. I believe a student's primary focus should be on academics. So, part-time jobs or club activities should come second unless there's a compelling reason, like financial need or pursuing a professional career. As long as parents are around and supportive, children should prioritize their studies. Yuzuru expressed his opinion. But Yuzuru-san is managing both academics and work quite well, Arisa pointed out. Certainly, Yuzuru's grades are not bad. It's not that he neglects his studies while working part-time, but I'm not putting all my energy into it. I think I should be taking my studies properly and seriously, just like you. Well, this is just my personal opinion. Can I ask you something? What's up? Well, if you think that way, why don't you do it? Unless you're working part-time, because you think it's great to earn money for yourself. It would be weird to work part-time while thinking it's not a good idea. Of course, there's a good reason for that in a way. I'm not a good kid, I'm a bad kid, just studying seems boring, don't you think? Yuzuru said that with a smirk. However, in Yuzuru's case, there's a more fundamental reason for working part-time. It's because Yuzuru's future is already mostly decided. If everything goes smoothly, Yuzuru is destined to inherit the Takegawa family's leadership from their parents, leaving little room for career choices. In essence, Yuzuru's only time of freedom is during their student years. That's precisely why Yuzuru's parents approve of his indulgent part-time job. Indeed, you're not exactly a model child, remarked Arisa upon hearing Yuzuru's response. Yuzuru couldn't help but give a wry smile. I was hoping for a denial there. But, I actually like that about you. Arisa chuckled lightly. Yuzuru's heart skipped a beat. As they continued this conversation, they arrived near Arisa's house. Is it better if I accompany you home? Under normal circumstances, Arisa would have responded with a simple, it's okay up to here. However, could you come with me today? It seemed like she wanted him to escort her all the way to her house. Of course, it's only a 5-minute walk, so it's not inconvenient at all. Yuzuru accompanied Arisa to her house. Since we've come this far, may I say a few words to your parents? Yes, but I don't think my foster father is home right now. Arisa said that, and then rang the intercom. With a slightly apologetic tone, she spoke to the person on the other side of the intercom. It's Arisa, I'm back now. Could you please open the door? A few moments later, the door opened somewhat violently. Arisa's body trembled with fear. The woman who came out was a middle-aged woman with a rather unhappy expression. Honestly, out so late at night. Lately, you've been. Sorry. I ended up keeping Arisa-san out late. Yuzuru stepped forward, shielding Arisa. He then bowed slightly, putting on a polite smile. "This is Takegawa-kun. Thank you very much for accompanying my daughter." Emi Amagi hesitated for a moment, then awkwardly spoke to Yuzuru. If she dislikes Arisa so much, why is she opposed to their marriage? Emi Amagi seemed to harbor dislike towards Arisa. Indeed, it was her who slapped Arisa's cheek during the arranged meeting. However, if she hates Arisa, she shouldn't really care if Arisa marries Yuzuru or not. Yuzuru couldn't understand her at all, but he didn't even want to understand it. "Well, I also enjoyed our time. I'm the one who kept her late, I apologize sincerely. Please don't blame Arisa-san." When Yuzuru said this to Amagi Emi, she furrowed her brows. Nevertheless, even after being told by Yuzuru, it seems she can't continue to be harsh on Arisa. "Arisa, come inside." "Yes." Without responding to Yuzuru's words, Emi let Arisa into the house. Afterward, she closed the door somewhat forcefully. Section. Now, after returning to his apartment, Yuzuru was a bit concerned about Arisa. Is Arisa okay? Having kept her out late into the night, Yuzuru acknowledged his responsibility. While Arisa's family situation was a bit complicated, it wasn't uncommon for even a regular high school girl to have a curfew. "I should have been more mindful of the time," Yuzuru reflected. Just then, a message notification sounded on his phone. Looking at it, it was a message from Arisa. "Thank you for covering for me," it read. "Can I ask for your help again sometime?" she added, along with cute stamps. Yuzuru breathed a sigh of relief. There didn't seem to be any particular issues. "Just doing my duty." After sending that message, Yuzuru placed his phone on the desk. Reflecting on today's events, he wondered, but are they really a couple? The "they" referred to Ryozenji Sei and Najiri Tenka. Despite their agreement not to pry into each other's affairs, some things are hard to ignore. Well, not surprising. Yuzuru has some knowledge about Najiri, as she is somewhat famous, but details about Tenka and her personality are not well known to him. Impressions suggest she may have a strong personality with a complex nature. As for her preferences in men, Yuzuru has no information. On the other hand, he has a fair amount of interaction with Sei, so he can somewhat imagine his preferences in women. It seems like Najiri would be a strong-willed woman for Sei. However, despite Sei expressing a preference for refined women, their compatibility doesn't seem bad. Although they might deny it, judging by appearances, they wouldn't mind spending time together, perhaps even at the movies. If they've been on several dates, it might be fair to assume that they both have feelings for each other. "Well, when you think about it, we're in a similar situation," Yuzuru chuckled. While Yuzuru comments on others, he himself seems to be romantically involved with Arisa, objectively speaking. Yuzuru has been sensing a recent closeness that goes beyond mere friendship with Arisa, a feeling of being more than just friends. Putting aside details like a strategic engagement or a fake engagement mutually accepted, the fact remains that they are engaged. A lover, huh? Whether Yuzuru likes or dislikes Arisa is unclear. When faced with that binary choice, Yuzuru would likely answer that he likes it. There are few elements that would make him dislike it. There are many elements that would make him like it. Anyone who doesn't answer that they like it is just being contrary. So, if asked if he wants to become a lover, well, I suppose if it happens, it would be enjoyable. The days with Arisa are much more enjoyable than Yuzuru had imagined when he accepted the engagement. It's not that they are perfectly in sync, but strangely, being together doesn't become a burden. Being together brings a calm and peaceful feeling. Lately, when Arisa is not around, he feels a bit lonely. Conversely, when she comes over, it feels like the missing piece of a puzzle is filled. He experiences that kind of sensation. Surely, there isn't a girl better than Arisa. Yuzuru likes Arisa. That's undeniable. She has a serious personality, but not completely lacking in humor. Jokes can be understood when talking to her. While she has some dark and selfish aspects, they're not bothersome. Rather, seeing her honest side is appealing. In Yuzuru's eyes, her appearance is the most beautiful among women he knows, and honestly, she's his ideal type. Above all, she's very skilled at cooking. Yuzuru hopes she'll make miso soup every day. "Yeah, Arisa, well, more than I deserve, isn't it?" Yuzuru mutters, with a slightly flushed face. The more he thinks, the less sense he sees in continuing the fake engagement. But even if Yuzuru has feelings for Arisa, it's meaningless unless she reciprocates. The question remains, what does Arisa think of Yuzuru? Normally, you wouldn't let a guy you don't like stroke your head, right? Since the summer festival, Yuzuru felt a significant closeness with Arisa. Arisa seems quite comfortable around Yuzuru. Without a doubt, she might even be falling for him, he can't help but think. If it's not just my overactive imagination, well, the feeling isn't bad. Asking for a real engagement rather than a fake one might lead to a high chance of rejection. Talking about marriage in high school is too early. Of course, Yuzuru also feels it's too soon for marriage. However, if it's just being lovers, wouldn't that be okay? Maintaining the fake engagement while becoming lovers, that seems like a request she might accept. Marriage and engagement can be put on hold. After all, normal high schoolers don't date with marriage in mind. What should I do? Yuzuru couldn't help but hold his head in his hands. Becoming Arisa's lover was something he had never seriously considered until now. Due to that, when Yuzuru became aware, he felt a bit confused. However, Yuzuru's confusion lasted only for a short while. Yeah, maybe I'll confess on our next date. The men in the Takizawa family are calm and composed. Even if they get slightly confused, they quickly regain composure and can make rational decisions. Worrying excessively about things like, I want to be Arisa's boyfriend, but confessing takes courage, what should I do, does Arisa really like me? Is irrational. While there's concern about potential rejection, if it's inevitable, it's better to face it sooner. Should I do it over the phone? No, maybe I should say it directly. Or perhaps a letter would have a charming touch. As Yuzuru contemplates, suddenly a call comes in. The caller is Yuzuru's grandfather. Hello, this is Yuzuru. Are you doing well? Thanks to you, I am. With such a commonplace greeting, the conversation with my grandfather began. So what's the matter? Oh, nothing special. Is there a need for a reason to call your grandson? Well, not really, but still, there must be a reason for calling without any specific purpose. Did you just want to hear your grandson's voice? That too, but I heard that the results of your mock exam will be out soon. Well, there's a reason then. Well, so how did it go? Don't tell me you got grades so bad you can't even say. I might not be able to say. Was it that bad? I still don't know. Unfortunately, the results of the mock exam haven't come in yet. They'll probably arrive in a few days. I see. When you find out the results, let me know. Well, it's not a big deal. Are you curious? It could be bragging material for grandparents. Oh, really? It seems within the grandparent community, grandchildren's achievements are a source of pride. I'd prefer you not to discuss people's grades too much. It's fine, it won't diminish anything. It may not diminish, but it's about my privacy. Fortunately, my grades are not embarrassing, or so I hope, so it's not an issue. If the grades were embarrassing, my grandfather would definitely never mention it. By the way, do you think Takabana can be beaten this time? The atmosphere with my grandfather changed a bit. Oh, this is a serious conversation. Yuzuru switches gears a bit. From here on, it's not a conversation between grandfather and grandson, but between the current head and the next head. It's hard to say. She is very capable when it comes to studying. Well, if it's just studying, that's fine. On the other end of the phone, a soft snort can be heard. I have no intention of losing to her, no, I don't even consider it losing. Despite that, you don't seem bothered even if you lose in exams. It's just an exam. Certainly, it's frustrating, but there's no reason to fixate on exam scores. No, it's not just about scores. Originally, Takizawa is financially inferior to Takabana. So what? But we are winning. As long as we end up on top in the end, it doesn't matter what means we use, right? When Yuzuru responds like that, a small laughter can be heard from the other end of the phone. If you understand, that's fine. However, losing in the process won't be a valid excuse. I'll keep that in mind, Yuzuru replied, and the former head responded in a low voice. If that's the case, then it's fine. After concluding the lecture, the former head quickly returned to his grandfatherly tone. Oh, by the way, how have things been with Amaga's daughter lately? What do you mean? Have you at least shared a kiss? Kissing, in other words, a kiss. As Yuzuru pictured a kiss with Arisa in his mind, he felt a slight warmth in his body. No way, we're maintaining a platonic relationship, Yuzuru replied, a bit defensively. To this, his grandfather chuckled softly and jokingly said, "Please, show me a great-grandchild before I kick the bucket." "Well, I'll handle it," Yuzuru replied, expressing a desire to show his great-grandchild's face. Of course, whether it's with Arisa is completely undecided. But no kissing yet. It's not that you two are on bad terms, right? Yes, that's correct. I see. But it's not progressing to the point where both of you have decided on marriage. No engagement is. At this point, breaking off an engagement is something that can be easily done. If it's initiated from our side, that is. With a somewhat cold tone, Yuzuru's grandfather spoke. Breaking off the engagement from the Takegawa side is easily permissible, unlike from the Amagi side. It was the power dynamic between Amagi and Takegawa, Yuzuru and Arisa. If you don't like it, you're free to stop. It's a waste of time after all. Yuzuru felt the heat dissipate, recalling the earlier intensity. Carefully choosing his words, Yuzuru responded to the former head of the family. "No, never, we're both just reserved. Don't worry." If he were to break off the engagement now, Arisa's position in her family would undoubtedly worsen. To protect Arisa, it was essential to maintain this engagement. "I see," mumbled the grandfather upon hearing Yuzuru's reply. Then, in a somewhat sly tone, he spoke again. "If you wish, shall I lend a helping hand?" "Help?" Yuzuru questioned. "It means I'll give you a little push," chuckled the grandfather on the other end of the phone. A sly smile, Yuzuru pictured his grandfather laughing, ready to push him forward. So, in other words, applying pressure to advance the engagement. Let's fill in the gaps to make it difficult for Arisa to refuse. He's making such a proposal not as a grandfather concerned for his grandson, but as an invitation to the strategy from the previous head to the next. "Thank you for your generosity, but..." Yuzuru, clenching his teeth slightly, responds with a deliberately flat tone. "This is my engagement and marriage. I don't intend to trouble grandfather's hands." In a formal tone, Yuzuru answers, and on the other end of the phone, the previous head chuckles softly. "I see. Well then, fine, if you change your mind, let me know anytime. I'll support you." "Yes, however, I don't foresee that possibility." Chuckling, the grandfather hung up the phone. Yuzuru, after ending the call, places his phone on the desk and leans back in his chair with a sigh. Ha. After a deep sigh, he mutters, "It seems I should be more cautious with impulsive actions." And so, the confession plan was back to square one. In my second year of elementary school, she transferred. The girl was incredibly charming and beautiful. At first sight, I fell in love. When she became my seatmate, I was overjoyed. I even thought it might be fate. She always wore a cool expression, unruffled by anything. However, it wasn't that she was cold. She treated everyone kindly and equally. When I asked to borrow her textbook after forgetting mine, she lent it without a single unpleasant expression. She was that kind of good person. Because I liked her, I wanted to get to know her. I once went to her house. I'm certain it was on a winter day in 4th grade. Driven by a momentary impulse, I climbed the high stone wall and peeked into the house. At that moment, I witnessed it. Her mother striking her cheek. Being dragged by her mother, she was tossed into the yard. The distinct sound of the glass door closing echoed. Despite the midwinter evening, she shivered in her underwear. I hurriedly approached her. At that moment, I can't recall the words I spoke to her. No, perhaps I simply rushed to her, unable to utter any words. She looked at me with cold eyes and uttered one word. "Please don't get involved with me." I had no choice but to run away. Later, I heard the story from her brother, no, her cousin. I learned that she was a girl in a very unfortunate situation. It was a world beyond the imagination of someone born into an ordinary, typical family like myself. I wanted to protect her, to help her. But as just a child, I had no power. I didn't even know what to do in the first place. Still, I kept thinking about what I could do for her. I tried talking to her, assisting with chores, anything. Each time she would smile and say, "Thank you." If I could gradually close the distance between us. And when I become an adult, while harboring such thoughts, she entered 6th grade. From her cousin, I heard that she would be enrolling in a slightly better private middle school. So I requested my parents and was allowed to take the entrance exam for middle school. My parents, perhaps thinking I had awakened to studying, supported me wholeheartedly and even sent me to cram school. Somehow, I managed to pass. In middle school, I expected our bond to grow stronger. I was convinced that the upcoming school life would be enjoyable. However, strangely, it didn't turn out that way. Perhaps it was entering adolescence, but they started to feel a barrier between boys and girls. Extracurricular activities were also segregated. Unfortunately, in middle school, they were unlucky to be in the same class only once. Third year of middle school. During the high school entrance exams, I heard that she would be attending a private high school. It's about a 40 to 50-minute train ride from here. It's a bit far, a prestigious school, they say. It's not considered a top-tier school nationwide. But when comparing my grades to the required entrance exam scores and recommendations for that school, there was a significant gap. I worked hard to try to enter the same high school, but it didn't go as smoothly as the middle school entrance exams. I fell just short and felt despair. However, she and I live in the same neighborhood. We might cross paths in the future. There's still a chance. Even if high school is out of reach, entering the same university would be good. That's what I thought, but my prospects were too optimistic. I realized for the first time then that when people lose contact, they quickly become distant. Occasionally, we pass by each other and exchange nods. Our relationship has become that distant. As more time passed, it was July. On my way home from cram school, as I passed in front of her house, I encountered her. However, something was a bit different this time. There was an unfamiliar man standing next to her. Slightly taller than me, with a well-groomed appearance, he exuded a calm aura. At first, I thought he might be her relative or something, given his mature demeanor that didn't seem typical of a high school student. Though he looked youthful, he appeared to be around college age. I speculated that he might be a well-bred young man associated with the Amagi family or something similar. With a composed voice and expression, he introduced himself as her classmate. At first, I was surprised that he was the same age as me. But when I took a closer look, his well-defined features still retained a hint of youthful innocence. Just like me, he had been a middle school student until recently. His choice of words and demeanor were remarkably gentle and polite. Standing a step behind him, she maintained proper posture. It seemed like she occupied a position as if she was obediently following him. Her glances, flickering as if anticipating his mood, opinions, or instructions, bothered me. I thought, what an unpleasant guy. After that, I don't remember what I said. All I'm certain of is that I made some excuse and escaped. Just a classmate. So, for her, he should be nothing more than a regular male friend. She had received confessions from various guys, but she had rejected them all. I shouldn't have started dating just a regular classmate, I told myself. Even so, I couldn't help but wonder, is he really just a classmate? Or a friend, or perhaps could it be? Just thinking about it made me anxious, unable to sleep. But I lacked the courage to ask directly. We'd pass by each other, exchanging nods. Days went by until September arrived. One day, we went shopping for clothes with my family, and there she was. I tried to approach her, but next to her was that guy. They seemed to be enjoying their conversation. I hid in an instant. She picked up an autumn-themed, mature design coat. Looking at her wallet, she sighed. It probably wasn't something she could afford with her allowance. Then, she spoke to the man. A few words, a short conversation. After talking to the store clerk, she tried on the coat. Then, she spoke to the man again. When the man said something, she happily smiled. Then, I could hear her voice faintly. "I'll buy it, okay?" With enthusiasm, almost insisting, she asked the man. I understood. She pleaded with the man to buy the coat, and he nodded. The man took out a credit card from his wallet and easily purchased that expensive-looking branded coat. She receives a paper bag with a coat from the store clerk. With joy, she embraces it tightly with both hands. She doesn't socialize with anyone, an unapproachable beauty. A lone wolf, proud and beautiful. The man slowly reaches out his hand towards her. Then, he gently strokes her silky, beautiful hair. She shows no sign of resistance. On the contrary, she surrenders herself. She squints her eyes, appearing comfortable. Truly reminiscent of a dog or cat. Unable to bear her completely melted expression. I looks at the man's face. The man wears a sly and vulgar grin. It seems like he's up to no good. I wanted to scream, "Don't be deceived." In reality, I tried to shout, but I lacked the courage. Nausea overwhelmed me. Before I knew it, I was in the boys' restroom. washing my face at the sink. A hollow-faced reflection stared back at me. My love had ended before it even began. Chapter 3, Staying the Night with My Fiancé. Early October. On that day, it was the sports festival. At Yuzuru's high school, the sports festival took place not within the school grounds, but at the athletic stadium, which they rented for the occasion. With spectator stands in place, watching was quite convenient. However, our high school's sports festival is quite dull. I agree. Well, it's not really interesting. In response to Sei's words, Soakairo and Yuzuru concurred. What typically takes place during a high school sports festival, group gymnastics, mock cavalry battles, ball toss, well, no matter the event, it seems. Even if you're not a fan of sports, there's still some enjoyment to be found. Back in Yuzuru's middle and elementary school days, there were various events during the sports festivals. However, high school is different. Individual competitions like the 100m or 200m sprints, or activities like high jump dominate, with team sports limited to relay races at best. This feels more like a record competition than a sports festival, Sei remarked, expressing his discontent. Yuzuru shared the sentiment. While not disliking sports and being a casual member of the basketball club, attending only once a week for enjoyment, this sports festival isn't as exciting. If that's the case, how about enjoying it by watching the girls? Soakairo spoke with a serious expression. At first glance, this guy seems serious, but internally, he's somewhat on the scoundrel side, and to add, he's quite a pervert. That's about the only source of entertainment, huh? By the way, Yuzuru is the same. After all, he's a boy. So, Yuzuru and the others decided to support the girls' efforts. You know, gym uniforms, they're a bit erotic, aren't they? I get it. Definitely. In casual conversation, Soakairo and Yuzuru agreed. Due to its functional design, gym uniforms are short-sleeved and shorts. Therefore, surprisingly, some skin is visible. In addition, since the fabric is thin, the contours of the body are clearly visible, and occasionally the inside seems to protrude. Of course, ordinary girls wear camisoles to prevent transparency, so the visibility of bras is almost non-existent. Nevertheless, it's still quite alluring. Probably not for a lascivious purpose, in fact, it's extremely wholesome and for healthy reasons, yet there's a subtle allure to it, solemnly stated Soakairo. Yuzuru and Sei nodded in agreement multiple times. Also, the aspect of high school daily life or a page of youth is crucial, isn't it? Nostalgia, you know, well, we're not exactly at that age, added Soakairo. Sweating, wearing clothes for exercise, it's important too, right? Healthy, can't get excited about something unhealthy. Maybe it's just instinct, shared Yuzuru and Sei, expanding on their views. Of course, they spoke in hushed tones, making sure not to be overheard by those around them. Speaking of which, there used to be bloomers back in the day, right? Yuzuru recalls information obtained from the internet and his parents. Naturally, they cannot meet in person now. Older guys seem to like that kind of thing, but honestly, doesn't it feel a bit off? Well, I mean, if it's sexy, right? I get the discomfort, though. I get it. Honestly, it feels like the cosplay vibe is too strong for us. Soakairo and Sei agreed with Yuzuru's opinion. For the three of them, bloomers are relics of the past, classics just a form of cosplay. It's not like they dislike it, but something feels different. Speaking of bloomers, the girls' pants at our school are a bit short, aren't they? Now that you mention it. Yeah, true. The boys are typical, but the girls' attire seems slightly shorter. The length is approximately around 10 centimeters above the knees, about the length of a table tennis uniform. Well, it looks cool, doesn't it? Yeah, it does. It's pretty cool, huh? In response to Sei's words, Soakairo and Yuzuru nodded excessively. Honestly, whether it's cool or not doesn't really matter. The crucial thing is how much of their legs are visible. Now, in the midst of discussing things that shouldn't be shared, especially with a fiancé, Yuzuru, glancing at the clock, stood up. I'm about to go. Yuzuru's chosen competition time was approaching. Oh, right. What was it again? 200 meters by 6 relay, huh? Counting on your support. Whenever I feel like it. Well, I'll watch in between checking out the girls. Are you guys still friends after that? With a playful jab, Yuzuru left the scene. Joining classmates for the relay, Yuzuru used the time before it began for light warm-ups and baton passing practice. In reality, Most of Yuzuru's classmates, including himself, weren't too interested in winning. But they didn't want to face the shame of dropping the baton and becoming the scapegoat, so they took that part seriously. Are they watching? A few minutes before the relay started, Yuzuru glanced at the audience. Soakairo and Sei were watching the girls' 100-meter dash, probably focusing on their chests or legs. In the realm of girls' chests and legs, Yuzuru's endeavors take center stage, seemingly more important for the duo. You heartless rascal. However, considering Yuzuru's similar tendencies, there's no room for judgment. Yuzuru then sets out to find another individual. A girl with beautiful flaxen hair gazes intently at Yuzuru. As their eyes meet, she lightly waves. His heart skips a beat. Hey, didn't Yukishiro-san just wave at us? No way, maybe I should step up a bit. Classmates stir, creating a slight commotion. They ended up supporting him, or rather, engaging in an ugly rivalry of claiming support for him. Let's give it a shot. Yuzuru feels a fleeting sense of superiority. Section, after the sports festival, I'm a bit tired. Yeah. Yuzuru and Arisa were in Yuzuru's apartment. On the way from the stadium to Arisa's home, they passed by Yuzuru's apartment. Since they were already there, Yuzuru suggested taking a short break in his room before heading home. Arisa readily agreed with the idea. I only ran a bit, but for some reason I feel tired. He had only run a mere 200 meters. Nevertheless, Yuzuru felt a slight fatigue. Of course, he knew the reason. He had gotten a bit too serious and pushed beyond his limits. It was probably because he wanted to impress Arisa and ended up exerting more effort than necessary. Admitting it to himself, it was a somewhat embarrassing story. By the way, Arisa, you waved at me, didn't you? Oh yes, was it better if I hadn't? No, I was happy. Confirming that Arisa indeed waved at him, Yuzuru felt a slight relief. If Arisa had waved to someone else, or if it was everyone in the class, he might have felt a bit jealous. Not good, especially when we're not even dating yet. Yuzuru forcefully suppressed his strange possessiveness and jealousy. You supported me too, Yuzuru-san, didn't you? Yeah, you did great. Certainly, Yuzuru had been closely watching Arisa's running. He refrained from waving to avoid teasing from Soakairo and the others. Well, you must be tired too. Take a little break. Shall I make some coffee? Yes, please. Yuzuru went to the kitchen and prepared coffee. This time, without any snacks, and since Yuzuru was a bit tired as well, they added milk and sugar to their own portion. Returning to the living room with the coffee. Arisa, looking a bit weary, was stretching her neck and occasionally massaging her shoulders. Arisa, I made coffee. Oh, thank you. Accepting the cup from Yuzuru, Arisa blew on the coffee to cool it down, then pressed the cup against her rosy lips. After a sip or two, she placed the cup on the table and let out a sigh of relief. Then, once again, she rotated her neck. Arisa, what's wrong? Are your shoulders tense? Hi. Arisa seemed to react as if asking, how did you know? It appears that turning her neck or tapping her shoulders was partly an unconscious action. Sorry, did it show? Well, yeah, are you prone to tension? When Yuzuru asked, Arisa nodded slightly. Then, while touching her shoulders, she replied, I've always had shoulder tension, especially after exercising or studying for a long time. Is it because of my posture? Well, I don't think your posture is that bad. Although he refrained from pointing it out, the answer was clear. Yuzuru shifted his gaze to the ample fruit that had ripened on Arisa. Though wearing a jersey on top, the zipper at the front remained open. Perhaps due to the thin gym clothes, it looked larger than usual. If engaging in exercise with such a weight on her chest, her shoulders would likely tense up. Would you like a massage? Yuzuru casually said. After saying it, he felt a bit of regret. Well, but do women dislike having their shoulders touched by men? I hope it won't be taken the wrong way. He became a little worried about Arisa pulling away. However, it turned out to be unnecessary concern. Is it okay? Well, if it's tough for you, I might not be very skilled, though. Then, I'll take you up on that offer. Arisa said that, and took off the jersey she was wearing. Turning around, she exposed her small shoulders to Yuzuru. Well then, excuse me. If it hurts or feels strange, let me know, Yuzuru said, placing his palms on Arisa's shoulders. As he gripped them, he realized that Arisa was indeed slender. However, it wasn't because she lacked flesh. It was evident that there was a firm and soft femininity present in her touch. "Pressing now," Yuzuru said, pressing his thumb into Arisa's shoulder. Unexpectedly, there was stronger resistance than he had anticipated. It was clear that the muscles were stiff. "MMM," Arisa let out a somewhat sensual voice. Through his palms, Yuzuru could feel Arisa's softness and warmth, and there was a faint, sweet-sour scent of sweat. "A bit stronger is okay," Arisa said. "Yeah, understood," Yuzuru replied. "Add a bit more us." Just by massaging shoulders. For some reason, Yuzuru began to feel strange. The pure white nape of Arisa's neck oddly caught his attention. Thinking that a little reach could touch soft flesh, warmth spread through his body. Shifting his gaze from Arisa's shoulders slightly forward, Arisa's pure white legs came into view. In what is commonly known as duck sitting or girl sitting, she sits. From beneath the gym uniform's hem, pure white legs stretch out. If touched, they would undoubtedly be very soft. "Ashazha ayin." "Arisa, besides the shoulders, is there anywhere else you'd like me to massage?" In response, Arisa answered with a slightly seductive tone. "Yes, could you please do my neck? Also, the base of my shoulders." "All right, I understand," Yuzuru said as he reached for Arisa's fair neck. And then, "Hayan." Yuzuru's heart skipped a beat. "Doubly what's wrong?" Sorry. It tickled a bit." "I see." Yuzuru tightened his grip on the hand once again. Gently and gradually applying pressure, Yuzuru worked to relieve the stiffness. With each acupressure, Arisa emitted a delicate sigh, unsure if it tickled or felt pleasant. Immersed in the task, Yuzuru envisioned his pet dog, continuing the massage with a silent determination. After about 15 minutes of kneading, Arisa spoke. I think that's enough." As Yuzuru released his hands, Arisa stretched widely, rotating her shoulders. "Thank you, my shoulders feel much lighter now. As a token of gratitude, would you like me to give you a massage?" It was a generous offer. Yuzuru, acknowledging some tension in his own shoulders, considered accepting the kind gesture. However, at this moment, he had other matters on his mind. "I'm fine. Actually, I need to use the restroom." "Oh, I see. I apologize for holding you back." Fortunately, Arisa didn't seem to question Yuzuru heading to the restroom. Yuzuru, slightly leaning forward, entered the restroom. "Sigh." Yuzuru let out a deep sigh. It took a few minutes for Yuzuru to calm down. Section. On the day after the sports festival, during the early morning, the results of the second national mock exam held during summer vacation were handed back. The students' reactions after receiving their exams can be described as a chaotic mix of despair and screams. There were few with genuinely happy expressions. As for Yuzuru, well, the results were decent enough. Despite not being overly serious, Yuzuru puts in a reasonable effort when it comes to academics. In other words, while not the best, he managed to achieve better grades, a somewhat satisfactory outcome. Now, what about Arisa? Yuzuru took a brief glance, checking her face. She had already finished reviewing her results, neatly folding the score sheet and filing it away. Her expression remained the usual calm and emotionless demeanor. Around her, whispers of Yukishiro-san seemed so composed, and "she must have done well" circulated. However, that person is probably feeling down. Just in time, tomorrow is Saturday, decided to offer a bit of comfort. Now, after school that day, as Yuzuru tried to leave, someone forcefully bumped into them from behind. Thinking it was someone else, Yuzuru turned around to find the childhood friend Ayaka looking extremely cheerful. "Hey, Yuzurun, how was the mock exam?" Ayaka, with a bright smile on her slightly red-tinted, shoulder-length black hair, asked. Her somewhat reddish-amber eyes sparkled. "I must tell you something important. Is there a reason?" "You're so cold. We're childhood friends, right? Besides, is there something you shouldn't tell me?" "Well, no. There's nothing to hide." Yuzuru took out a file from his bag. Ayaka's eyes widened in surprise. "Yuzuru is filing the individual exam sheets? It's going to rain tomorrow." "You're quite rude." However, considering his lax management during middle school, it's no wonder Ayaka is surprised. In the first place, Yuzuru decided to organize exam results in files after hearing that Arisa does the same. It might be a bit of effort now, but it'll pay off later, right? So, he gave it a try as advised. "Wow, impressive, Yuzuru. You're really strong in these external mock exams." After that, she expressed a bit of admiration. "Oh, you're in second place in the school rankings. Seems like it. You don't seem too happy about it. School rankings don't hold much value, right? University entrance exams are a nationwide battle. While having a good standing within the school is important, there's no use in being overly pleased with it. And, anyway, I'm no match for the girl in front of me. By the way, as for me. Anyway, you're probably in first place, right?" When Yuzuru asked, Ayaka squinted her eyes. "You catch on quickly. You excel in external mock exams. In fact, it's impossible for your grades to be worse than mine." Yuzuru had a certain level of trust in Ayaka Takebana's academic prowess. She was exceptionally smart. Yuzuru had never once beaten Ayaka in any test-related matters in his lives. "Haha, well, I'm just good with this paper stuff." After modestly downplaying it, she proudly showed Yuzuru her results, contrary to her words. "Impressive." Upon seeing Ayaka's individual score, Yuzuru couldn't help but mutter. Yuzuru could only outperform Ayaka in one of the 3 subjects. "But it's frustrating. I lost in English," he admitted. "If I lose to Takebana in all subjects, there's no pride left as Takesugawa. Can't you go easy on me a bit?" he jokingly pleaded. Once again, Yuzuru found himself defeated by Takebana. Thinking about reporting this to his family, he pondered on the implications. While not in direct conflict, the Takesugawa family held a subtle rivalry against the Takebana family. "I can't take it easy. I want to report to my uncle that I won to Takesugawa," Ayaka declared. Having lost her parents, Ayaka's paternal uncle served as her guardian, similar to Eris's situation. Although different in dynamics, Ayaka and her uncle shared a strong and positive relationship. "Well, Yuzuru, it's just paper after all," Ayaka said, playfully patting Yuzuru's shoulder. "It's the grace of a winner, isn't it?" Someday, I'd like to use those words on Ayaka-chan too. Perhaps putting in serious effort to beat Ayaka could be worthwhile. Yuzuru suddenly found himself contemplating such thoughts. Section: the following Saturday. As usual, Yuzuru welcomed Arisa. "Thank you for today as well." "Yeah, please come in," he said, urging Arisa to enter. Arisa naturally took off her shoes and went up to the living room. Then, as usual, they started playing games, but Arisa seemed to lack her usual concentration. Today, Yuzuru's winning rate is a bit better. As Yuzuru was feeling a little pleased, Arisa suddenly asked, Yuzuru-san. What's up? How did you do on yesterday's practice test?" Indeed, it seems that Arisa has a tendency to easily get downcast. It appears she's still affected by yesterday's less favorable outcome. With Yuzuru in second place and Ayaka in first, Arisa's school ranking being third or lower is now confirmed. "Well, it went quite well, I suppose." "May I see it?" "Well, sure." Since there's no point in hiding it, Yuzuru took out a folder from his bag containing the individual votes and handed it to Arisa. Arisa looked at the votes, and a voice filled with a mix of surprise, joy, and sadness escaped her. "Second place in the school ranking, huh? Well, I guess I was in good form this time. By the way, do you know who's in first place in the school ranking?" "It's Ayaka-chan." "I see, as expected. I had anticipated this." After that, seemingly without a word, Arisa handed Yuzuru the answer sheet for the practice exam she had brought with her. "And the score and percentile rank are?" "It's not bad at all. She's ranked third within the school. However, being in third place isn't a bad position. On the contrary, it's an excellent ranking." But for Arisa, who had always held the top spot in the school exams, being surpassed by 2 others whom she usually outperformed in external practice exams is undoubtedly a bitter pill to swallow. "I thought I might lose to Ayaka-san, but I was expecting to secure second place in the school rankings." With a hint of resentment, Arisa expressed her thoughts. In short, she hadn't expected to lose to Yuzuru, and that's what's bothering her the most. Certainly, beneath the surface, there seemed to be a lingering, greasy, negative emotion. "No, Arisa, in the end, it's just nothing more than a mere test. Perhaps you're overthinking. I intended to say that, but sorry. It's pointless to say such things to Yuzuru-san, isn't it? My personality, it's bad, isn't it? I understand. Originally, I'm not the type to perform well in these external exams with a wide range and need for application. Thinking I could beat Yuzuru-san or having such thoughts in the first place is not right. I'm sorry. Really, I'm truly sorry for saying this to Yuzuru-san even though it's futile. It seems she's trapped in an unfavorable thought pattern. However, knowing Arisa's fragile mental state from the start, it's not that surprising. Yuzuru reaches out to Arisa. In response, she, misunderstanding something, tightly grips both hands and closes her eyes. Yuzuru gently strokes her head as softly as possible. The silky and soft feel of her hair is something one would want to touch forever. It's okay, Arisa. I'm sorry. Even though it's my fault. Well then, Arisa, there's something I'd like to ask you. Is that okay? Since comforting seemed to lead nowhere, Yuzuru decided to give Arisa an opportunity for atonement. Stuck in a negative loop. However, Arisa hasn't done anything wrong to warrant such atonement. Considering Arisa's self-punitive thoughts, Yuzuru thought it would be beneficial for her mental well-being to provide a chance for self-forgiveness. Fortunately, there's something suitable. Actually, my mother sent some food. Food, you say? Yeah, but I'm completely hopeless when it comes to cooking or handling it. I want you to take a look. Yuzuru spoke and brought a styrofoam box from the kitchen to Arisa. It was something that had arrived from his hometown recently. Wow, this is amazing. Opening the lid, Arisa's eyes widened in surprise. Yuzuru was surprised, so it's no wonder Arisa is also astonished. In there, tightly packed, were splendidly sized matsutake mushrooms. Matsutake, I've cooked with them before, but never seen such a quantity. Arisa's voice carried a certain buoyancy. Luxurious ingredients like these showcase a chef's skill, but soon she wore a slightly anxious expression. Is it really okay for me to have them? It was written for you to cook for me, I can't handle it alone. Thank your parents for me, truly. Arisa told Yuzuru so. Then she picked up a particularly large matsutake. Well, matsutake rice is a given. How about foil-grilled and stovetop alternatives since we don't have charcoal, and maybe a delicious clear soup? If there's a clay pot, I'd like to try steaming it that way. Indeed, one could say it's characteristic of Arisa. Cooking methods quickly come to mind. The test results seem to have vanished into the depths of memory, and Yuzuru felt a slight sense of relief. Ideally, he wanted Arisa to keep smiling. Ignoring the question of why he harbored such feelings towards her, Yuzuru asked Arisa, I vaguely remember the earthenware being stored in the back. How about checking there? Wait a moment, cooking matsutake dishes is easy, but with just matsutake, it might be a bit bland, right? I think we should have some meat or fish. Plus, having only brown tones without any green isn't ideal. I'm currently thinking about that, Arisa said, placing her hand on her chin and contemplating. After a while, she asked Yuzuru, Are you hungry? Of course. In that case, please eat a lot. I'll make plenty, Arisa said, giving a cute wink. For a brief moment, Yuzuru's heart skipped a beat. Section. Game abandoned, Yuzuru and Arisa headed to a nearby supermarket, swiftly purchasing necessary ingredients. As they were about to return to the apartment, on their way back, rain. A cold sensation touched Yuzuru's skin, prompting a gaze at the sky. Heavy, dim clouds covered the expanse. Let's pick up the pace a bit. Yes, indeed. Yuzuru and Arisa hurried back to the apartment. Fortunately, they made it before the downpour started, but this doesn't seem to be letting up anytime soon. Yuzuru remarked while looking out from the balcony window. Just 5 minutes after the two rushed into the room, it was already pouring. I hope the trains don't stop or get delayed. We might need to stay alert for a while. Certainly, at worst, he could call a taxi. Yuzuru should contribute the money. Arisa might express gratitude, but since he invited her home, Yuzuru considers it his duty to ensure she returns safely. Well then, Yuzuru-san, please wait quietly as usual. I've helped my mother a bit around the house before. There might be something I can do. When he tries saying that, Arisa shakes her head. I appreciate your kindness. However, I have my own way of doing things. Besides, if Yuzuru-san were to improve his cooking skills, I might be in trouble. I'd lose my position. Arisa says this half-jokingly. While the comment about Yuzuru's cooking skills is a joke, her concern about losing her position seems genuine. Understood. I'll just wait quietly then. Since trying to help might only get in Arisa's way, Yuzuru decides to step back. Just helping with the dishes as usual will be sufficient. And time passed. It's now 18:00. A luxurious dish made with matsutake mushrooms is complete. starting with classic matsutake rice, chawanmushi, and full-grilled matsutake. There's a slightly unusual matsutake and spinach butter sauté and matsutake tempura. For soup, we have a clear broth. It's a menu filled with matsutake. Of course, considering both color and nutritional balance, ingredients other than matsutake are also used. Yuzuru couldn't help but exclaim, "Today is truly extravagant." "Sorry about that. I got a bit carried away and made too much," Arisa said, scratching her cheek. Faced with the premium ingredient that is matsutake, it seems she got a bit too enthusiastic. "Well, I'll enjoy the leftovers tomorrow. It's the delicious meal you made for me, after all." "I'm glad to hear you say that." They clasped hands and began their meal. Of course, Arisa's cooking was nothing short of delicious, with Yuzuru particularly fond of. "This is amazing." It was chawanmushi, a rich flavor of shrimp and bonito broth, complemented by the delicate aroma of matsutake mushrooms, filled their mouths. The texture was smooth and incredibly pleasant. Homemade dishes by skilled hands are truly different. "I'm fortunate to hear that. Chawanmushi happens to be my specialty." Arisa seemed confident. She smiled happily. Afterward, they prioritized consuming dishes that wouldn't last long and might lose their flavor when cold. Then, for dishes like soup that can be reheated, cover them with plastic wrap and store them in the refrigerator. Finally, the two worked together to finish the dishes, and Yuzuru looked out the window. The rain and wind had intensified, making it seemingly impossible to go home. "Oh no, should we call a taxi? If you don't have the fare, I can cover it for you." "Well, it's really kind of you, Yuzuru-san, but I don't have much financial flexibility." At that moment, outside the window, there was a brief flash, followed by a sound as if the sky had split, and then, whoa. Yuzuru, pushed down by Arisa, screamed. At the same time, squish, he felt something soft pressed against his chest. Arisa on top of him trembled. "Hey, Arisa. Are you okay?" Sorry, I'm fine." Arisa flinched at the lightning strike once again. Yuzuru, for the time being, pulled himself up. Arisa sat down as if her strength had left her. "Are you afraid of thunder?" "Well, I was just surprised. It's not scary if you're mentally prepared." As Arisa spoke, lightning struck again. She tensed but refrained from screaming. Then she looked at Yuzuru as if to say, "See, everything's fine, right? But this is a problem. Maybe we should take a taxi after all." "Wait a moment, what if lightning strikes the car?" "Well, but it seems like the inside of the car is safe, right?" It's gleaned knowledge, but lightning striking vehicles or buildings travels along the surface and dissipates into the ground. In other words, the interior is safe. If the signal stops, it could be dangerous. Indeed, that might be true. A power outage during driving could lead to accidents. Considering that, even cars can be risky. But isn't a train even more dangerous? "Well, why yes, but I can't believe you'd suggest staying overnight." "That's it," Yuzuru mutters, and Arisa exclaims loudly. "What are you talking about?" Yuzuru widens his eyes. "No, that's it. I won't go back. I won't leave this room." Arisa declares her withdrawal into seclusion. Yuzuru, feeling uneasy, absent-mindedly scratches his head. Certainly, it's awkward for unmarried individuals to spend the night together in the same room. "Hey, Arisa, you might have forgotten, but I'm a guy, you know? It's risky. Between Thunder and Yuzuru-san, Thunder is the more dangerous one. With Yuzuru-san, no matter what happens, I won't die." "Well, that's true, but..." Seems like Arisa's fear of Thunder has distorted her awareness and perception of danger. Of course, Yuzuru has no intention of assaulting Arisa, ensuring safety, but in this world, there are no absolutes. In case of an unexpected turn, it's not a good situation. "I don't have changing clothes or a futon. I'll sleep on the floor. I don't need changing clothes." "I see. By the way, there's no futon or bed, but there is a sleeping bag. As for changing clothes, lending the school-designated jersey or gym uniform would be fine. If your guardian approves, then it's okay." "Understood. I'll call my foster father." Arisa said that and went to the corner of the room to make a call. After a while, Arisa hung up the phone. "How was it?" "Permission has been granted." "I see." Yuzuru sighed involuntarily. Upon further consideration, Yuzuru and Arisa were engaged and in a romantic relationship, so staying overnight shouldn't be a problem. Of course, that assumes nothing goes wrong. "Well then, can I take a shower for now?" Oh sure, go ahead. After getting permission from Arisa, Yuzuru quickly took a shower. Drying off, he changed into a jersey serving as sleepwear. Normally, since he lives alone, he might walk around naked, but today is certainly not the day for that. After changing clothes, Yuzuru approached Arisa. Arisa, you probably want to take a shower, right? If you're okay with using my bath towel and gym clothes or jersey, you can borrow them. Sorry, thank you very much. Arisa bowed her head to Yuzuru. Don't worry about it, Yuzuru said, handing over the bath towel and his gym clothes and jersey. After some contemplation, Arisa hesitated and asked Yuzuru, Yuzuru-san. What's up? It's about underwear, what should I do? Sorry, but I'm not well prepared enough to have brand new women's underwear. Of course, you could go to the convenience store in the rain to buy some, but I wouldn't recommend that. Yuzuru would indeed have an extraordinary story if he had them. However, going to the store in the rain wasn't something he wanted to consider. Well, naturally, that's expected, but if possible, I'd like to change, so, even if you say that, there's nothing available. You can either keep wearing what you have or, well, it's a choice between the two. I'll leave it up to your free will. When Yuzuru responded that way, Arisa wore a conflicted expression. I want to change my underwear. At least, I don't want to wear the same thing all day until the next morning, but having none is a bit. It seemed to convey that sentiment. For Yuzuru, for the sake of mental stability, it would be preferable for Arisa to continue wearing the same thing. I'll think about it. It seemed there was room for consideration. However, once Yuzuru mentioned leaving it to Arisa's free will, there was little else to be done. Yuzuru watched as Arisa entered the changing room. After a while, a faint sound of water began. A bit awkward, thinking that, Yuzuru picked up his phone and started fiddling with it. And then, it suddenly happened. In an instant, the surroundings plunged into darkness. Soon after, screams echoed from the direction of the bathroom. Help please help, Yuzuru-san. Give me a break. Yuzuru couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh. Nevertheless, there was no choice but to go and help. I'm coming now, hang in there. Please hurry, help me. As Yuzuru shouted, a timid voice responded. Come to think of it, she mentioned that she was afraid of the dark, Yuzuru recalled. For now, relying on the light from the phone, Yuzuru headed towards the changing room. Standing outside the glass door of the bathroom, Yuzuru spoke to Arisa. Hey, Arisa, are you okay? Why Yuzuru-san? Please help me. It's impossible for me to move in this dark and narrow place. A feeble voice, as if on the verge of death, responded. Calm down, can you move on your own? It's impossible, please help me quickly. Well, even if you ask for help. This darkness is probably due to a power outage. No matter what, fixing the electricity is beyond reach. Yuzuru also wishes to help Arisa, but with her being naked in the bathroom, there's nothing he can do. Can I come in? Yes, please quickly. I can't take it anymore. Don't give up, close your eyes and go in. Saying that, Yuzuru closed his eyes and opened the door. Shining the mobile light towards the likely location of Arisa, Yuzuru felt a chilly sensation as something clung to his body. Yuzuru-san. Fool, don't stick to me wet, no. Don't stick at all, whether wet or not. Yuzuru exclaimed, grabbing Arisa. He forcefully peeled her off his body, feeling the smooth, silky texture of her skin. Taking her hand, he handed her the mobile. If you have this, will it be okay? Well, thank you very much. I'm closing my eyes. Hurry up, dry yourself and change. Yuzuru said this, then left the changing room and sat with his back to the door. Occasionally, Arisa's anxious voice asking, Yuzuru-san, are you there? Or urging, please be there, could be heard. Each time, Yuzuru answered, offering words of encouragement. After a while, the door to the changing room slowly opened. Since the only light source was from a mobile phone, it was hard to see clearly, but it seemed Arisa was properly dressed in a tracksuit from top to bottom. Sorry for causing a disturbance. Well, there's no helping scary things. Indeed, although he wanted to say that, Yuzuru believed that Arisa wasn't causing trouble on purpose and decided to comfort her. At that moment, the power was restored. Light returned to every corner of the house. Involuntarily, I sighed. Various things had unfortunate timing, I thought. Yeah, it was, wasn't it? Arisa agreed. Concerned about the possibility of another power outage, he decided to prepare for sleep early. However, the only task was to take out a sleeping bag from the closet and lay it down. But a problem arose here. No, Arisa. Sharing the same room again? L. But, if another power outage happens, it'll be pitch dark. Arisa insisted on sleeping in the same room as Yuzuru. Listen, aren't you anxious at all? I've said it before, but I'm a guy too. Thunder might pose some real danger, but being in the dark. The power outage is dangerous. Sleeping in the same room is safer for both of us, I think. Arisa's face turned pale at those words. Having been desperately pleaded with so far, Yuzuru couldn't force the issue any further. Well, technically, Arisa is the one pushing too hard. Is there some reason for this aversion to darkness? Well, it's because, I'm scared of the dark. You see, when I was little. In her childhood, whenever she made a mistake, her foster mother would lock her in the closet repeatedly. It became a trauma, and she still struggles with dark and confined spaces. So, I truly apologize for causing you trouble, Yuzuru-san. But, well, if that's the case, then it can't be helped. Yuzuru comforted Arisa, telling her not to worry. Fortunately, one side of the room had a bed, and the other had a sleeping bag, creating a height difference. Sleeping side by side would be awkward, but Yuzuru decided to accept it as within reasonable limits. By the way, which would you prefer, the sleeping bag or the bed? I don't mind either way. I wouldn't be so bold as to choose the bed here. The response received was as expected, bedtime. As Arisa wished, Yuzuru decided to turn on the nightlight. Surprisingly, nightlights are quite bright. Since he doesn't usually use it, Yuzuru has never paid much attention, but the nightlight is reasonably bright. Today might be a bit difficult to sleep, Yuzuru sighed inwardly. However, tomorrow is Sunday, so there shouldn't be any particular issue. If there's a power outage, I hope it happens while I'm asleep. On the other hand, Arisa looked a bit uneasy as she gazed up at the nightlight. The current brightness seems fine for her, who usually sleeps under the nightlight. Well, if, by any chance, you wake up and there's another power outage, wake me up. I'll be here unless I'm going to the bathroom. I'm sorry for the trouble. Don't worry about it. Well then, good night. Yuzuru said that to Arisa and closed his eyes. Arisa also said, good night. And then, about 10 minutes later. Yuzuru-san. What's up? Did I wake you up? No, I was already awake. What's wrong? Perhaps she needs to use the bathroom. Yuzuru tilted his head in confusion. Since the last horror movie night, some time had passed, so he hoped she could handle something like that on her own. No, it's just I'm feeling nervous, and I can't sleep. Yuzuru's heart skipped a beat. Of course, Arisa probably didn't mean anything deep by it. It must be that unique tension, like the night of the school trip, making it hard for her to sleep. However, a girl staying overnight at a guy's place saying, I'm feeling nervous and I can't sleep, had a certain cuteness, along with a hint of allure and meaningfulness. Enough to cause a slight misunderstanding. How about you, Yuzuru-san? Well, I'm a bit nervous too. Of course, Arisa's dokidoki is subtly different. However, just like Arisa, he can't say he don't feel a bit excited about this unique situation. It seems a bit dull to just force himself to sleep like this. How about playing Shiratori? Sounds good, all right, starting with Rai, Ringo, Gorilla, Raccoon, Koala, Ra Rakase, Chinese letter, Japanese letter, Chinese letter. Hugging pillow. Hey, wait a minute, you're using Ra all the time, that's cunning. Well, that's how Shiratori goes. About 10 rounds of Shiratori have passed. Ra, Ra, Ra. Arisa, still trapped in Japanese letter Ra, muttered to herself. But her voice abruptly cut off. Soon after, a cute, gentle breathing sound filled the air. Yuzuru pretended to shift in his sleep, peering at Arisa's face. Her sleeping expression was incredibly defenseless, delicate, and adorable. So much so that he felt an urge to take advantage of the moment. Really? Yuzuru sighed, and then a sudden question crossed his mind. By the way, is Arisa wearing underwear right now? That night, Yuzuru spent a restless time filled with inner turmoil. Section, the next day after Arisa stayed over at Yuzuru's room. Ah, I'm such a fool. Arisa writhed alone on her bed in her room. The reason, of course, was the various mistakes she made in front of Yuzuru. Is he not seeing anything? She felt like she had made various blunders, but for Arisa, the biggest mistake was the power outage that occurred while she was bathing, asking Yuzuru for help at that time, and hugging him completely naked. At that moment, fear and confusion took precedence, it was dark but Yuzuru-san had a phone. Is her body safe from Yuzuru's eyes? Now, she's becoming very worried. It's fine if he sees her in a swimsuit. But being completely naked is not okay. It's not okay without even thinking about the reason. But Yuzuru-san didn't seem to be that concerned, right? Perhaps he didn't see anything after all. No, Yuzuru is a gentleman. Even if he was watching, he might just not be showing it in his demeanor. Or perhaps, in a slightly dejected tone, Arisa muttered, maybe he's not interested in me. One of the mistakes she made was sleeping together in Yuzuru's room. To be blunt, it was a very defenseless action. Moreover, at that time, Arisa wasn't wearing underwear. It wouldn't have been strange for a mistake to happen. However, nothing happened. Maybe he's just not interested after all. Of course, Arisa had no intention of seducing Yuzuru. Looking back now, it was a very defenseless and dangerous move, but at that time, she was more scared of thunder and darkness than Yuzuru. Sigh. Arisa couldn't help but let out a sigh. Then she covered her face with her hands. Her own face felt incredibly warm. Yuzuru-san. Arisa muttered the name of her fiancé. There was no need to hide it anymore. Arisa likes Yuzuru and is in love with him. Getting engaged or married is too soon, unimaginable at this point. However, she thinks it would be enjoyable and wonderful to become his girlfriend. Of course, Arisa's unrequited love makes that difficult. I don't have confidence, not that there's anything to lack confidence in. Though she doesn't openly declare it, Arisa is aware of her attractive appearance. She doesn't like dwelling on it, but she knows she has a body with the kind of sexual appeal that men might appreciate. As a result, she has experienced many unpleasant situations due to it. Therefore, Arisa believed that Yuzuru, the person she had feelings for, must surely find her appearance attractive. Well, in terms of looks, it should be fine. Since Yuzuru-san is a gentleman, he won't be forceful actually. He must feel something for me, right? That is undeniable. Indeed, Yuzuru's gaze sometimes shifts towards Arisa's chest. He is genuinely interested in Arisa's appearance. The issue is personality, Arisa let out a small sigh. To be honest, Arisa doesn't believe her personality is commendable at all. If anything, she thinks it's quite the opposite. While she manages to put on a facade at school, a bit of her true self slips out in front of Yuzuru. Yuzuru Takegawa is a perceptive man. He probably has noticed that Arisa's personality is not particularly pleasant. At least, Arisa isn't confident that she can hide it from him. Maybe he's just ignoring me because it's troublesome. Yuzuru is by no means a dull man. In fact, he is sharp when it comes to subtle emotions. So, surely, he must be aware that she's in love with Yuzuru. It wouldn't be surprising if he knows. Yet, he do nothing. It's probably because he thinks getting involved with Arisa would be troublesome, so he intentionally ignores her. That must be it. This isn't good, it's becoming a habit. Arisa shook her head vigorously. My thoughts unintentionally turned negative. Yuzuru-san is an honest person. Even if he finds it troublesome, he wouldn't ignore me, probably. If he truly thought it was troublesome, he would straightforwardly say, I don't have those feelings for you. The fact that he doesn't say that likely means he has some level of affection for Arisa. Not explicitly stating liking, but still. I wonder if I should make more of an effort, but if I overdo it, it might be embarrassing and seen as improper. What should I do? What should I do? Blushing, Arisa rolled on the bed. Chapter 4, The Feelings of a Fiancé. Deep into autumn, mid-October. It was Yuzuru's birthday that day. So, Yuzuru-san, I've baked a birthday cake for you. Upon entering the house, Arisa handed one of the 2 paper bags she brought to Yuzuru. Though he had anticipated it was probably a cake due to the sweet scent, Yuzuru inquired, baked it? Yes. Who did? I did. Yuzuru was genuinely surprised by this revelation. Throughout his life, he had never tasted a homemade cake. In Yuzuru's household, cakes were always store-bought. I feel a bit bad. No, I've always been grateful to Yuzuru-san for everything, even the other day. Oh yeah, the other day. Arisa stayed overnight at Yuzuru's house. However, the following day, Yuzuru was treated by her breakfast as a thank you gesture, so in his eyes, the favor had already been returned. Well, anyway, since we're here, can I go ahead and have it? Yes. With Arisa's permission, Yuzuru opens the paper bag. Inside, there is a cooling pack and a cardboard box. He takes out the box and opens it. Oh, this looks quite elaborate. Inside was a chocolate whole cake. It's a bit much for 2 people to finish, but any leftovers can be enjoyed tomorrow. Yuzuru brings a knife from the kitchen, slices the cake, prepares coffee, and clasps his hands together. Then, let's eat. Cutting the cake with a fork, it was brought to the mouth. The rich and elegant taste of chocolate spreads in the mouth. How is it? It's delicious, goes well with coffee. When Yuzuru praised it, Arisa slightly averted her gaze. Her cheeks were tinged with red. Oh, really? Thank you. Well, compared to cakes made by professional bakers, I think the taste falls short. You think so? I believe it's on par, though. Maybe because I tailored it to your taste. I thought about combining it with coffee, considering Yuzuru-san's preferences. I'm glad you like it. Professionals create products that cater to the general public's taste. In contrast, Arisa aimed to please Yuzuru, adjusting the flavor accordingly. Despite being less skilled than a professional, Arisa believes the feedback when eating is just as good. And it seemed like a clever scheme. That's quite something. It's almost too perfect. I mean, you really understand my taste. Having lived for 16 years now. Yet I can't precisely articulate my own taste. We've been together for over half a year now, Arisa said with a smile. Yuzuru instinctively scratched his cheek. She remembers my preferences and cooks accordingly. It's genuinely delightful, but he might misunderstand. No, this isn't good. Yuzuru believes he mustn't develop feelings for Arisa. As long as they continue their engagement, there's a line he must not cross. Wouldn't you like to try it too? Well, I suppose. Yuzuru suggested this to Arisa to conceal his complex feelings. Arisa, too, took the fork in hand and brought it to her mouth. How is it, the taste of your cake? About an 80, I'd say. Not a perfect score, you're tough. Of course, I gave it my all. But I think there's still room for improvement. As it is now, it tastes delicious enough, but Arisa seems to aim for further enhancement. Don't push yourself too hard. I think you should relax a bit more. Certainly, being casual like Yuzuru has its own issues. It feels like Arisa is putting too much pressure on herself. I do my best is a bit different. How is it different? Making food for Yuzuru-san is enjoyable. Seeing you happy brings me joy, so I don't feel like I'm trying too hard. Well, if that's how you feel. If Arisa is enjoying herself and taking it as a break, Yuzuru sees no reason to stop her. Of course, it's not ideal for it to become a forced or expected situation. So, Yuzuru plans to keep telling Arisa, you don't have to push yourself too hard. Oh, right. Yuzuru-san, I've prepared a birthday present for you. Arisa says this and takes out a neatly wrapped box from the other paper bag. It's adorned with a cute ribbon. It's just a little something. Thank you for the cake and the present. Is it okay if I open it? Please do. Yuzuru carefully removed the wrapping and ribbon, then opened the box. What emerged was a bracelet. It was a stylish bracelet made of braided leather cord. Its intricate craftsmanship was evident at first glance. Yes, I was considering buying something, but couldn't decide. When I asked Ayaka-san for advice, she suggested handmade, even if it might be a bit humble. What do you think? Without an immediate response to Arisa's words, Yuzuru tried the bracelet on the left wrist, adorned with a well-crafted watch. While Yuzuru took pride in his choice of watches, the bracelet's design seemed to complement it perfectly. Thank you, I like it. I'll be wearing this from now on. As Yuzuru responded, Arisa breathed a sigh of relief. However, even so, she still seemed somewhat worried. Yes, I'm glad you like it. But well, it's not that well made. If you don't like it, you don't have to force yourself to wear it. Arisa, looking uneasy, felt Yuzuru's hand reaching towards her head. He gently stroked her flaxen hair. Her beautiful emerald eyes glistened slightly. A man who wouldn't appreciate something handmade by you doesn't exist in this world. I'm a lucky guy. I'm really happy. Yes, thank you very much. Arisa closed her eyes, looking content. By the way, it was Saturday, Yuzuru's birthday. However, there were less than 4 days left until the next nationwide mock exam. So, the joyous birthday atmosphere was somewhat subdued. Yuzuru and Arisa spread their study materials and began reviewing. They focused on subjects like classical Japanese, English grammar, and vocabulary, and math exercises since revisiting contemporary literature wouldn't make much difference at this point. Yuzuru-san, you seem quite motivated this time. I'm seriously considering aiming to defeat Ayaka-chan this time. As Takesugawa, it's irritating to keep losing to Takebana. Of course, one of the reasons is being inspired by Arisa's motivation and study attitude. If Yuzuru-san is aiming to defeat Ayaka-san, then I'll aim to defeat Yuzuru-san. In that case, you take the first place and I'll take the second. Let's both do our best. As Yuzuru and Arisa are getting motivated, Yuzuru's phone rang, seemingly disrupting their focus. It seems to be from Ayaka-chan, he said after receiving a message. The message read, "Let's go on a date tomorrow." A date? What's that, a study session? Yuzuru thought, replying with study session. Ayaka responded with a stamp that seemed to confirm it was a study session. We, Soakairo-kun, and Yunishi-chan have job offers. Soakairo-kun is inviting Ryozenja-san, and Yunishi-chan is inviting Najiri-san. Yuzuru, come with Arisa-chan. Yuzuru showed the screen to Arisa. What do you think? By the way, I doubt we'll actually study properly. Most likely, we're just planning to have fun under the pretext of a study session. Of course, if it's called a study session, there will be some studying involved. Ayaka manages to get by with just a bit of effort, and despite appearances, Soakairo is a resourceful guy, so they'll do the bare minimum. Yunishi, on the other hand, seems like the type to get carried away and just play around. Nevertheless, it's probably more engaging than studying alone. A study session, huh? I'd like to give it a try. Are you sure about that? Yes, well, I did a bit 3 days ago, so I don't think the exam results will change drastically. Well, that's true. Yuzuru and Arisa are both first-year high school students. There's no need to be fixated on mock exam results. Socializing is more important than the paper. All right, let's go then. Thank you. Yuzuru replied to Ayaka, saying, I'll go with Arisa. Soon after, Ayaka responded with, That's a surprisingly quick answer. Is Arisa-chan there? Yuzuru was impressed by Ayaka's sharp intuition. Section, on a Sunday morning. At the nearest station to Ayaka's house, the meeting point for the study session, Yuzuru and Arisa rendezvoused. Did I keep you waiting? No, I just arrived too. Well then, shall we go? Arisa is unfamiliar with Ayaka's house, so Yuzuru takes on the role of guiding her. Well, it's quite conspicuous, so you'll notice it right away. Is Ayaka-san's house also really big? Reasonably so. As they chat, they arrive at Ayaka's house, the Takebana residence. Arisa widens her eyes in surprise. This is quite stylish, isn't it? It's a pseudo-Western style building built during the Meiji era. It's a small cultural heritage. Ayaka's house is completely different from Yuzuru's. It's made of beautiful red bricks, a Western-style building, or more precisely, a pseudo-Western style, essentially a faux European style. While based on Western architecture, it incorporates Japanese and Chinese designs and motifs. Speaking of which, Yuzuru-san's house is old too, right? Well, it has undergone multiple rebuilds and renovations, but the foundation was laid around the same time as this estate. Of course, the exact age might be slightly different. Without lingering on the conversation, Yuzuru rang the intercom. Hello, Yuzuru Takesugawa speaking, invited as a guest. Password. There's no such thing. Understood. After a while, the outer gate opened. Ayaka with a smiling face stood there. Welcome, well, come on in. They passed through the inviting outer gate and entered the mansion. Walking on the cobblestone path, they ascended to the entrance of the residence. We appreciate your hospitality. Excuse us. Upon reaching the entrance, a middle-aged man welcomed Yuzuru and Arisa. Yuzuru nodded slightly. Following suit, Arisa also bowed. We appreciate your kindness today, Takebana-san. Thank you for the invitation. I am Arisa Yukishiro. Upon the greetings from Yuzuru and Arisa, the middle-aged man responded with a somewhat distant expression and a cool tone. My niece is always taken care of, Yuzuru-kun, and nice to meet you, Yukishiro-san. I've heard rumors about your father, Amaga-san, for quite some time. After that, the man, Ayaka's uncle, briefly said, Take your time, and walked away towards the back of the mansion. Arisa, looking anxious, asked Ayaka and Yuzuru, Did I do something wrong? To reassure Arisa, Yuzuru replied, That's just how he always is. Ayaka's uncle, Takebana Toranasuke, the current head of the Takebana family, self-proclaimed acting head, was extremely taciturn and always seemed displeased. But in reality, he just struggled with social interactions. Actually, he's in a good mood today. Uncle is what you might call a courtier, Ayaka chuckled. Despite being uncle and niece, their personalities didn't quite match. I see. Oh, I forgot to give you this souvenir, Arisa said, handing a paper bag to Ayaka. It was a box of sweets given to her by her foster father. Oh, thank you. You don't have to worry about it. Well, I'll open it later, Ayaka said, receiving a paper bag from Arisa. Then she gestured lightly, saying, "Come on in." "Sure," Yuzuru replied. "Once again, thank you for having us." Yuzuru and Arisa took off their shoes, put on slippers, and walked along the long corridor. The exterior was red, and inside, various shades of red adorned the hallway with a deep red carpet. As always, it feels like a vampire could live here. It's cool, don't you think? Ayaka replied. For Yuzuru, it was a familiar house he had visited many times, but for Arisa, it seemed to spark her curiosity. She walked around, glancing at her surroundings. Yuzuru and Arisa-san has arrived, Ayaka announced as she opened the door to the room. Inside, there was a beautiful marble table surrounded by leather sofas, and 4 people seated around it. Sataka Soakairo, Chiharu Yunishi, Ryo Zenjisei, and Najiri Tenka. It seems that Yuzuru and the others were the last ones. You're late. Don't we need a punishment game? I've been waiting, Yuzuru Yukishiro-san. Long time no see. Takezugawa-kun, Yukishiro-san. It's so intense that it gives a bit of heartburn, Yuzuru thought to himself. I think it's strange to study before a mock exam. An hour and a half into studying. Suddenly, Ayaka started saying such things. Hey Ayaka, who organized this meeting today? Soakairo asked Ayaka with a slightly bewildered tone. Ayaka tilted her head. I did. What kind of meeting is this? It's a study group. Don't deny the reasons for organizing your own meeting. Soakairo made a reasonable retort. In response, Ayaka said, Well, listen to my point of view, gesturing to calm him. A mock exam is meant to gauge your current standing, right? So, what's important is your regular studies. Doing a quick cram before won't make a difference, even if it boosts your score by a few points, she explained. That sounds like something a student who consistently studies would say. Not someone like you, who doesn't do anything regularly and even sleeps during class. To this, Ayaka grinned and replied, But I topped both the last school-wide mock exam and the in-school rankings. Well, I can't argue against that, Yuzuru admitted. In reality, Yuzuru wasn't diligent in his studies either. He only focused on understanding the class material. He couldn't criticize others. As expected of Ayaka-san, you're right, it's pointless to struggle now. Let's just give up, Yuanishi exclaimed in agreement, standing up. Yuanishi, focus on your studies. Your parents scolded you, right? Soakairo interjected, forcibly seating her again. Arisa, who had been studying diligently until then, interrupted her focus and voiced her question. But this mock exam seemed more crucial than the last one, right? It's even named High Difficulty Mock Exam. Yuzuru agreed with Arisa's observation, saying, Indeed, they advertised it as having more challenging problems than the previous one. Continuing, Soakairo, who had repositioned himself next to Yunishi, spoke again. It seems the average test scores are challenging to improve. With a higher caliber test taker pool, the differences in scores are said to be less noticeable. Upon hearing this, Tenka, sipping her tea, raised an eyebrow. I think it depends on the questions posed. If the test creators mistakenly make all the questions impossible, then couldn't the average scores increase for some people? At that moment, someone let out a heavy sigh. It was Sei. Are you guys really talking about test scores now? Seriously, at a time like this, how can you have such a dull conversation? That's just Sei-kun, I find it enjoyable. Test scores, you know? The last practice test went well for me. It's tough, I sympathize. Tenka-san, that's critical for me too, so could you please stop? Tenka teased Sei, and Yuanishi got injured by a stray comment. On the other hand, Sei retorted at Tenka with a bit of sarcasm. Shut up, show some consideration. You know, in this world, there are people who dislike words like test scores or are completely unaffected by them. In response, Yunishi also voiced her agreement. Indeed. Despite school being dull, do you understand why romantic school stories are interesting? It's because classroom scenes are cut out. However, unfortunately, Yuanishi and Sei are not people untouched by the term exam scores. Rather, considering the results from the previous time, they are individuals who must be conscious of it. Well, this gathering is a study session this time. Especially you two, if you don't take it seriously, it won't end well, right? When Yuzuru said that, the two sighed heavily. Then, they glared at Yuzuru with stern expressions. You'll be disliked if you keep spouting rational arguments. Please stop with the logic harassment. Upon which, Arisa, with cute gestures, pulled Yuzuru's clothes. Then, with bewitching lips, she approached Yuzuru's ear. If you truly think it's a rational argument, why not act accordingly? It's because it's more troublesome than that. It's the same reason I didn't clean up. Even though Yuzuru thought, if I don't clean up, he didn't put his full effort into it until he inconvenienced Arisa. In essence, it's a matter of crisis awareness and finding the right motivation. Well, if we fail, we'll probably get serious. Isn't it a bit late to get serious after failing? But over half of our high school seems to be planning on retaking the exam. Is that so? Even if it seems like we'll fail, the teachers apparently don't try to stop us. Oh, I see. Well, as it stands, Sei and Yunishi are on that path. We should take it as a lesson and... I can hear you too. Sei and Yunishi are meeting for the first time today, but it seems they've become friends without anyone realizing. Yuzuru shrugged. Anyway, even though the conversation went off track, what I'm trying to say is, I want to have fun. We're all gathered here, so why not? Then gather everyone after the practice test. When Yuzuru teased like that, Ayaka blushed and became fidgety. Because Tenka-chan and I have no connection at all, I was wondering if she would come if I suddenly asked her to play with me. Right, Tenka-chan. Saying this, Ayaka leaned her head on Tenka's shoulder. Yeah. Caught off guard by Ayaka's clinginess, Tenka showed a bewildered expression. Even the cool Tenka seemed somewhat affected by Ayaka's antics. While sipping tea, Yuzuru pondered the dynamics of this group. Among them, some had indirect connections, but there were several members who didn't usually interact much. Although they had crossed paths before, some were not particularly close. For Yuzuru, Tenka was someone with whom he had limited interaction. For Arisa, it was Sei and Tenka, and for Soakairo, it was Tenka and Arisa. Ayaka's connections included Sei and Tenka. Yuanishi, on the other hand, had a connection with Sei. For Sei, it's Ayaka, Yuanishi, and Arisa. For Tenka, it's Yuzuru, Arisa, Soakairo, and Ayaka. So, spending time together to strengthen their bonds isn't a bad choice. Though doing this at this time of year might be a bit unconventional. Whether we play or not, it's about lunchtime. How about taking a break? Arisa suggested, recognizing everyone's diminishing focus. That sounds good. How about ordering some takeout? Ayaka agreed. With Ayaka's support, they decided to take a lunch break. The question was what to order, and for a large group, pizza seemed to be the best option. After ordering, the pizza arrived after a few dozen minutes. Arisa, is this your first time by any chance? Yuzuru asked Arisa, who seemed a bit nervous in front of the pizza box. Arisa slightly widened her eyes, asking, did it show on my face? Not really, Yuzuru replied. It's more in the atmosphere. With 6 months of being together, Yuzuru had become adept at reading Arisa's emotions from subtle movements, expressions, and changes in her voice. The Amagi family isn't big on this kind of junk food. Delivery pizza is a first for us. It seemed the Amagi household didn't favor such indulgences, and if the family didn't eat it, Arisa rarely had the chance. Well, today is pizza day then, Yuzuru remarked. Arisa chuckled softly at Yuzuru's words, her smile both adorable and natural. Lately, her expressions had become more diverse, causing Yuzuru to feel a bit flustered at times. How is it, Arisa? Yuzuru inquired as Arisa took her first bite of the delivered pizza. Despite her usual cool and composed demeanor, it was challenging to discern her emotions. It's delicious. The sound seemed to gently melt away. Normally, in the vast darkness, her jade-colored eyes devoid of vitality were now shining with a glimmer. In moments like these, Arisa, she's a bit, no, quite cute. Arisa-san, you're cute, you know. Yes. Abruptly hearing such words from Yuanishi, Arisa wore an expression of confusion. Yuanishi, sitting right in front of Arisa, had a slightly dangerous smile and gazed intently at her. Even though you usually give off a cool vibe, suddenly showing a cute side, it's irresistible. Is that so? Thank you very much. Not sure how to respond, Arisa thanked Yunishi. Then, Ayaka interjected into the conversation. Speaking of cool, Tenka-chan is cute too, right? Hi. Engaged in eating pizza with an indifferent attitude, Tenka was taken aback when her name was suddenly mentioned. Ayaka, seated beside Tenka, closed the distance between them. Tenka-chan may act tsundere, but sometimes she shows a Dara side. Also, she's shy. Oh, her face turned red. Cute. I mean, please stop, Takebana-san. I told you it's okay to call me Ayaka. Come on, Tenka-chan. As Ayaka persistently approaches, Tenka, blushing, tries to create some distance. Tenka's embarrassed demeanor seems to fuel Ayaka's sadistic tendencies even more. Despite Ayaka attempting to close the distance. Stop it. It hurts, Soakairo-kun. Soakairo grabs Ayaka by the neck, pulling her away. Soakairo then gives a brief stern look to Yunishi, who is about to approach Arisa. Startled, Yunishi wears a tense expression, obediently sitting back on the sofa. By the way, what should we do after eating? As if diverting attention, Ayaka brings up such a topic, assuming it involves some form of play. However, Yuzuru isn't in the mood for studying right now, considering the tendency to feel sleepy after eating, wanting to take a break and have some fun. How about playing the King's Game? Soakairo proposes such a game, considering it's optimal for deepening friendships and works well with a large group. King's Game? Yeah, sounds good. King's Game, that's great. Ayaka and Yunishi agreed with Soakairo's opinion, and for some reason, they looked at Arisa and Tenka. The two of them tilted their heads in confusion. Just so you know, be prepared that you might also receive orders. Yuzuru warned Ayaka and Yunishi not to give unreasonable commands. On the other hand, Sei laughed merrily. It's fine. It's the King's Game, including the possibility of retaliation. It seemed like everyone was enthusiastic about it, at least for now. Without delay, Ayaka created lottery tickets for everyone. And then, Who's the King? A game that tests reason and good humor, revealing the true nature of human relationships, had begun. Section. And so, the King's Game began. Soakairo found himself in a grappling match with Yunishi. Ayaka was tasked with doing squats, and Tenka had to sprint around the Takebana residence at full speed. Throughout the game, Soakairo had to speak in a feminine tone, and Sei was ordered to add nonsensical endings to his sentences until the game concluded. And then, the sixth king was revealed. It's me, said Yunishi. Yunishi smirked after a brief pause. All right, let's do this. Tell us what type of opposite-sex person you like, and feel free to mention names. The number is 7. And holding the 7th slip was Yuzuru. Yuzuru scratched his head instinctively. What kind of person do you like? Yes, naturally you have preferences, right? Yunishi and Sei grinned mischievously, pressing Yuzuru for an answer. For a moment, Yuzuru involuntarily glanced at Arisa, and at that very moment, Arisa happened to be looking directly at Yuzuru. The two gazes intersected. Yuzuru felt his face heat up. Involuntarily, he averted his gaze. Now hurry. Yeah. After a moment of contemplation, Yuzuru responded. Someone who accepts all of me, but isn't afraid to point out my flaws, maybe. Oh, by the way, is that perhaps? I've already answered, so let's move on next. Yuzuru forcefully interrupted Yunishi's words. Then he proceeded to lead the King's Game. Next in line to be the king was. Finally, it's my turn. It was Ayaka. Queen Ayaka crossed her arms and began pondering. I had planned to give an order like confessing to someone you like, but Yunishi-chan beat me to it. It seems the command she had in mind was already spoken by Yunishi. Ayaka pondered for a while, then decisively clapped her hands. I've got it. Let's create a scenario where I want to be confessed to or hear words I'd like from someone I like. Then number 3. It's me, right? Upon hearing the familiar sweet voice, Yuzuru couldn't help but feel his heart race. Yuzuru acknowledged his own nervousness. So a confession situation, right? Yeah, or even a proposal is fine. Arisa glanced briefly at Yuzuru. Her face was as red as a tomato. Being asked for specifics, I still can't answer because it hasn't sunk in yet. Arisa fidgeted shyly. Her gestures were incredibly charming. Yuzuru leaned in to listen to Arisa's voice. I like a romantic atmosphere, something like a special day, in a special place, with a special gift, would be nice. After saying that, Arisa, looking too embarrassed to speak, covered her face with both hands. Even Ayaka, who is usually assertive, seems unable to force anything upon Arisa. Because, Yuzuru. Suddenly, the target shifted. Those words were heard by Yuzuru and Arisa, of course. Both of their faces turned red. "Stop teasing us, Ayaka-chan." "Why yes, we're not like that." As Yuzuru and Arisa said that, Ayaka smirked. What are you talking about? I have no idea." She played dumb. Yuzuru and Arisa, who had dug themselves into a hole, felt an unbearable sense of discomfort. Section. In the end, studying didn't go very well, huh? On the way back, Yuzuru said that to Arisa with a wry smile. Of course, they knew from the beginning that studying together with their friends probably wouldn't be very productive. Sorry about that. While Yuzuru's lack of progress in studying was one thing, he felt genuinely sorry for hindering Arisa's studies too. Feeling somehow responsible for leading Arisa down a less studious path, Yuzuru couldn't help but reflect. On the other hand, Arisa smiled wryly. "Haha, well, studying didn't progress as much as I thought, so I'll have to study when I get home, but it was fun." Then she narrowed her eyes. "But I enjoyed it. Walking around like that, playing with various people, it's been a while, or maybe it's the first time. Have you never had the chance before?" Yuzuru also didn't have an extensive social circle. However, he seems to have friends like Suicairo and Sei. Yuzuru tilts his head, wondering if Arisa had never been invited to hang out with acquaintances who had more casual relationships, like having lunch together and making small talk. Arisa responds, acknowledging that there were opportunities and people who invited her to join them, but she admits the fault lies with her. "No, there were opportunities, looking back now. I think there were. People did invite me. The problem is with me." Arisa sighs, shifting from her previously cheerful mood to a self-deprecating tone. "Past is past. Besides, it's okay for you to act that way. You didn't want to, right? You didn't want your circumstances to be known. As relationships deepen, there's a chance for others to learn about one's family situation. This could lead to distancing, strange rumors, or even losing interest altogether." Yuzuru understands this as the potential reason for Arisa's standoffish attitude, but Arisa hesitates, saying, "It's a bit different. It seems there was a slight misunderstanding. What I didn't want to do was, well, I didn't want them involved in my situation. You don't want them to be dragged into it. It's not that noble of a reason." Arisa shook her head weakly, and with a self-deprecating tone, she faintly smiled. "I just don't want my position to worsen because of some clumsy actions. That's all." "I see. Selfish, isn't it? If it's to protect yourself, it's only natural. Speaking of selfishness, it might be selfish. But there's no way trying to protect oneself can be a bad thing. But you're not at fault." Yuzuru interrupted Arisa's voice, repeating it as if trying to convince the slightly surprised expression on Arisa's face. "I'm not blaming you. I've said it before, but I guarantee that much. Isn't that because Yuzuru-san doesn't know about me? Don't say irresponsible things." Arisa reproached Yuzuru as if scolding him. Seemingly aware that she's also taking it out on Yuzuru, her expression shifted from an angry one to a slightly downcast one. However, even so, it seems she can't help but express her frustration. "I am much uglier than Yuzuru-san thinks." "Oh, really? Even though I don't know everything, we've been together for 6 months. I believe I have a decent grasp of your personality." Of course, he know the good parts too. And he know the bad parts. He's aware that she's not a saintly and upright person. That's a lie. Whether it's a lie or not, I won't know unless you tell me. Ugh. When Yuzuru said that, Arisa remained silent for a while. Then in a small voice, she spoke a single word. "I am selfish." "Is that all?" When Yuzuru asked, Arisa shook her head from side to side. "Introverted, insidious, negative." "I know. Arrogant, jealous, narcissistic. I know that too. At least deny some of it. Throw in being contrary too," Yuzuru said with a smile. As Arisa turned her face away in a sulky manner, Yuzuru could tell she wanted her flaws denied. But being criticized irresponsibly, without knowing oneself, is also infuriating. Yuzuru speculated that Arisa's feelings were probably something like that. It's a bit quite a troublesome personality. "I think everyone has a couple of flaws. As long as those flaws don't make you a bad person, it's fine." "But..." "No buts." If having flaws makes you a bad kid, then I must be a downright villain, Yuzuru shrugged playfully. Still, Arisa insisted. But Yuzuru-san, you have many good qualities too. You do too, Yuzuru replied. Arisa denied, no, I don't. You're serious, hardworking, good at cooking and studying. Skilled in sports, kind, considerate, cool, handsome, cute, beautiful, and your figure is. That's harassment. Arisa protested, covering her ears. Her face turned crimson, and with teary emerald eyes she glared at Yuzuru. Sorry, got carried away. Forgive me. I won't forgive you. I'll do anything. Then one thing, okay. Arisa came to a halt. With teary eyes and a nearly fading voice, she looked up at Yuzuru. Please lend me your shoulder. Sure. Section, sigh, another failure today. Upon returning home, Arisa muttered in the bathroom. In the mirror, she saw her own face and slightly swollen, reddened eyes. Regrettably, today again she had borrowed Yuzuru's chest and cried her heart out. Moreover, she confessed all her flaws. Ugh. Nevertheless, she didn't regret it to the point of saying, I messed up. It felt refreshing to let out all the negativity about her personality. And most importantly, Yuzuru accepted it. In fact, she realized that Yuzuru had been aware of her shortcomings all along. In other words, she wasn't disliked because of her personality, and she wouldn't be disliked in the future either. It's okay to look at it positively. Negativity is not good, after all, Arisa murmured to herself while dipping her feet into the bathtub. Gradually, warmth envelops her body. Someone who accepts everything and points out my flaws, huh? Recalling the embarrassing moment of crying in Yuzuru's arms not too long ago. During the king's game, Yuzuru's words echo, what kind of person do you like? Answer me. It was that kind of command. Is it about me? With hands on her cheeks, Arisa murmurs those words. The flushed face isn't just from being in the bathtub. There's no one else, right? At least among the people Arisa knows, there's no one else who fits the description. Unless someone like, I am Yuzuru-san's former fiancé, unexpectedly appears, Arisa is undoubtedly the right choice. In that situation, saying someone who seems to fit only me, in front of me, yeah, it's about me. Arisa interprets Yuzuru's message of affection loud and clear. Therefore, Arisa responded in kind. Confessing has a romantic feel to it, she thought. No, but should I be the one to confess? Arisa submerged half of her face in the hot water, pondering. It's not good to just wait. Maybe she should take the initiative. As she contemplated, a sudden question crossed her mind. If Yuzuru-san and I become a couple, what about our engagement? Their current relationship is officially an engagement, albeit in a provisional state. It's not a formal announcement between the Takesugawa and Amagi families, but it's not something they need to hide either. And truth be told, Yuzuru and Arisa have no intention of getting married. It's a false engagement, and when the time comes, they plan to dissolve it. If we both love each other, then there's no need for lies. So, it means becoming an ordinary fiancé. That is to say, a marriage. In the future, it means getting married and living as a married couple. It's a commitment for a lifetime, creating a family. Well, I mean, if it's Yuzuru-san, I don't really mind. But getting married while still in high school is a bit early. It's becoming quite a serious topic, Arisa thought and realized. Oh, I see. Arisa understood the reason why Yuzuru hadn't expressed his feelings to her. Becoming a couple is one thing, but marriage adds a weighty aspect to the conversation. Even Arisa felt that discussing marriage was a bit too much at their high school age. Yuzuru hesitating about it is only natural. Sigh, what should I do? Arisa let out a heavy sigh, contemplating her situation alone. Section, I first met her when I was in 5th grade. My father suddenly announced that our family was expanding. The new addition, my little sister, was an incredibly adorable girl. With hair as clear as glass and eyes sparkling like jewels, she captivated my heart at first sight. She happened to be the daughter of my mother's sister, my cousin. Although I knew about the existence of my cousin, meeting her was a first at that moment. She had lost her parents in an accident, leading her to be entrusted to our family due to those circumstances. I felt sympathy for her, given her unfortunate situation. Determined to be a kind brother, I made up my mind. Upon arriving at our home, she displayed a bit of a spoiled side for her age. Despite being in 2nd grade, she was a straightforward child who spoke her mind. It seemed her aunt and uncle, her parents, had raised her quite indulgently. However, she was by no means a bad child. The minimum manners were firmly in place. She was also caring and kind, often taking good care of her younger sister, technically her cousin, playing with her, and displaying a lovely, innocent, and lively smile. However, it seems my mother did not approve of her. At every opportunity, she treated her harshly. Spotting even minor mistakes, she scolded and shouted at her each time. Whenever they crossed paths, she made snide remarks about wasted meals or the lack of discipline in her upbringing. Occasionally, she even spoke ill of her deceased parents. And when she showed any signs of rebellion, she would slap her face, spank her with a broom or belt, and sometimes even lock her in a closet. This kind of discipline always occurred when the father was not around. The father, consumed by work, seemed to only care about his job and the family's reputation. So if he had witnessed the discipline towards her, perhaps he would have tried to stop it, because it would lead to a bad reputation. However, it wasn't because he valued the family. At least, that's what I thinks. In reality, my father was often away from home, rarely participating in parenting. So the discipline towards her was tacitly approved. Before I knew it, she stopped smiling. Her beautiful eyes became cloudy and darkened, and she began constantly trying to please someone. I wanted to help her. So, repeatedly, I pleaded with his mother not to treat her harshly. There were times when I even defended her during the discipline. Thanks to that, by the time I entered the first year of junior high, I no longer saw her being subjected to discipline. I was relieved that I could protect her. However, that idea was naive. One day, due to unavoidable circumstances, there was an incident where I unintentionally saw her skin. I apologized hastily, but at that moment, I definitely saw it. Unnatural bruises on her fair skin. It was nothing. The reason I stopped witnessing my mother's discipline towards her was because I entered junior high, started participating in club activities, and returned home late. She was frequently subjected to discipline when I wasn't around. My voice didn't reach my mother. I was just powerless. So, as a last resort, I turned to my father. I wasn't close to my father. We rarely interacted with each other due to his infrequent returns home, and he wasn't the type to actively engage in parenting. Moreover, I wanted to save her with my own strength. That's why I didn't want to rely too much on my father. When I told my father about her undergoing discipline, the father was surprised. It seems he genuinely thought things were going well. The next day, the father returned home early and had a conversation with the mother for a while. The contrasting voices of the hysterical mother and the father's indifferent responses were memorable. Even the mother, it seemed, responded somewhat when prompted by the father. For a while, the discipline took a back seat. However, it didn't last long. One winter day, after club activities ended early, she returned home and sat in the yard wearing only underwear. She was shivering in the cold. I wondered if something had happened again with her mother. It felt like I spoke up with such a voice. In response, she said, "Please leave me alone," with a chilling glare, and I had no choice but to retreat into the house. I later learned from my sister that she was scolded by our mother for the usual trivial mistakes. Since reaching the upper grades of elementary school, she had been helping with household chores, but some mistake triggered our mother's anger. However, the way she was scolded at that time seemed extraordinary. No, the mistake itself was merely a trigger. It seems our mother was upset about something else. Terrified by our furious mother, my sister escaped to her room, so she didn't know exactly what our mother was angry about. However, liar, vixen, bitch, whore, such shouts were occasionally heard. That's the gist of the story. In the first place, since I don't understand why our mother treats her so harshly, I have no idea what makes her a whore. After that, I often tried to help her, but the situation did not improve. In fact, it seemed to worsen. As time passed, she entered junior high school, and I became a high school student. For some reason, she started avoiding me, and the sense of helplessness prevented me from having a good conversation with her. By that time, she had taken on most of the household chores. When I asked if it was tough or if she disliked it, she simply replied that she was doing it because she liked it. The discipline from my mother towards her also subsided during that time. As she reached junior high, her body naturally underwent various changes. She was originally a child with good athletic abilities, and my mother, perhaps fearing a backlash, became less confrontational. However, the sarcastic remarks and insults did not change. Although my mother didn't necessarily have a change of heart, the physical violence towards her significantly decreased. The relationship between my father and her remained unchanged, and she and my younger sister seemed to have a reasonably good relationship. The surroundings remained unchanged. However, I felt as if the distance between her and me had grown, despite some slight improvements. Not wanting to be at home anymore, I decided to take the entrance exam for a distant university and start living on my own. I convinced myself that she no longer needed my help, and used that as an excuse to escape. If only I had known. If I had known that she was being forced into an arranged marriage, I would never have run away. I learned about her being forced into an arranged marriage and engaged during the approaching summer vacation in college. Her intended partner was the eldest son of the Takesawa family, the head of a prestigious lineage. Takesawa. I had heard that name several times before. It is a long-established, prestigious family in Japan, and for my father, they were an important business partner. It was evident that it was a strategic marriage. In fact, after the engagement, my father apparently received a substantial loan from the Takesawa family and associated investors. Summer vacation. After finishing unavoidable lectures and part-time work, I hurriedly returned home. At that very moment, whether it was fortunate or unfortunate, I encountered her. She was accompanied by a young boy. Approaching them and exchanging words, I caught a faint scent of chlorine. In her hand, she held something like a swim bag, and she had a slight sunburn. Her fair-skinned complexion makes it immediately apparent when she turns red from sun exposure, despite her reluctance to show her skin. The fact that she, who dislikes revealing her skin, is going to the pool with boys was shocking. However, given her apparent lack of friends, having someone to play with, even if it's a boy, should be something to rejoice about as a brother. Yet for some reason, I felt irritated. Something didn't sit right with me. With refined features and an appearance suggesting a good upbringing, the boy had impressive deep blue eyes, exuding a mature demeanor. Initially thinking of him as just a friend, I was surprised to learn he was her fiancé, especially because he seemed so young. Expecting a mature working professional for a marriage, his youth was a bit unexpected. Upon talking to him, he appeared mature, calm, and composed, leaving a positive impression. There was nothing negative about his appearance or demeanor. He seemed like a genuinely good person. Perhaps, just perhaps, by explaining her situation, he could change his mind and cooperate in helping her. So I asked him, "Are you really serious about getting married?" He responded with a somewhat disdainful tone, questioning where one would find someone engaged without any intention of marriage. His words carried a hint of sarcasm, irritating me. Moreover, he grabbed her sleeve and almost forcefully asked, "Isn't that right?" She whispered something to him. After that, they both claimed to intend to get married and expressed confidence in getting along well. It's strange. It's just too strange. For a 15-year-old high school couple to confidently, calmly, and as if it were natural, engage in marriage due to their parents' convenience and declare their readiness to walk together as husband and wife. Common sense dictates that it's absurd. In contemporary Japan, such a thing should not be acceptable, so I thought, she must be compelled by my father, forced into marriage. Acting like she cares for him is just a performance, and he must be convinced by her acting. For a teenage boy, it's natural to be elated when a cute girl says she likes him. If he understands the situation, he'll surely comprehend. Thinking so, I reluctantly explained her circumstances to him. However, he was reluctant to believe it, and oddly, he sought confirmation from her. Given her position, she had no choice but to say she likes him, even if it's just an explanation. Yet, it was hard to convey. After some effort, he seemed genuinely puzzled, asking what he was seeking. Suddenly, his gaze fixated on the watch on his left hand. It was a renowned Swiss luxury watch, exceeding 1,000,000 yen even at its lowest price. At a glance, this must be the Takesawa family. For him, she is likely akin to this watch. Convinced that he coerced her into marriage using his wealth, though he appears outwardly amiable, he is ultimately part of a family that bought her with money. Similar to the father who sold her off. A person willing to engage in human trafficking. So I made it clear to him, Do not force the marriage. If you truly love her and don't want to bring unhappiness, break off the engagement. I hoped for some trace of conscience in him. In response, he calmly argued, if I hadn't bought her, she would have been sold to another man. Yes, he justified his actions. The wording was as if blaming those without money. Moreover, he mocked me, claiming someone like me, who is incompetent, can't do anything. I tried to retort, but words failed me. In the midst of this, he hopped into a taxi and made his escape. After he left, I approached her. Are you okay? Did you go to the pool? Did something terrible happen? Are you being threatened? Do you have some vulnerability? I'll be your ally. I exhausted every word in that manner. In response, she said, please stop. Don't stir up my life when you can't do anything. I'm meddling, aren't I? She screamed while shedding tears. And then she rushed into the house. That's right, I still have no power, but I couldn't leave her crying. Someday I must help her. I thought so. After a while, it seems she was invited to a summer festival by him. I really wanted to stop her. But she didn't listen to my advice and went out. She didn't come back for a while. The contact came by phone. Apparently, the train stopped, so she ended up staying at his house. That girl, staying at a guy's house. For some reason, it made me nauseous when I have a blue face. My younger sister shrugged her shoulders. Arisa-san, go to that person's place every Saturday. She's already become a devoted wife, you know. I had no idea about such a story. Perhaps she's already fallen under that man's sinister influence. Maybe she's being coerced into something terrible. Thinking that way made my chest feel like it was about to burst. The next day, she returned safely. Did something happen to you? I asked, but she just coldly replied that it's none of your business. She probably doesn't want to be touched. She had conveyed through her attitude that something had happened. I was extremely worried about her. So, until the end of the summer vacation in September, I decided to stay at my parents' house. And I realized something. The number of times my mother scolded her had significantly decreased. Normally, my mother would loudly scold and reprimand her if she came home late at night. But now, she just makes a couple of sarcastic remarks and lets it go. It seems even my mother is afraid of Takesawa. Takesawa is indeed a formidable opponent, to the point where even my mother fears him. I realized I can't win against him alone. Section: Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 5. Feelings towards her fiancé. On that Saturday, which happened to be the day after Halloween, Arisa arrived at Yuzuru's house carrying a paper bag. Thank you for having me again today. Yuzuru, who greeted Arisa, couldn't help but catch his breath. As autumn deepened and the weather grew colder, Arisa seemed warmer than usual. Specifically, she was wearing a very warm-looking knit sweater. The cream-colored sweater clung tightly to Arisa's body, revealing her beautiful figure. As a result, her ample chest unavoidably caught the eye, of course, not in a bad way. It was quite a sight to behold. However, while the top looked warm, the bottom seemed a bit chilly. Unusually for Arisa, she was wearing a miniskirt. Her beautiful and long legs, covered in glossy black tights, peeked out from under the short skirt. Among girls her age, they were quite slim, but they weren't too thin. They had a good amount of flesh and looked very soft. Feeling a little nervous, Yuzuru ushered Arisa into the house. Yuzuru-san, well, since it's Halloween, I brought some homemade sweets. Saying that, Arisa took out a plastic cup, wrapped in a cute manner from the paper bag. It seemed to be some kind of pudding. I made pumpkin pudding. I hope you like it. Thank you, Arisa. Yuzuru thanked Arisa and accepted the pudding. Arisa chuckled. Actually, yesterday, Ayaka-san, Uenishi-san, Tenka-san, and Sei-san all gave me sweets. You got them to Arisa from those four. Like Arisa, Yuzuru also received sweets from those four. Since Ayaka and Uenishi are the type to enjoy festivals, it was expected for them to bring sweets. However, it was unexpected for Tenka and Sei, especially Tenka, to prepare Halloween sweets. The two of them aren't the type to enjoy festivals, but as part of socializing, they seem to prioritize such things. You received them too, Yuzuru-san. Actually, embarrassingly, I didn't prepare anything. Well, that's normal, I suppose. I'm not sure how it is overseas, but in Japan, it's generally accepted as just a costume party. While it's not uncommon for people to exchange sweets, it's also not unusual for people not to prepare anything. Yuzuru thought Ayaka and Uenishi would bring something, so he had prepared some return gifts, but he didn't feel inclined to actively distribute them. But I feel a little sorry about it. She feels a sense of guilt. Not to the extent of being overly guilty, but she seems to be concerned about it. You don't need to worry too much. Is that so? Yuzuru nodded slightly exaggeratedly, in response to Erisa's slight anxiety. If you feel sorry and want to give them sweets on top of that, why not do it next year? That's true. If you force yourself to give something back, the other person might feel sorry too, right? It seemed that Erisa had decided to prepare something for next year. Now, having received the pudding from Erisa, Yuzuru retrieved his return gift from the refrigerator. It was the usual cake box from the pastry shop. The difference was, this time, the picture on the box had been changed to a Halloween version. As for me, well, since I always have something prepared, it's a bit strange to call this a return gift. He placed the box on the table and opened it to show Erisa what was inside. Erisa peered inside, and her eyes widened in surprise. I know this. Some classmates were talking about it at school. Talking about it? It's limited edition, right? You have to line up to buy it. Erisa said, slightly excited. Yuzuru nodded. Yeah, that's right. I woke up early this morning and lined up to buy it. What Yuzuru had purchased was a limited edition Halloween cake. During this time of year, the pastry shop that Yuzuru favors sells a special pumpkin cake. Could it be that Erisa brought Halloween sweets? Thinking this, Yuzuru put in a little effort and bought this cake. I'm really sorry. I mean, I just made a pudding like any amateur would. Rather than feeling sorry, I'd prefer if you praised it first. Rather than apologizing, appreciate the effort. Yuzuru said half-jokingly. Erisa narrowed her eyes. Then, would you like me to be a good girl and praise it? Huh. Yuzuru inadvertently let out a strange sound. Erisa's cheeks tinted slightly red, but she chuckled. Didn't you say you wanted praise, Yuzuru-san? Well, yeah, I did say that, but if I ask for permission beforehand, is it okay for me to pat you? Indeed, he did say something like that. Yuzuru himself had patted Erisa's head many times, so if Erisa said, "It's unfair that you don't let me pat you," he wouldn't be able to argue. I don't think patting my head would be amusing. I find it amusing. With that, Erisa sat Seiza style. Then she lightly tapped her soft-looking thighs covered in tights. No. It's a thank you. I heard that men like this sort of thing. Do you dislike it, Yuzuru-san? Well, I don't think so. Seeing her beautiful leg line, Yuzuru couldn't help but swallow hard. Honestly, he really liked it. Though he knew it wasn't rational, he couldn't resist its charm, so Yuzuru rested his head on her lap. In his field of vision, he could see soft clusters of flesh. The fully ripe fruits defied gravity and faced upward. Feeling like he couldn't resist much longer, Yuzuru decided to turn to the side. However, he quickly realized that this was a mistake. That was because he could feel the softness of Erisa's thigh more easily on his cheek than on the back of his head. The foundation of muscles, covered by soft fat, and the sensation of the forbidden tights were transmitted to his cheek. Furthermore, the proximity of Erisa's skin to his nose was not good. The scent of soap and a hint of sweat were eroding Yuzuru's rationality. Thank you for lining up early in the morning for me. Saying that, Erisa began to pat Yuzuru's head. Each time Erisa's fingers brushed through his hair and touched his ears and nape, a tingling sensation ran through his body. Oh, I can't take it anymore. Oh. Unable to maintain his rationality, Yuzuru rolled away from Erisa and escaped. Meanwhile, Erisa let out a lonely sigh. I still haven't finished patting you. I'm satisfied. When Yuzuru replied like that, Erisa pouted discontentedly. You let me pat you and then run away after you're satisfied. You don't have to be like a cat in that regard. I never intended to become a cat in the first place. In the first place, it was Erisa who demanded to be petted. Yuzuru felt a little unconvinced. Now that Erisa had gone to the trouble of making it, Yuzuru decided to try the pumpkin pudding right away. He inserted the spoon into the cup. It seemed to be the firm type. When he put it in his mouth, the rich taste of eggs, the flavor of pumpkin, and the sweetness spread in his mouth. The texture was also good. When eaten with the caramel sauce at the bottom, the bitterness and sweetness added, creating a different taste. How is it? Yeah, it's delicious. Just like the cake before, you're good at making sweets too. When Yuzuru praised her like that, Erisa shook her head shyly. It's not like that at all. I do occasionally make things with leftover flour, eggs, and milk, so maybe I can do it better than other people. If you follow the recipe, I think anyone can easily make it. I think it's because your cooking skills are high, though. At this point, a question arises. Can Arisa cook any kind of dish? Are there any she's not good at? Do you have any dishes you're not good at, in terms of cooking, of course? Well, let me think. I'm not very good at Chinese cuisine. It seems difficult. Come to think of it, I don't recall ever eating your Chinese dishes. When Arisa, who is skilled at cooking, says she's not good at something, it feels like she might actually be good at it. However, it seems like she lacks confidence, and typically she cooks mainly Japanese cuisine or occasionally Western dishes like croquettes, fried shrimp, or immerse. Perhaps she's never made Chinese cuisine before. Unlike bonito dashi or kombu dashi, the flavors in Chinese cuisine seem difficult to surpass with umami seasoning. Is Arisa generally against using those? Actually, I'll use them depending on the situation. It's just I feel like I've lost. It's humiliating. I see. He couldn't understand at all. What is she feeling defeated by in the first place? Is it the culture of Chinese cuisine, or is it umami seasoning? Even if she wins, what does Arisa gain from it? He had these questions, but he didn't voice them. Also, I feel like I don't have enough firepower. I've never been able to achieve a satisfactory flavor with fried rice. Fried rice, oh well, that's a deep one. As for fried rice, Yuzuru has made it a few times himself. Both peperoncino and fried rice are simple but profound dishes, and there seems to be a strange amount of fussiness surrounding them. Speaking of Chinese cuisine, Ayaka is good at it. Is that so? Yeah. I've been treated to it a few times, and it was delicious. She apparently learned from an acquaintance who is a Chinese chef. Despite her appearance, Ayaka is skilled at cooking. She's particularly good at Chinese cuisine and is so particular that she even nurtures her iron pot. Do you think she'd teach me if I asked? I think she'd be happy to teach you. She'd probably teach with a proud look on her face. Then, I'll ask her. I'll do my best to treat you to some delicious Chinese cuisine. I'm looking forward to it. Your cooking is something I look forward to every week. Is it really that much? Yeah, I'd want to eat it every day. If Yuzuru could eat Arisa's cooking every day, it would be incredibly happy. The people of the Amagi family should realize that they are fortunate. Every day, then, should I make it? Hi. Yuzuru's eyes widened at Arisa's suggestion. It's an almost unbelievable story, and if she could make it every day, that would be even better, but are you saying you'll come here every day? Well, that might be tough, so, how about I make you bento boxes instead? Bento. To have a cute girl make him a bento box every day. As a man, it's a very pleasing turn of events, but wouldn't that be a lot of work? I make my own bento every morning, so the effort would be the same. Oh, but please cover the cost of ingredients. Just the cost of ingredients. Even though the effort may be the same, the workload increases. Yuzuru feels guilty about not compensating Arisa for her labor costs. But don't worry about it. Yuzuru-san has covered the cost of my coat and has done various things for me. Besides, I want to do it for you, Yuzuru-san. With a slight blush on her cheeks, Arisa said so. Since she said she wants to do it, Yuzuru felt it would be disrespectful to insist on paying her labor costs. Then, I'll gladly accept your offer. I'll find some way to thank you next time. You don't really need to thank me. If I want to thank you, would you let me? As Yuzuru said that, Arisa smiled wryly, and she nodded slightly. While they were having that conversation, Yuzuru finished his pudding. Since he was at it, he decided to eat the cake too, so he took out the box he had put in the fridge earlier and served it on a plate. This is in return for the pudding. Thank you. Arisa stared at the cake intently, then she looked up at Yuzuru. What's wrong? Well, come to think of it, I haven't said the customary phrase for Halloween, you know, the typical line. The customary phrase. In other words, trick or treat. Speaking of customs, I haven't even dressed up, not sure if there's any point. With a wry smile, as Yuzuru said that, Arisa took something out of a paper bag. It was 2 types of headbands. One had cat ears and the other had dog ears. Are you ready? I got them from Ayaka-san. That makes sense. As if saying, have a Halloween party with Yuzuru tomorrow. The image of Ayaka forcibly handing cosplay items to Arisa came to mind. Yuzuru-san, you're a dog person, right? I'll give you the dog ears. Thanks. For now, Yuzuru put on the dog ears to show her. Then Yuzuru asked Arisa, "How is it?" "Hee, it suits you." "You just laughed, didn't you?" "I didn't laugh." "Well, whatever. Since I put them on, you should too." Yuzuru urged Arisa to put on the cat ears, as she seemed reluctant to do so. After some internal conflict, Arisa finally put on the headband. Then, with a shy expression and slightly flushed cheeks, she asked Yuzuru, "How does it look?" "It's cute." Unlike Yuzuru, the cat ears suited Arisa very well. Considering Arisa's personality, one might think dog ears would suit her better than cat ears, but even without that, she looked adorable. Is that so, Yuzuru-san?" Arisa turned to face Yuzuru. Then, blushing furiously, Arisa cleared her throat lightly and bent her wrist, mimicking a cat as she said, "If you don't give me candy, I'll play a trick, Naya." Ugh. Hey, Yuzuru-san. Silence is the most annoying. With her face as red as a boiled octopus, Arisa grabbed Yuzuru's shoulder and shook him vigorously. Meanwhile, Yuzuru, overwhelmed by Arisa's cuteness, covered his own face with one hand, feeling excited, embarrassed, and empathetically ashamed. "Can I not play a trick if I give back the pudding?" "Of course you can't, and how are you planning to give it back?" Thwack, thwack, Arisa continued to lightly punch Yuzuru's body with her fist. Section. Yuzuru. "It's a bento, right?" They witnessed something unbelievable. It seemed like the world might end tomorrow. That was the expression on Soakairo and Sei's faces. "It's no big deal. I brought a bento, after all." As Yuzuru said this, he opened the bento box he received from Arisa this morning. Since it was a heat-insulated type, the contents were still warm. There were 2 bento boxes. One contained white rice with umeboshi, pickled plum, and the other was filled with stylish side dishes. It was as expected from Arisa. There were no frozen foods included. Perhaps it was because she felt defeated by something. "Is it from Yukishiro-san?" It was Soakairo who hit the nail on the head. Considering Yuzuru lives alone and wouldn't receive a bento from his mother, nor would he make one himself, it was a logical deduction. "Well, yeah." After a brief response, Yuzuru picked up his chopsticks and first tried a piece of fried chicken. The taste was just right, not too strong or too weak. Despite the time passed since it was made, the coating remained crispy. As he chewed, the meat turned out to be softer than expected, and the flavor of the meat spread in his mouth. Arisa's cooking is really delicious after all. Yuzuru decided he would tell her it was delicious tomorrow morning. By the way, there were 3 bento boxes, rotated in use. But truly, it was delicious. Arisa's freshly made dishes were exceptionally delicious, but it seemed she could also make side dishes that tasted delicious even when they cooled down. And not only was it delicious, but it was also visually vibrant, and it was evident that she paid attention to nutritional balance. It truly was admirable. "What, am I the only one with this? Are you guys all for the cafeteria?" Soakairo brought a bento made by his mother. Until now, it had been just Soakairo with a bento while Yuzuru and Sei opted for the cafeteria, but that changed today. But a lunchbox made by a high school student's wife. "Why don't you just get married already?" Soakairo and Sei joked half teasingly, half seriously. By the way, Yuzuru had already mentioned the concept of engagement to Sei with Arisa's permission. Due to the study session and the Halloween event, it seemed Arisa had become close with Tenka. Feeling it was unfair to keep it hidden from their friends, they decided to tell Sei and Tenka. For Yuzuru, it was a relief not to have to keep it a secret anymore. "Well, I do cover the cost of ingredients, though. I don't think she'd just make it for you, with only covering the cost of ingredients. If I asked, would Yukishiro make one for me too?" "Well, that's impossible. Arisa isn't a bento shop. Even though she says the effort is the same, it must still take a considerable amount of time, and she only makes bento for Yuzuru because she harbors some level of affection for him, evident by making it for just the cost of ingredients. Whether that's friendship or romantic feelings, I don't know. On a serious note, aren't you two dating? Well, I guess you could say you're already dating since you're engaged. From what I hear, you guys seem more like affectionate lovers than just engaged. Do you have plans to tie the knot?" Are you really asking that?" Yuzuru isn't unaware either. Initially, they went on dates to behave as an engaged couple, but lately, they've been genuinely enjoying each other's company. It's likely the same for Arisa. Well, I do like Arisa. That's true. I've thought this before, but those Western-style looks are right up your alley, aren't they? Well, it's not just about looks. As Sei pointed out, Arisa's appearance, including her fantastic figure, is a direct hit for Yuzuru's taste. Moreover, her personality is great too. She's kind, considerate, and supportive of Yuzuru. Arisa may say she has a bad personality, but even that is cute in its own way. On top of that, she's good at cooking. And above all, as seen from the Halloween incident, she surprisingly goes along with things well, can joke around, and it's fun to be around her. But when it comes to feelings of love, I'm not sure, to be honest. Do you like her as a friend? Do you like her as the opposite sex? Well, I do like her as the opposite sex. But liking someone and having strong romantic feelings are different, right? It's natural for men to have one or two girls they're interested in. Even men with wives or girlfriends, while they may not cheat or commit adultery, may still think, she's nice, when they encounter a beautiful and kind woman. In short, I feel comfortable with our current relationship, so I don't feel the need to push it further. Above all, not all lovers or spouses in this world have formed their relationships based on strong, burning feelings. Rather, many relationships begin more on a just-because basis. So, Yuzuru becoming Arisa's boyfriend isn't anything strange at all. I don't think it would be good for me to fall in love with Arisa. While Yuzuru and Arisa may seem equal, in reality, their relationship is not entirely equal. Yuzuru could refuse to marry Arisa if he wanted, but Arisa couldn't refuse. The engagement between Yuzuru and Arisa exists because Yuzuru has no intention of marrying her. In other words, to put it bluntly, Yuzuru holds the power of life and death over Arisa. So, if Yuzuru were to fall in love with Arisa, or in other words, if Yuzuru were to try to marry her, Arisa wouldn't be able to refuse. That's the explanation Yuzuru gave to Soakairo and Sei about his thoughts. Well, that's it. So for now, I'll maintain this relationship. I don't want to become her boyfriend by forcing my feelings onto her. After saying that, Yuzuru thought of his own father's face. My father is someone who doesn't hesitate to use any means necessary. He probably has long since seen through Arisa's timid nature. I need to be careful. Kazuya Takezawa may seem gentle at first glance, but in reality, he is quite calm, ruthless, and even callous. Of course, this is only his professional side. In personal matters, he is kind to his family and a generally good father, so Yuzuru also admires him as a father. He could easily make decisions involving his son as a tool for political marriages if necessary. Since he has no qualms about using his son, it goes without saying that he wouldn't hesitate when dealing with strangers. Protecting Arisa from the Amagi family is important, but she also needs protection from the Takezawa family. In fact, the Takezawa family might be the greater enemy. Cool, ruthless, and unfeeling, they spare no means to achieve their goals. A cunning clan skilled in strategy and manipulation. This is how the Takezawa family is perceived by society, and it's certainly not wrong. Yuzuru, being a member of the Takezawa family himself, understands the threat posed by his own family the best. To his father and grandfather, Yuzuru is probably seen as going through a rebellious phase, which he inwardly finds somewhat amusing. Silence. On the other hand, Soakairo and Sei exchanged glances upon hearing Yuzuru's words. Then Soakairo asked Yuzuru, "So, what if you fall in love for real, or if you forcefully desire something? What would you do? And what if Yukishiro comes seeking you out? What then?" Sei added. To which Yuzuru shrugged, "Well, I'll deal with that when the time comes." Section 1 week and a little bit after Halloween. On that day, the third national mock exam was held. After the exam, Yuzuru and Arisa were self-scoring at the apartment. With so many mock exams in a row, it's really exhausting. Arisa, finishing her self-scoring, stretched widely. It had only been less than 2 weeks since another high-difficulty mock exam, so having 2 mock exams within a month was quite demanding. Although there was a break for Halloween in between, it seemed even Arisa was tired. But well, for now, this marks the end of mock exams. That's true. So, as a break, would you like to go outside next Saturday? In other words, an invitation for a date. Recently, they had been having at-home dates in the form of study sessions, so going out sounded like a great idea. However, there's something I need to discuss with you. A discussion, you say? Oh, Ayumi, my sister, is it okay if she comes along? Arisa widened her eyes at Yuzuru's proposal. The events leading up to this began last night. Yes, hello. Big brother, it's me. Is this the Mimi fraud? No, it's Takegawa Ayumi, it's me. Oh, it's Ayumi. What do you mean, oh, it's Ayumi? You should know who's calling since it's on your phone. Ayumi retorted indignantly on the other end of the phone call. Of course, Yuzuru was just joking, and Ayumi was pretending to be angry in jest too. As siblings, this kind of banter was commonplace. So, what's up? Tomorrow, Saturday, there's a mock exam. Even though it's Saturday, they have to go to school to take the mock exam. It might sound strange to take an external mock exam at school. Were you studying? Yeah, in the middle of studying. Please make it brief. I want to go shopping for clothes in the city next weekend. Do you want me to accompany you as your guard and baggage carrier? Yeah, half of it. Their sibling relationship was fairly good, and Yuzuru had accompanied Ayumi on her shopping trips multiple times, serving as her guard and carrying her bags. Even after Yuzuru started living on his own, this continued. But what did she mean by half of it? Yuzuru tilted his head. What's the other half? Brother, you have no idea about women's clothing, right? I can at least tell if something is cute or not. But you don't know about trends or brands, do you? Indeed, Yuzuru didn't know about women's clothing brands. He simply wasn't interested. He had some knowledge about watch and suit brands because he was interested in them. And so, I want Arisa-san to come too. Arisa. Yeah, it's about time she starts looking for winter clothes, right? Arisa-san is also a girl, so I think she feels the same as me. I want to deepen our friendship by shopping together. I see. However, Yuzuru had recently received money from Arisa for his coat. He was concerned about whether she had financial flexibility. Well, I'll ask her just in case. Thanks, brother, I love you. Yeah, I love you too. Well, that's what happened. I see. Arisa nodded in understanding after hearing Yuzuru's explanation. And I agree. Are you okay with money? Yuzuru didn't know how much pocket money Arisa received, but she probably didn't receive much. In the Takegawa household, items like clothing, cosmetics, stationery, and textbooks were considered outside of the pocket money, so Ayumi would likely receive a considerable amount for clothes from her parents. If Yuzuru accompanied Ayumi shopping, Arisa's wallet would likely dry up. In my family, pocket money isn't given monthly but for specific purposes. Specific purposes. For example, for clothes that need to be replaced regularly, I receive a lump sum as clothing expenses every quarter. For dates, it's on a case-by-case basis. So, if I tell my foster father that I'm going shopping for clothes with Yuzuru-san and your sister, I might get extra money aside from the clothing expenses. I'm not sure, but anyway, I received the winter clothing expenses recently, so my wallet is warm. Yuzuru had been questioning Arisa's financial situation for a while now. For example, she had never mentioned buying slightly expensive soap, yet she wore fashionable clothes. Also, he had never seen her hesitate when it came to going on dates, whether it was going to the movies or dining out. He wondered if she had pocket money or not, which was it? However, Arisa's explanation now cleared his doubts. Presumably, Arisa's foster father intended to raise her without any financial constraints. He would provide her with enough money for dates with Yuzuru and also cover clothing expenses. However, as a man, her foster father probably didn't think about things like being particular about soap. There were likely many other similar things. Although Arisa might feel inferior for not having those things when others around her did, they weren't essential items, so she couldn't really ask her foster father for money to buy them. I see, so, in a way, it's actually beneficial for you. If pocket money is provided based on the purpose, Arisa's wallet doesn't take a hit. In fact, having a purpose means Arisa receives money, which is a gain for her. Yes, that's true, but it might cause inconvenience for my foster father, Arisa said with a slightly apologetic expression. Originally, it was her foster father who had pushed for the engagement and marriage, and since the expenses were necessary for that, Arisa shouldn't feel obligated to hold back. Even so, she still seemed to be concerned. Don't worry about it. Your foster father gains significant benefits from our engagement, even if we're not married yet. But we're still not married, right? Is there still a benefit in this situation? Yuzuru felt a slight tug at the word, still, but chose not to dwell on it and instead addressed Eris's question. It seems that our parents have already invested a considerable amount in the company run by your foster father. Well, the investment discussions were already underway before our engagement, but the investment amount increased after our engagement, so it might have some influence. In reality, Eris's foster father's interest lies more in the fact that they've come under the Takegawa umbrella and the recognition from their surroundings rather than just the money. While Yuzuru and Eris's engagement hasn't been officially announced, the information is bound to leak out somewhere, and Yuzuru's father is likely operating under the assumption that the news of the engagement will spread, or even actively leaking or hinting at it. By doing so, they're making it known that Amagi has come under the Takegawa umbrella. And on the side of Amagi, by making it known that they've come under the Takegawa umbrella, they should be able to attract investments. While Amagi alone might make some hesitant to invest, knowing that Takegawa is behind them might persuade more people to cough up the money. Yuzuru also looked into the movement of money a bit, and not only Takegawa-related individuals, but also Takebana, Uenishi, and Sadek, among others, have been moving some money from quite early on, specifically, even before encountering their offspring at the pool. Well, if you trace the family tree, these individuals are somehow connected. This kind of network has already been established. If Yuzuru's parents hint at the engagement to Takegawa's branch or relatives, it's only natural that the information would spread rapidly. So, even if you and I don't actually get married in the future, even if our engagement isn't official and just temporary, your foster father is still benefiting from the fact. Well, maybe that's okay. It's okay to be a little selfish. Though I don't know the detailed financial situation of Amagi, so I can't say anything irresponsible. The state of the company's management and the state of the household finances are not necessarily equal. Just because the company's finances improve doesn't mean the Amagi family's finances will improve immediately. Yeah, you're right. When you think about it, it's necessary expenses. Wasteful spending is no good, though, Arisa said, smiling slightly. The dating expenses to get along with the fiancee's sister are necessary expenses, and it's their rightful claim to request them. Thinking like that seemed to slightly ease her guilt. Yeah, I think you're right. But doesn't that assume that you and I are going to get married? While thinking that inwardly, Yuzuru responded with an appropriate agreement. Section. Sorry to keep you waiting, Yuzuru-san. No worries, I just arrived myself. The meeting place was a station in the city center. Seeing Arisa's outfit as she arrived, Yuzuru felt a slight sense of relief. This time, her clothes were not as form-fitting as last time. She wore a black long-sleeved shirt with a light white cardigan over it, paired with wide-leg pants. And on top of that, she wore the autumn coat they had talked about before. With fewer provocative elements, Yuzuru felt a little reassured. What about Ayumi-san? She's running late. She should be here soon, though. Just then, with a sudden impact from behind, someone hugged him tightly. Big brother. You're late, Ayumi. Haha, sorry about that. Got stuck in traffic. It seemed she had come by taxi. She probably avoided taking the train due to concerns about risks like groping. Arisa-san, long time no see. It's been a while, Ayumi-san. Ayumi rushed over to Arisa and took her hand. I'm sorry for making you accompany us. No, it's fine. If I can be of help, that's good. I've always thought your outfits were stylish, Arisa-san. I'll rely on you. In return, I'll tell you my brother's preferences. Haha, sure, please do. Arisa responded with a wry smile to Ayumi's words. Meanwhile, Yuzuru became more cautious upon hearing Ayumi mention my brother's preferences. He had to be careful to ensure she didn't say anything strange. Anyway, it's going to take a while, right? Let's go. Arisa and Ayumi nodded in agreement with Yuzuru's words. The place they entered was a shopping mall near the station, which housed various stores including high-end ones. Hey, Arisa-san, which one do you think suits better? Ayumi asked while holding two types of winter coats, one beige and the other gray. Yuzuru would typically say, both suit you, but in reality, both would likely suit the beautiful Ayumi. I think both suit you, but yes. The former gives off a cute image, while the latter gives off a beautiful image. Does the former look childish? Yes, I suppose. Well, that's cute in its own way, though. Does the gray one give off a more mature vibe? Yes, I think so. It makes you look a year or two older. After pondering for about 10 seconds, it seemed Ayumi decided on the gray one and placed the coat in the basket Yuzuru was holding. Was she concerned about it? In Yuzuru's mind, Ayumi would always be his cute little sister, so the image of her as a child was ingrained. Therefore, it was a bit surprising that she was concerned about appearing childish. She's only in the second year of junior high, so being childish should be fine, but perhaps she wanted to act more grown-up. Anyway, are we done here? Shopping with women takes a long time, and with two of them chatting away, it's even longer. Yuzuru was already feeling tired. Clothes, huh? But after this, I want to look at shoes. Arisa-san, you want to as well, right? Yes, I do. I still have some money left, so I want to buy boots. I see. Since any further discussion would only prolong the outing, Yuzuru decided to go along with the two of them. First, they settled the payment for the clothes. Should I invite Soakairo and say next time? He thought having 3 guys around might make things a bit less boring. But upon further consideration, he realized that inviting them would also mean Ayaka, Uenishi, and Tenka would come along too. That would mean shopping with 5 women. They would probably be out until sunset. Just imagining it made him shudder, so Yuzuru stopped entertaining the idea. Well then, brother, let's go to the shoe section. Ayumi invited Yuzuru to the shoe store. In response, Yuzuru handed paper bags to Arisa and Ayumi. Sorry, can I go shoot some pheasants? In other words, he needed to use the restroom. Upon hearing this, Ayumi pouted. Awa. Hurry back. I'll be faster than your shopping, Yuzuru said, then hurriedly began searching for the restroom. It took him about 15 minutes to find it since the restroom was not easy to locate. Ayumi was probably in a bad mood. Yuzuru sighed inwardly as he hurried back to the meeting place. Why should I be blamed for making them wait a little when I'm the one accompanying them on their shopping spree? Despite feeling somewhat unjustly treated, Yuzuru couldn't keep the princesses waiting, so he moved quickly. Then, Arisa and Ayumi were talking to a familiar boy, though it seemed like Ayumi was mainly conversing with the boy. Arisa was standing a little behind Ayumi, watching the situation unfold. They got into something while I was away, how troublesome. Yuzuru sighed inwardly again as he approached the two of them in a hurry. Section. Another week gone by. Shada Kobayashi recalled this morning's events while waiting for someone at a nearby cafe. Today was Saturday, and once again, Arisa Yuzuru had gone out somewhere. Shada's house was close to Arisa's, and he could catch a glimpse of her with binoculars from his balcony. He had a pretty good idea of her whereabouts because late at night, he often saw a man escorting her home. That man's name was Yuzuru Takesugawa, a boy of the same age as Shada. Although he never explicitly stated himself as Arisa's boyfriend, their weekly visits passing in front of Shada's house made it evident that they were in a romantic relationship. Sigh, they must be happy. Every Saturday night, Shada would eavesdrop on Arisa and Yuzuru's conversations through the front door. Despite Arisa's usual stoic demeanor, her joyful laughter could be heard. It should have been a cause for celebration, but Shada couldn't bring himself to be happy. There was something murky swirling in his chest, even though I loved her first, even though I was supposed to make her happy. He was envious. He was jealous. He was aware that it was an ugly feeling of jealousy. Even so, he couldn't suppress those feelings. If only I were a little. If only he were smarter. If only he were more handsome. If only he were born into wealth. He couldn't help but think that way. Sorry for the wait. As he was addressed, Shada raised his head, and there stood the person he was waiting for. Haruto Amagi, Arisa's cousin. The two were acquaintances and occasionally exchanged messages. Shada learned about Arisa's complicated family situation from Haruto. Moreover, Haruto knew that Shada had feelings for Arisa. No, I just arrived as well. Answering this while looking at Haruto taking a seat, Shada suddenly thought, does he know that she has a boyfriend now? He wondered. Speaking of which, Yukishiro-san, Shive got a boyfriend now, haven't she? Seemingly indifferent. Casually, it's a beautiful day, isn't it? Shada said to Taiga as if making conversation, to which Haruto clouded his expression. Well, you see. And no, I'm not bothered by it at all. She was always like an unattainable flower to begin with. Seems like a good person, right? Takesugawa-san, is it? He's in the same high school as Yukishiro-san, so he must be smart too. And he's, well, kind of handsome. Seems like someone suitable for Yukishiro-san. I, on the other hand, am nowhere near his league. The more he tried to cover it up, the more awkward he felt. In the end, he couldn't say anything. He scratched his head, then let out a sigh. Seeing Shada like that, Haruto showed a hesitant expression for a moment, but then seemed to make up his mind about something. About that, Shada-kun, actually, that guy isn't Erisa's boyfriend. Hi. I'll tell you because it's you. My father strictly warned me not to talk about it to anyone else, so be careful too. That guy, Yuzuru Takesugawa, is Erisa's fiancé. What? Shada couldn't help but raise his voice, and then he quickly covered his mouth with both hands. Yeah, and it's a political marriage too. A political marriage? It felt like being told a setting from a science fiction or fantasy story. The fact that such a thing could happen in modern Japan was surprising. Arisa was forced into the engagement. The Takesugawa family is a well-known, prestigious family in the business and political world. Maybe he did like Arisa. So, using money and power, he managed to engage her. Certainly, he seemed wealthy. And he seemed like a jerk too, but Arisa seemed happy on the surface. The person Arisa fell for must be a good person. He must have thought so. Maybe his jealousy distorted his perception, making him see the guy as a jerk. But Yukishiro-san seems happy. She's probably being threatened by my father to get along with Takesugawa. The Takesugawa family is one of those families you don't want to make enemies with in this country. After saying that, Haruto emphasized to Shada. Got it, this is a secret. We must help Arisa together. Why yes. Confused, Shada could only nod. When he got home, he researched the Takesugawa family. Various pieces of information surfaced. Apparently, they were a family with considerable wealth in Japan. They were also said to be from a long-standing, prestigious lineage, known for engaging in political marriages throughout history. Some sources claimed they had ties to organized crime or were part of an organization secretly controlling Japan, but these claims lacked credible sources and seemed dubious. There were also laughably dubious pieces of information, especially the part steeped in conspiracy theories. Normally, one wouldn't believe them. But trusting Haruto's words, they didn't seem entirely baseless. And upon reflection, it seemed odd that someone as dignified and noble as Arisa would behave like a lapdog. In other words, Arisa was being threatened. However, even if that was understood, what could one possibly do about it? Shada, a mere commoner, couldn't possibly stand up to such a terrifying family. Unable to do anything, days passed by. It frustrated him to watch helplessly as Arisa fell into the clutches of that man. And then, on a Saturday in November, something truly coincidental happened. After going to the city for a change of scenery, he decided to stop by a shopping mall to buy some clothes. There, he encountered her. Arisa Yukishiro. She was with a girl who looked like a middle school student, someone he had never seen before. That man, Yuzuru Takesugawa, wasn't there. Before he knew it, he found himself calling out to her. Arisa-san, right? What a coincidence. Kobayashi-san, isn't it? It truly is a coincidence. Arisa seemed slightly surprised for a moment. Feeling somewhat guilty for some reason, Shada spoke, almost as if making excuses. I, had some errands nearby and thought I'd take a look at clothes while I'm at it. Shopping. He knew it was obvious. Shada couldn't help but criticize himself inwardly, but Arisa didn't seem particularly bothered and answered calmly. Yes, that's right. She maintained her usual calm and cool demeanor. However, strangely, Shada felt she looked even cuter than before. He wanted to have her. He desired her. He didn't want to hand her over to just any wealthy and handsome guy. He felt strongly about that. Hey, Yukishiro-san. What is it? I heard you got engaged. Arisa's demeanor seemed to change instantly. For a brief moment, Shada felt a chill, as if the atmosphere around Arisa had dropped below freezing. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and her gaze turned as cold as a lake surface. Who did you hear that from? From Haruto. Ish. It was a click of the tongue. Arisa, unmistakably, clicked her tongue in irritation. Could you please keep that to yourself? It might cause trouble for Yuzuru-san. So, you are being threatened after all. Hi. Shada didn't understand the full situation, but he figured Arisa had been instructed not to talk about the engagement outside. Because she was being threatened, Arisa couldn't seek help. You were forced into the engagement, right? Haruto mentioned it. That guy, Takegawa, Yuzuru, is threatening you, isn't he? With money and power, forcing you into it. If I can help, even just a little. You're quite audacious with your words. A cold voice chimed in. It was the voice of the girl, around middle school age, who was shopping with Arisa. Shada had been so focused on talking to Arisa that he had completely forgotten about her. And you are. I'm Ayumi Takegawa, Yuzuru's sister. To be blunt, I find this unpleasant. With calmness in her blue eyes, Ayumi stepped forward as she spoke. Despite being smaller than Shada, there was an inexplicable intensity about her. He instinctively took a step back. My brother is threatening Arisa-san? What evidence do you have to make such a claim? Because political marriages are absurd. It's wrong. Marriage is supposed to be between two people who love each other. To marry or become engaged due to money, profit, or familial connections is absurd. That's how Shada saw it, and he was convinced he was right. Meanwhile, Ayumi. I understand that my parents became a couple through a political marriage, but are you suggesting that you've mistaken the timing of my and my brother's births? Well, I didn't mean to imply. There are various reasons for marriage, and the forms of relationships between couples or lovers differ. Shota hesitated to speak. While he might have come up with a rebuttal if he were calm, his mind went blank, and he couldn't think of anything. So, he said impulsively, Yukishiro-san is being abused. At that moment, Arisa's eyes shook with agitation. He realized he might be hurting Arisa, but the words kept pouring out of his mouth. She was forced into engagement. In exchange for a large sum of money, this is absurd. Marrying for money. That's outrageous. Ugh. Ayumi seemed slightly surprised, her eyes widened, but her expression quickly softened. What's so absurd about it? That's just. Families, close relatives, friends, lovers, and even the families of marriage partners often provide financial support. I think it's a common occurrence. For example, scholarships or the need for a cosigner, it's the same thing. But somehow that argument felt like sophistry. He couldn't quite pinpoint why it felt that way, but he knew he had to respond. Shota desperately searched for words, but before he could find them, Ayumi spoke up. Regardless, whether Takegawa offers financial assistance to someone is our prerogative. That's not. What's not? It's like human trafficking. The act of buying and selling people, Arisa included, like commodities, should never be tolerated. This is a crime, Shota argued. How so? Because, along with the engagement, money is being paid. The engagement between Big Brother and Arisa-san, and the fact that my father decided to finance Amaga-san company are completely separate matters. It's as if you're speaking like a robotic voice, Ayumi said. Her expression lacked any hint of emotion, just mechanical, and it was very frightening. Well, it's your prerogative if you think of it as human trafficking, but this is a matter between Takegawa and Amagi. It has nothing to do with you. I'll go to the police. The police don't intervene in civil matters. They have no authority to interfere in the dealings between Takegawa and Amagi or my brother's engagement with Arisa-san. Isn't that obvious? Ayumi said dismissively. She seemed to mock the police as if they were nothing to fear. Shota remembered hearing about the Takegawa family's strong influence in the business and political spheres. He involuntarily took a step back. In response to Shota's reaction, Ayumi pressed on further. First of all, what are you to Arisa-san? What am I to Arisa? A lover. No, that's not possible. A friend. We're not that close. I am just Yukishiro-san's neighbor, a classmate from junior high. In other words, you're a stranger. A stranger? Yes, Shota was just a stranger. To Arisa, he was nothing more than a stranger. But I care about Yukishiro-san. Even though you're just a stranger, please don't interfere in other people's engagements. After that, Ayumi's lips lifted slightly, just for a moment. Or perhaps are you planning to get married? If what you're saying is true, and Arisa-san is really being threatened, you have a chance, don't you? His vision spun, his sense of distance distorted, the surroundings flickered. And no. Instinctively, he glanced at Arisa, and she awkwardly averted her gaze. He knew that what I was saying was nonsensical, that Arisa didn't care about me in the slightest. and that Arisa harbored feelings for Yuzuru Takesugawa, everything went dark before his eyes. On impulse, he tried to flee. As he turned on his heel, there stood a man with deep blue eyes. Yuzuru Takesugawa was there. With a somewhat incredulous expression, yet a hint of anger in his quiet voice, he said, "Ayumi, what's all this commotion about? Section, or perhaps are you planning to get married? If what you're saying is true, and Arisa-san is really being threatened, you have a chance, don't you?" As Yuzuru hurried closer to the scene, he heard Ayumi's voice. With that single sentence, Yuzuru somehow grasped the situation. It seemed that the boy called Kobayashi had some misunderstanding about Yuzuru and Arisa's relationship. He probably believed that Yuzuru was forcing Arisa into a relationship using money and power. So, in Yuzuru's absence, he approached Arisa. In the process, he said something that angered Ayumi. Ayumi reacted with hostility towards Kobayashi and argued. And then, in the midst of the conversation, Kobayashi realized that he had feelings for Arisa and mischievously said, "Or perhaps, are you planning to get married?" Both Yuzuru and Ayumi had received training in debate from their parents, so they knew they could outmaneuver someone who hadn't undergone such training with just their words. Assert your opinions actively. Never admit your own faults first. That was the teaching from both of their parents, but, "Ayumi, what's all this commotion about?" Yuzuru addressed Ayumi, sounding reproachful. Ayumi seemed to notice that Yuzuru was a bit angry. Pointing at Kobayashi with a dissatisfied expression, she said, "This person insulted my brother and Arisa-san." So, I argued back. "Was I wrong? You should consider the location a bit," Yuzuru calmly retorted. Ayumi then looked around in slight panic. Naturally, making such a scene would attract attention from those around them. The lesson from their parents essentially boiled down to demonstrate to others that you are right, but causing a scene like this in a shopping mall was going too far. After reprimanding Ayumi, Yuzuru turned his attention to Kobayashi. "It's been a while, Kobayashi-kun," Yuzuru greeted politely. Oh, why yes," Kobayashi nodded, taken aback by the polite greeting. Yuzuru then took out his phone and said to him, "Would you like to exchange contact information?" "Hi. And no, what for?" Kobayashi stammered. "I thought you might have something you want to ask me," Yuzuru continued. "That's why." Yuzuru also saw an opportunity to have a conversation with him after this incident. Since both parties seemed to have some misunderstandings, it was necessary to have a discussion to clear things up. "I'm sure you have things to attend to as well. Let's schedule a time to talk later." "How does that sound?" But don't you need some time to organize your thoughts too?" With an assertive attitude, Yuzuru pressured him, and reluctantly, Kobayashi nodded. It seemed he was indeed timid and easily swayed. They exchanged contact information and parted ways then and there. Kobayashi left as if fleeing from the scene. After seeing Kobayashi off, Yuzuru turned to Arisa and Ayumi. "Are you two okay?" he asked. "Yes, we're fine," Arisa replied. "Yeah, oh brother, could it be?" Ayumi began to ask. "I'll talk to you later," Yuzuru interrupted. "Oh, okay." Fortunately, after that, they were able to finish their date without any further incidents. Section. Now, Yuzuru listened to Ayumi's story along with giving her a lecture, confirming the situation afterward. Basically, it went as Yuzuru had anticipated. Regarding the allegations about Arisa being abused, Yuzuru made sure to thoroughly silence Ayumi, and he also contacted Kobayashi. Fortunately, they were both available the next day, on Sunday. Yuzuru arranged to meet Kobayashi at a cafe near his house. He sat at the table in silence, ordered coffee, and waited. Once the coffee arrived, Yuzuru broached the subject. "I heard what Ayumi had to say. Well, it seems that in your mind, I've been portrayed as forcing Arisa into a relationship by threatening her," Yuzuru stated. "I'm sorry," Kobayashi apologized, seemingly aware of how rude his assumption was. "Though, it's true that Arisa was indeed forced into an engagement against her will, so there's no mistake about that. I accept your apology." And Ayumi went a bit too far. "I apologize on behalf of my sister for that." Since Kobayashi had admitted fault first, Yuzuru felt it was appropriate to apologize as well. Ayumi's final words were clearly unnecessary. Now, there was something that needed to be clarified first and foremost. Where did the information about the engagement leak from? While the engagement wasn't strictly confidential, it was preferable to keep it private. But it was crucial to understand why someone who was just an ordinary person, and essentially a stranger, had obtained information about the engagement, especially in such a distorted manner. "I see you heard it from Haruto-san," Yuzuru acknowledged. Yuzuru recalled Arisa's attitude towards Haruto. Arisa didn't trust Haruto, and it seemed her judgment was not wrong. While he didn't know the intention behind leaking the information, it was an unnecessary action. Even though they weren't directly involved, Yuzuru and Arisa's lives were influenced by someone who was essentially a stranger spreading such crucial information. This matter should be officially protested to the Amagi family through his father, Takegawa Kazuya. However, in a sense, Kobayashi, who had been fed false information, was also a victim. There was room for sympathy, especially considering he might have experienced heartbreak as well. However, that didn't excuse putting Arisa and Ayumi in danger. Even though there was nothing Kobayashi could offer in return for forgiveness, and getting angry might complicate matters further, Yuzuru decided to swallow his anger and discomfort towards him. While Kobayashi might not have much to lose, Yuzuru did. With that in mind, Yuzuru began speaking in a firm tone. "First and foremost, let me make it clear that there is no truth to the accusation of me coercing Arisa into a relationship through threats. Besides, I wasn't particularly enthusiastic about this engagement in the first place." "Is that true? Do you really see me as some kind of villain?" Yuzuru asked, feeling offended. He didn't intend to come across as a good guy, but he didn't think he looked like a villain either. "Well, but Yukishiro-san is beautiful, isn't she?" Kobayashi countered. "Even if she's beautiful, I'm still in high school. It's too early to decide our future." "That's just common sense," Yuzuru emphasized, asserting that his values were similar to Kobayashi's. Seemingly, this had some effect, as Kobayashi's attitude began to soften gradually. "Oh, I see, yeah, that makes sense," Kobayashi conceded. "That's right. Both Arisa and I are getting along as fiancés because of our family circumstances, and the engagement itself isn't official. So, if things don't progress further, it'll naturally fade away," Yuzuru explained. Regarding the fake engagement, he couldn't discuss it with someone he didn't trust. Though there wasn't much point in discussing it anyway. "But about that money was paid in exchange for the engagement, right?" Kobayashi inquired. "Strictly speaking, it was a loan, a debt. And it's a huge amount," Yuzuru clarified, then disclosed the exact amount to Kobayashi. It seemed that the amount far exceeded his expectations. "It was my father who provided the loan. Do you think any parent would spend such a huge sum on their son's love affair?" Yuzuru asked rhetorically. Of course, if Yuzuru were incredibly unattractive and of advanced age, and couldn't find a marriage partner without offering such a large sum, the situation might be different. But Yuzuru was still young, so there was no need to rush. The value of Arisa, at least in the eyes of Yuzuru's parents, wouldn't warrant such a hefty sum. "Do you understand? My father provided the loan as part of a business deal. So, the loan and the engagement are unrelated. There's no truth to the idea that Takegawa paid money to the Amagi family as compensation for the engagement, as if Arisa were being bought," Yuzuru explained, causing Kobayashi to fall silent. Yuzuru wondered if there was still some aspect that Kobayashi couldn't accept. He tilted his head inwardly, pondering how to further explain when, I understand," Kobayashi suddenly spoke up. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry," Kobayashi said, bowing deeply. This surprised Yuzuru a bit as well. "I let my ugly jealousy get the best of me, jumped to conclusions, and went overboard. I ended up hurting Yukishiro-san and your sister. I'm truly sorry," Kobayashi apologized sincerely. "And no, please, raise your head. It was all just a misunderstanding," Yuzuru replied, although inwardly he felt relieved. One thing Ayumi mishandled was going too hard on Kobayashi. If she continued to antagonize him, it wouldn't be surprising if he harbored resentment. If Kobayashi turned into a stalker and posed a threat to Arisa and Ayumi, it would be a major problem. Especially since Arisa and Kobayashi lived nearby, the risk was high. Yuzuru was worried about that. However, Kobayashi turned out to be more straightforward than expected. This was a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Well, that might be why he got deceived in the first place. I'll also make sure to clarify the misunderstanding to Haruto-san. I'd appreciate it if you did. Ah, that would be appreciated. Even if he asks, he probably won't believe me anyway, Yuzuru thought to himself, but he didn't voice it out. Takegawa-san, can I ask you one last thing? Kobayashi hesitated. What is it? Yuzuru replied. Do you like Yukishiro-san? It's a difficult question. Yuzuru's feelings towards Arisa were not much different from when he had talked about them with Soakairo and Sei before. In other words, he liked her, but it wasn't a romantic affection. That was the feeling. I see, Kobayashi said, seemingly satisfied with Yuzuru's answer. Takegawa-san, I think you're a suitable man for Yukishiro-san. Yuzuru began to respond, but Kobayashi interrupted. It's fine. I'm not suitable for Yukishiro-san anyway, Kobayashi admitted, cutting Yuzuru off before he could finish his thought. Whether Yuzuru and Arisa became romantically involved or not, Kobayashi declared that his own first love would never come to fruition. Yukishiro-san, she seems happiest when she's next to Takegawa-san. Thanks to him, I've made up my mind. Thank you, Kobayashi said, leaving the coffee money on the table before exiting. Left alone, Yuzuru murmured, happiest when she's next to me, huh? In early December, the results of 2 challenging mock exams, the high-difficulty mock exam and the 3rd national mock exam, were returned. On that Saturday of the week, Yuzuru and Arisa sighed as they looked at each other's scorecards. We lost again to Ayaka-san, Arisa sighed. Yeah, she's really something, Yuzuru agreed. Both Yuzuru and Arisa had been defeated by Ayaka. In other words, Ayaka ranked first in the school, with Yuzuru and Arisa placing 2nd and 3rd, respectively. Arisa gave Yuzuru a pointed look. Actually, Yuzuru-san, you're the strange one, especially in English. Well, I can speak English pretty well from the start. My father and grandfather taught me. Yuzuru's grandfather was of mixed American descent, so he was fluent in English. Similarly, Yuzuru's father, raised by such a grandfather, could speak English too. Given this family background, it was natural for Yuzuru to speak English. Of course, he wasn't a native speaker, so he made some mistakes, but being more familiar with it than other Japanese people was quite an advantage. Yeah, it seems like it. Although Arisa put effort into studying English, her grades weren't promising. It was a subject she struggled with. Yeah, you might give off that impression, Yuzuru said, as many Japanese people often assume that all Caucasians speak English. Given Arisa's appearance, she seemed like someone who would be good at English. I'm actually a mix of Russian, French, and Japanese, so I don't have a single trace of English in me. Plus, I was born and raised in Japan, so expecting me to be good at it would be a bit unreasonable. I can only say my condolences, Yuzuru responded. Not having experienced such worries himself, he considered himself quite fortunate in that regard. By the way, Arisa, Yuzuru began, do you have any plans for Christmas Eve? Yuzuru's high school ended on December 24th with a closing ceremony in the morning. Since the ceremony would finish by noon, if Arisa didn't have any personal plans, they could spend the evening together. I don't have any plans, but yeah, you're right. If we're engaged, it's normal to spend it together, right? Arisa replied, her cheeks slightly flushed. Her expression seemed to suggest that she might have feelings for Yuzuru. Yuzuru's heart skipped a beat. Since the day he talked with Kobayashi, Yuzuru found himself oddly aware of Arisa's presence. He shook his head to clear his mind of stray thoughts. Is it okay if we spend it together? Yuzuru asked. Yes, I'd love to, Arisa replied with a smile. Her smile was so lovely and beautiful. Yuzuru couldn't help but wonder if Arisa would still answer the same way, even without the engagement. As they discussed where to go, Yuzuru suggested going on a date to an amusement park, despite expecting crowds. An amusement park, huh? It sounds like it'll be really crowded, Arisa remarked. Yeah, you're probably right, Yuzuru agreed, realizing that crowded places might not be ideal for a relaxing time together. Christmas Eve is supposed to be spent leisurely with loved ones, so let's have a meal at home, Arisa suggested. Sounds good, Yuzuru replied, considering the idea. The thing is, having a meal at home might be a bit burdensome for you, Yuzuru started, feeling a momentary hesitation at Arisa's use of the term, loved ones. Don't worry about it. I want you to try my homemade cooking, Arisa replied, causing Yuzuru's heart to skip a beat. His heart pounded as he momentarily averted his gaze from Erisa's beautiful eyes. "Well, if you insist, I suppose I can let you treat me," Yuzuru said with a smile. "By the way, Yuzuru-san," Erisa's tone suddenly turned serious as she called his name. Her emerald eyes flickered with intensity. "What's up?" Yuzuru asked, curious about the sudden question. "What's your favorite color?" In a fashion sense. Yuzuru briefly wondered why she was asking such a question out of the blue. But then it dawned on him. Probably for a Christmas present, Yuzuru thought to himself. It seemed Erisa was planning to make something for him again. "Yeah, that sounds about right. When it comes to accessories, I guess I like flashy ones. Like the one you gave me before," Yuzuru said, showing Erisa the leather bracelet she had made for him, which he still wore alongside his watch. It had bold colors that complemented the watch nicely. Erisa shyly looked away when Yuzuru mentioned it. "But when it comes to clothing, I prefer more subdued colors," he continued. "Subdued colors, huh? Yeah, by the way, why do you ask?" Yuzuru asked teasingly. Erisa waved her hands and shook her head vigorously. "And nothing, just curious, that's all," she replied, blushing slightly. Her denial was adorable, and Yuzuru couldn't resist reaching out to pat her head. Erisa accepted the gesture without pushing his hand away. Erisa ran her fingers through her silky, transparently beautiful light brown hair, closing her eyes in contentment. "You're being mean, Yuzuru-san," she said, her eyes still closed. "What do you mean?" "You know, don't you?" Erisa replied, a hint of mischief in her voice. "I don't know what you mean exactly," Yuzuru said with a teasing tone. "Just wait and see," Erisa said mysteriously. "I see, I'll look forward to it," Yuzuru replied, and so the two of them spent some time together like that. Section. The closing ceremony ended in the morning. Erisa didn't return home that day. Instead, she headed straight to Yuzuru's house. Both of them changed into casual clothes, had a light lunch at a nearby cafe, and then began preparing for Christmas in earnest. As for the ingredients, Yuzuru had already bought everything according to Erisa's instructions, so all that was left was cooking. "Now, Yuzuru-san, I'll be cooking, so could you please take care of the decorations?" Erisa asked. "Sure, leave it to me," Yuzuru replied. Normally, Yuzuru wouldn't bother with Christmas decorations, but today was special since he was spending it with Erisa. That thought alone seemed to naturally boost his motivation. By the time Yuzuru finished decorating, a delicious aroma filled the air. "Yuzuru-san, it's ready. Could you help me with serving?" "Sure thing." Baguette, avocado and shrimp wreath salad, beef stew, roast chicken, fried chicken, French fries, Christmas cake. That was today's menu. Except for the baguette purchased from the bakery, everything was handmade by Erisa. "Shall we make a toast?" Yuzuru said as he took out a bottled drink from the refrigerator. It was beautifully clear, with visible bubbles of carbonation. "I was curious about that. Is it champagne, by any chance?" Erisa asked. "What if I said yes? How would Erisa react?" Yuzuru jokingly inquired. After pondering for a moment, Erisa replied, "No, thank you. It's not appropriate for a minor like me to drink alcohol. I'll pass on that, Yuzuru-san." "That's tough. But don't worry, this is just apple juice with a champagne-like flavor," Yuzuru explained. In other words, it was a non-alcoholic beverage. Actually, Yuzuru would usually drink alcohol during Christmas and year-end gatherings with relatives, but this time he decided to refrain from doing so, considering Erisa's presence. He figured Erisa wouldn't approve. "Well, just take a sip for the atmosphere. If you don't like it, feel free to leave it. I have other drinks prepared," Yuzuru said. "Yes, I understand. It's a special occasion after all." Yuzuru prepared champagne glasses and poured the juice into them. Then, together with Erisa, they raised their glasses. "Cheers," Yuzuru said. "Yes, cheers," Erisa echoed. They lightly clinked their glasses and took a sip of the juice. While it only resembled champagne in appearance, the taste was quite different from actual champagne. Nevertheless, it was a refreshing and delicious juice. "How is it, Erisa?" Yuzuru asked. "I might actually like this," Erisa replied with a smile as she took another sip. Despite it not being real alcohol, Erisa's cheeks had a slight flush, making her look a bit alluring. "Well then, let's enjoy the meal," Yuzuru suggested. "Yes, please help yourself," Erisa replied. Starting with the appetizers, Yuzuru reached for the wreath salad. It was beautifully decorated like a Christmas wreath, but It's delicious. Your dressing is better than store-bought ones, Yuzuru complimented. Thank you. I make it according to the vegetables used in the salad, Arisa explained. Very impressive, Yuzuru praised, causing Arisa to blush shyly and scratch her cheek. It was all very lovely. Next, Yuzuru tasted the beef stew. As he savored the meat, it melted in his mouth. This meat is so tender, Yuzuru commented. I simmered it for a long time. It's one of my specialties, although it usually takes too much time to make, Arisa said, sounding a bit proud. Indeed, it was delicious, as expected from one of her specialties. All the other dishes were equally delicious, but more than that. This is enjoyable, Yuzuru remarked. Thank you very much. Your praise makes it all worthwhile, Arisa replied with gratitude. Well, it's undeniable that your cooking is delicious, Arisa, Yuzuru said, causing Arisa to tilt her head in confusion. Her beautiful flaxen hair swayed slightly, and her emerald eyes gazed at Yuzuru intently. What's wrong? Well, I think it's because I'm with you that I'm having such a good time. Arisa's cooking was undoubtedly delicious, but more than that, eating a meal with Arisa was delicious. Well, it's a bit embarrassing to say this kind of thing deliberately. Yuzuru scratched his cheek, feeling his face grow warm. Thank you for spending today with me. I really enjoyed it. Would you consider doing this again next year? Yuzuru asked. Why, yes, I'd be delighted, Arisa replied, looking embarrassed but nodding clearly. Somehow, Yuzuru felt a flutter of excitement. Now, he felt like he could say things he couldn't say before due to embarrassment. Arisa. What is it? Arisa asked. Would you continue to cook for me in the future? Yuzuru asked, and Arisa's expression froze. And a moment later, her face turned as red as a boiled octopus. Arisa, Yuzuru called out to the silent Arisa. At that, Arisa snapped back to reality and straightened her posture. Why, yes. I mean gladly, Arisa replied, her face still flushed, and she grabbed Yuzuru's hand. Yuzuru was taken aback by her sudden action. Oh, I'm sorry. Arisa, back to her senses, quickly let go of Yuzuru's hand, her face still crimson, and coughed nervously. Well, now that the meal is over, would you like to exchange presents? Yuzuru suggested. Yeah, that sounds good, Arisa said, feeling a bit embarrassed herself. It was a good way to change the mood. First, it was Arisa's turn. She pulled out a neatly wrapped package from her bag. Yuzuru-san, this is for you, Arisa said. Oh, thank you, can I open it? Yuzuru asked. Yes. Yuzuru carefully unwrapped the package. Inside was a scarf, huh? It was a hand-knitted scarf made of gray yarn, adorned with golden embroidery that spelled out, YUZURU. It looked very warm. The colors were calm, and it seemed like it would go well with any outfit. But more than that, Yuzuru could feel Arisa's feelings in it. Thank you, Arisa. Since it's so nice, I'll start using it today, Yuzuru said, although for now it would be in the way, so he carefully folded it and placed it on the floor. And Yuzuru also brought a present for Arisa. He handed her a blue-green paper bag. Is it okay if I open this? Arisa asked nervously. Please do. With a slightly tense expression, Arisa opened the bag. Inside was a blue-green jewelry box. I picked it out myself, so I'm not sure if you'll like the design. What do you think? Yuzuru said. Trembling slightly, Arisa picked up the necklace. It was a pink gold necklace. Yuzuru didn't want to give her something too expensive, as he felt it might make Arisa feel uncomfortable, but it was still a good quality item. Is it okay? Compared to my gift, Arisa asked hesitantly. I mean, you make me lunch and dinner all the time. This necklace is something I could easily afford with my part-time job money, so don't worry, Yuzuru reassured her. With tears glistening in her eyes, Arisa tightly held the necklace in her hands against her chest. Then she looked at Yuzuru with eyes filled with emotion. I'll treasure it, can I wear it now? She asked. Sure, let me see. As Yuzuru said that, Arisa nodded slightly and placed the necklace around her beautiful, elegant neck. Just as Yuzuru had envisioned, it suited her incredibly well. She looked even more radiant than before. What do you think? Arisa asked. It's beautiful, I thought it would suit you, Yuzuru replied. Thank you very much, Arisa said, smiling shyly. Seeing Arisa looking so happy, Yuzuru felt deep down that he had made the right choice in selecting this necklace. Section. Yuzuru decided to accompany her home. Holding hands, they walked together along the nighttime streets. The enjoyable time passed by in a flash. They had already arrived near Arisa's house. Yuzuru-san, thank you so much for today. It will be a memory I'll cherish forever, Arisa said. Forever is a bit exaggerated, Yuzuru replied, but Arisa vigorously shook her head. It's not an exaggeration at all. Having such a fun Christmas Eve like this is really rare for me. Thanks to you, Yuzuru-san, I might even start to like winter, she expressed. It's a promise to make you like winter, Yuzuru responded. However, along the way, Yuzuru felt like he was the one making the effort to enjoy himself. He realized that bringing joy to Arisa, seeing her smile, had become his purpose in life. Winter is still going on. Look forward to it, Yuzuru said. Yes, of course. With you, Yuzuru-san, winter, or any season, is enjoyable, she replied with genuine happiness. Her words warmed his heart deeply. Me too, Arisa. Being with you makes everything enjoyable, Yuzuru expressed his sincere feelings to Arisa. If he could, he wanted to stay with her forever. He didn't want to part ways. However, they had reached her house. Yuzuru-san, well then, this is it, Arisa said. Yeah, good night, Arisa, Yuzuru replied. Good night, Arisa bid farewell. As they exchanged their parting words, Arisa slowly turned away from Yuzuru and began to walk. Wait, Yuzuru suddenly called out. Arisa turned back, tilting her head in curiosity. What's wrong? She asked. Yuzuru found himself at a loss for words, unsure why he had stopped her. Just, probably because I didn't want to part ways, Yuzuru thought to himself. He wanted to stay with her, so he called out to her. However, he couldn't keep her in the cold winter for too long. So, Arisa. Yes. I have one request. What is it? Can I hug you? He wanted to feel her skin more. Before parting ways, he wanted to engrave the warmth and softness of her body into his. Upon hearing Yuzuru's request, Arisa seemed momentarily surprised, her eyes widening. But soon after, she narrowed her emerald eyes. She smiled softly, her skin tinted with a rosy hue. It's okay, Arisa said, spreading her arms wide. Yuzuru was drawn to her, moving closer and enveloped her in a tight embrace. It was warm. It was soft. Her beautiful, flaxen hair emitted a delightful fragrance. His whole body pulsated with excitement. That's enough, Arisa. Is that so? Suppressing the reluctance to let go, Yuzuru released Arisa from his embrace. Her face was flushed red. Yuzuru's was likely the same. Until next time, Yuzuru said, watching Arisa until she entered her house. Then he turned on his heel and started walking down the night street. Looking up at the sky, he saw the stars twinkling. He couldn't help but sigh. This is troublesome. Yuzuru then gripped the scarf Arisa had given him with both hands. Her warmth still lingered on it. He wanted Arisa. He wanted to make a mess of things. He wanted to possess her. Her cooking, the scarf, her affection, her smiles, her angry face, her embarrassed face, her crying face, those beautiful eyes, her plump lips, her silky hair, her porcelain-like skin, her soft body, the hidden parts under her clothes. He wanted everything to be his own. I won't let any other man take anything away from me, Yuzuru thought, so. I'm sorry, Arisa, I've made up my mind. I will definitely, by any means necessary, make you mine, Yuzuru declared quietly. Section. 2 figures were seated at the counter of a certain bar. One of them was a mild-mannered man with blue eyes and black hair. Kazuya Takesugawa, Yuzuru's father and the current head of the Takesugawa family. The other was a man with amber eyes and black hair who seemed to have a difficult demeanor. Torinosuke Takebana. He was Ayaka's uncle and the current head of the Takebana family. He called himself an acting head. The two had empty glasses in front of them. They seemed to have had quite a bit to drink already. Speaking of rumors, I heard something interesting, Kazuya. Torinosuke called Kazuya by his name in a friendly manner. Just like Yuzuru and Ayaka were close, the two men also shared a close relationship. In private settings, they addressed each other by their names. Rumors, huh? Is it a good rumor? Perhaps a result of one's actions? Kazuya mused. It might indeed be a result of one's actions. Although the rumor I heard wasn't so favorable, Torinosuke replied. The bartender silently places a cocktail on the counter. Torinosuke and Kazuya pick up their glasses and sip the alcohol. Takesugawa paying for women with money, Torinosuke says. Kazuya responds without affirming or denying. However, he squints slightly. Seeing Kazuya's reaction, Toranasu, with a tone of disdain but a smile in his eyes, admonishes him. If you want help, hand over your daughter. Takegawa's filthiness never changes. You have a dirty mind, don't you? You've got it all wrong. I provided financial support to my son's intended family. Don't misunderstand that, Kazuya clarifies. Then Kazuya casually spins the glass containing the cocktail in his hand. Furthermore, whether this marriage succeeds or not, I intend to continue business with Naoki Amagi, he adds. Oh, Toranasu responds. He possesses what our family lacks. I don't want to become an outdated clan, Kazuya explains, expressing some concern about Naoki Amagi's abilities as a businessman. However, Kazuya valued Naoki's abilities as an engineer. That's why he accepted his company as a business partner and recognized his daughter as his son's fiancée. It might seem that way because I'm a parent, but Yuzuru is certainly capable as a man. So, there's no need to pay for a marriage partner. Do you understand? Kazuya asserts. What matters most is business and money. The assistance to Naoki Amagi was deemed to bring significant returns to the Takegawa family in the future. It was by no means a purchase price for Arisa. The Takegawa family does not engage in human trafficking. Kazuya makes his point while drinking. That's precisely why, isn't it? What are you trying to say, Toranasu? You demanded a hostage because you didn't want to give away a money-making opportunity, didn't you? You have a nasty way of putting things, don't you? Kazuya picked up the chocolate offered as a snack. What I demanded was a proof of trust. And it's also a proof of trust from me. It's a mutual agreement. Naoki Amagi was also favorable to forming a blood relationship with us. There are benefits for both sides. With such a substantial loan, it would be a huge loss if they were to be deceived. And for Naoki, he also wanted to avoid being taken advantage of by Takegawa for their technology and knowledge. That's why both the Amagi and Takegawa families offered their important children to each other. In other words, the main purpose was not economic gain, support and loans to Naoki Amagi. It was political gain, the declaration of Naoki Amagi entering under the umbrella of Takegawa. Kazuya explained this to Toranasu, but you're just being sophistical. Consider the power dynamics. You guys are still good at talking but lack substance, Toranasu retorted. Even after explaining it so much, you still don't understand, huh? To the miserly Takebana, the exchanges between our families overflowing with this kind of sentiment may not make sense. In reality, the engagement between Yuzuru and Arisa would be very beneficial for Naoki Amagi. It's proof that Takegawa values Naoki's importance. However, the power dynamics between the two families are clear. Even if both parties are satisfied, there are those like Toranasu, although he's mostly teasing and not entirely serious, who perceive Takegawa's actions as threats using money and power. But let them say what they want. The Takegawa family has many enemies from the start. It's impossible to get along with everyone in this world. So, one just has to accept that fact. However, there's something that bothers me. What is it that bothers you? Why did they choose the daughter who isn't blood-related? Naoki Amagi has another daughter, as well as a son. Naoki Amagi has another daughter, and a son besides Arisa Yukishiro, who isn't blood-related. Whether as a hostage or as a proof of trust. A blood-related member would function better than one who isn't. This is just between us, you know. At first, it was planned to be the daughter, who is blood-related to the Amagi family. For the Takegawa family, if asked whether they prefer a blood-related or non-blood-related connection with the Amagi family, the answer is obvious. They prefer the blood-related connection. For the Amagi family, offering a non-blood-related child would be too disrespectful to the Takegawa family. Therefore, it's only natural that the daughter who is blood-related would be chosen. But she was still in 6th grade. Yuzuru absolutely refused, you know. Well, that's true. Right, so I was considering waiting a bit longer before proceeding. Specifically, about 4 years later. The original plan was to arrange a meeting when the Amagi daughter was 15 and Yuzuru was 19. And besides, I didn't think a blood relation was absolutely necessary. For Kazuya, it wasn't absolutely necessary for Yuzuru to marry Meiko Amagi, the daughter of the Amagi family. At least, he didn't see enough value in it to force his son into it. I wouldn't want my son to get into a fight over this either. Well, you never know what might become the cause of a family feud. Toranasuk nodded dramatically. It's a well-known fact that the collapse of a large organization often comes from within rather than from external factors. So, what made you so anxious then? I wasn't anxious at all. It was my father who was in a hurry. The head of the Takegawa family. Toranasuk tilted his head. Kazuya's father, the former head of the Takegawa family and Yuzuru's grandfather, was not a foolish man by any means. There was always a rational reason behind his actions. It's probably more important for someone whose time is running short to see their beloved grandson's wife and great-grandchild than the future of the planet. Ugh. There must be a rational reason behind it. But whether it's for the entire Takegawa family or just for Kazuya, that's another story. Even the wise eyes of our esteemed elder may become clouded by the desire to see his great-grandchild. Toranasuk muttered to himself. Then he asked Kazuya again, I understand that the esteemed elder wants to see his great-grandchild. However, why did he ultimately choose the one without blood ties? Instead of immediately answering the question, Kazuya slowly sipped his cocktail. Then, with a slightly flushed face from the alcohol, he said, It's because of our son's love. Hi. What is this guy talking about? Toranasuk tilted his head in confusion. Kazuya proceeded to explain. Originally, you see, Yuzuru and Arisa-san, in other words, the daughter of the non-blood-related side of the Amagi family, were in the same class. I see, and when I hinted at the prospect of an arranged marriage to Yuzuru, he started saying things like, I won't get engaged unless she's a blonde, blue-eyed beauty. Arisa Yukishiro's hair texture is close to blonde, and her eye color is close to blue. And above all, she's a beauty. So when Yuzuru, who was in the same class as her, started saying he wanted a blonde, blue-eyed beauty, it meant, it's understandable why he'd refuse the proposal. My son already had someone he liked. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that this was referring directly to Arisa herself. Yuzuru insisted that he wouldn't marry anyone other than Arisa Yukishiro. However, this was a misunderstanding on Kazuya's part. Yuzuru knew the name Amagi, but at the time, he wasn't aware of the growing closeness between the Takegawa and Amagi families. Additionally, he had no idea that Yukishiro Arisa was related to the Amagi family. Furthermore, Yukishiro wasn't on Yuzuru's list of prestigious families he had memorized. He perceived Arisa as just a beautiful girl from a slightly wealthy, ordinary family, so he never imagined she would come for an arranged marriage. However, she isn't exactly a blonde, blue-eyed beauty, is she? Toranasuk said, recalling her appearance when she visited the Takebana residence. Arisa's hair color could be described as chestnut by some and blonde by others. In other words, it wasn't definitively blonde. Additionally, her eyes weren't exactly blue, they were more of a greenish hue. Although, that could vary depending on the lighting. He probably twisted the information a bit out of embarrassment. If he wasn't ashamed, he would have just said her name directly. Is that so? That's how it is. Toranasuk seemed slightly unconvinced as he tilted his head, but seeing how confident Kazuya was, he decided to reluctantly accept it. Well, fine then, but are you okay with someone who isn't blood-related? As long as we can establish a connection, it doesn't matter. There's no reason to insist on blood ties. The engagement between the Takegawa and Amagi families is purely to strengthen their bond. In other words, it's neither more nor less than that. So there's really no reason to insist on a direct blood relation. However, it would be troublesome for the Takegawa family if Arisa doesn't officially become Amagi through formal adoption before getting married. But that can wait until after the formal engagement. Right now, it's still in the preliminary stages. By the way, how does Amagi-san feel about this? Wouldn't it be more convenient for him to marry off his own daughter? If they're looking to strengthen their bond, it's normal for a father to prefer marrying off his own daughter. The Takegawa family is one of the most prestigious in the country. Between a blood-related daughter and a non-blood-related one. Normally, one would favor the former and seek a good match for her. He seemed pleased. He feels reassured with the Takegawa family. Is he saying he doesn't want to marry off his own daughter because she's more precious to him? Well, that's another matter. Kazuya shrugged his shoulders. He couldn't help but think about the domestic environment of the Amagi family. No, he wasn't interested. For Kazuya, Arisa's position within her family wasn't that important. The only thing he was interested in was the next head of the Amagi family. Even then, it wouldn't affect much. If the successor of the Amagi family was capable, they could continue the relationship as it was. If not, he could use Arisa to take it for herself. Calm, ruthless, and cold-blooded. That's how the world viewed Kazuya Takesawa, or rather, the Takesawa family. What about the individuals themselves? The daughter of the Amagi family, Arisa Yukishiro, was it. If she dislikes your son, then it's a problem. Well, that's true. I also want to welcome a woman who loves my son into the family. Kazuya didn't reject the idea of a strategic marriage. In fact, he was actively affirming it, but he didn't want to force a marriage. Internal family conflicts would lead to significant losses. He didn't want to start any conflicts. If Arisa Yukishiro truly despised Yuzuru from the bottom of her heart, we would have to accept it, but from my perspective, they seem to genuinely care for each other. I'd love for them to get married and show me adorable grandchildren. Do you really approve of her? Of course. She has a good personality, appearance, and intelligence. She's also good at cooking and can support Yuzuru. As a bride to bring into the Takesawa family, she's the best candidate, Kazuya said cheerfully. Perhaps due to being a little tipsy, he began to speak more openly. She seems like she would raise lively children, doesn't she? Shouldn't you say that directly to her, if you don't want to be disliked by your future daughter-in-law? I understand, but grandchildren are the best, aren't they? Grandchildren, we're soon to be grandpas. It's a topic that doesn't interest me, since I don't have any children. Toranasu snorted. He hasn't married, so he doesn't have any children. However, he does have Ayaka, his late brother's daughter, so there's no worry about the Takebana bloodline dying out. You have a lovely niece, don't you? Speaking of which, how are things going? With Ayaka-san, Chiharu-san from Yonishi, and Soakairo-kun. Sai, don't ask. From the looks of it, it seems like things over there haven't settled yet. While Toranasu looked exhausted, Kazuya was in high spirits. Since things seemed to be going well between Yuzuru and Arisa, he probably felt a sense of relief for now. Takesawa is not entirely unrelated to this matter. If your son had quietly gotten engaged to Yonishi, things would have been simpler. I mentioned earlier that we can't force it, didn't I? Let's just hope for some reconciliation between Yonishi and Yuzuru's child. HMPH, you're being selfish. Who's being selfish? If you had children, whether sons or daughters, you could marry off Ayaka-san, whether it's Sataka, us, or another family. Well, it's a moot point now. Ayaka is the successor of Takebana. You're stubborn too, aren't you? In any case, they said as they chatted about trivial matters, sipping their drinks. Then, suddenly, Toranasu asked Kazuya, by the way, what if Yuzuru's relationship with Arisa Yukishiro deteriorates? That would be the end of the engagement. Forcing it wouldn't lead to anything good, Kazuya replied, shrugging his shoulders as if resigned to the idea. It was pitiful if his son experienced heartbreak, but it was also just another life experience. If his son lost interest in Arisa, that wouldn't be a problem either. It wasn't unimaginable that a seemingly close couple could become estranged the next day. For Takesawa Kazuya, Arisa Yukishiro was replaceable. I see, Toranasu continued. What if Naoki Amagi offered his own daughter instead? To this, Kazuya answered with a small smile, I'd welcome it. Either way works for me, no. Having his own daughter would be more convenient. Bonus, if the thunderstorm had been a little more serious during the sleepover. This is terrible. We're in trouble, aren't we? Yuzuru and Arisa both gazed up at the sky. While it was a good idea for the two of them to go to the supermarket to buy ingredients for matsutake mushroom dishes, by the time they left the store, the rain had turned into a torrential downpour. When they left the apartment, it was only slightly overcast. I did bring a foldable umbrella just in case. With this rain, it doesn't seem to serve much purpose, though. The rain, resembling an overturned bucket, was precisely the issue. The foldable umbrella was likely to be of little use. What should we do? I'm not sure what we can do, we don't know when it'll stop, and there's not much we can do about it. Well, that's true. In theory, they could call a taxi. However, the distance from the apartment to the supermarket was at most a 10-minute walk. It seemed absurd to call a taxi for such a short distance, and more importantly, Yuzuru didn't have the financial flexibility for that. The living expenses received from their parents were also limited. Let's run. Yeah, you're right. The conclusion was clear. No, it's really awful. It's been a while since it's been this bad. Somehow, the two managed to reach the apartment, both panting as they spoke in unison. They were both so soaked that it seemed as if they had jumped into the pool fully clothed. Wringing out their clothes like rags and taking off their wet socks, they entered the room. Then Yuzuru handed a towel to Arisa. Here, a towel. Thank you. With the towel handed to her, Arisa began to wipe away the rainwater from her pale, damp hair. It's white. Yuzuru contemplated while drying his hair. White what? Needless to say, it was the color of Arisa's underwear. Today, Arisa wore a fashion ensemble consisting of a white blouse and a light jacket. However, the white blouse absorbed water, clinging to Arisa's skin. The beautifully translucent white skin, coupled with the pristine white underwear, distinctly stood out against the clothing. Seeing a close female friend in such a state inevitably stirred a fluttering feeling. No, this isn't good. Yuzuru regained composure and turned away from Arisa. While it could be considered disrespectful to avert his gaze from Arisa, he felt that continuously having her in his line of sight was gradually eroding his restraint. Is something wrong? Arisa asked, seemingly unaware of the effect her appearance had on her male friend. Yuzuru, who suddenly turned away from her, was met with questioning gaze. And no, Yuzuru stammered, unable to offer a natural explanation. It would be awkward to admit there was no specific reason, but was it appropriate to point out the transparency of their clothes? What's wrong? Is there something, Arisa, redirecting her gaze to her own neckline, let out a small gasp. Soon, a faint blush colored Arisa's skin. Sorry. Arisa apologized, turning her back to Yuzuru reflexively. The two found themselves facing away from each other. Did you see? Arisa hesitantly asked Yuzuru with a puzzled tone. Of course, there was no need to ask. The answer was already clear. Yuzuru turned his back, having noticed because he saw. Well, just a bit. Unable to lie, Yuzuru uttered such an ambiguous response. In reality, it wasn't just a bit. He had seen quite clearly. However, that depends on one's definition of a bit. I'm sorry. As Yuzuru apologized, Arisa let out a flustered voice. And no, it was an accident. It's my fault for being careless. Afterwards, Arisa seemed a bit confused. Sorry for showing you something unsightly. She blurted out something strange. On the other hand, Yuzuru, also in confusion, replied. And no, it wasn't unsightly or anything. He answered something strange. That, is it a good thing? Well, yeah, it was beautiful. In response to Arisa's question, Yuzuru honestly conveyed his impressions. And then, both of them regretted in unison, thinking, what am I saying? A subtle silence dominated the atmosphere. It was very awkward. After that awkward moment, the two managed to restart the conversation and discuss their future plans. Firstly, regarding Arisa's change of clothes, Yuzuru decided to lend her a tracksuit and a shirt. Then, they decided to have dinner while waiting for the rain to stop. They couldn't send Arisa home in the heavy rain. However, later on, the wind and rain intensified, and thunder began to rumble. As a result, Arisa ended up staying overnight at Yuzuru's house. Now, after dinner, Yuzuru sat alone in front of the bathroom. From behind, along with the sound of the shower, Arisa's voice could be heard. Yuzuru-san, are you there? I'm here. Yuzuru responded in a loud voice, then sighed internally. Honestly, is it excessive worry or just plain cowardice? If a power outage occurred while taking a shower and being alone was frightening, Yuzuru wanted Arisa nearby. For that reason, Yuzuru waited until Arisa finished her shower. Well, I guess fear is unavoidable. Everyone has things they're uncomfortable or scared of. For Arisa, it's dark places. Well, there's no helping it then. While thinking about such things. Suddenly, their vision darkened. It took Yuzuru about a second to understand that a power outage had occurred. Arisa, are you all re? Yuzuru-san. The door abruptly opened, and a wet Arisa rushed in. Yuzuru hastily supported Arisa's body. Hey, Arisa, calm down, Yuzuru said, trying to reassure her. However, he was also in a state of confusion. In the darkness, even though he couldn't see, it was natural for Yuzuru to feel bewildered when embraced by a classmate while completely naked. In the midst of this confusion, still embraced by Arisa, Yuzuru stepped into the bathroom to turn off the shower that had been left running. The floor, made slippery by soap and water, caused him to lose balance. And so, both of them tumbled into the shower together. Eek! Cold! The shower switched from warm to cold, and Yuzuru and Arisa found themselves showered in cold water. Yuzuru hurriedly fumbled to turn off the shower. Sorry. And no, it's my fault. I'm the one who started this. Having cooled down under the cold water, both of them apologized. Yuzuru-san, could you step back, please? Hi. Oh yeah, sorry. Yuzuru, realizing he had inadvertently pushed Arisa down while she was completely naked, hastily backed away. In an attempt to help, he fumbled around for a towel rack to provide Arisa with a towel, only to find there was none. Don't you have towels? I do, they're just wet. It seemed that in the chaos, the bath towels had fallen, and Arisa had experienced an unexpected cold shower. Nevertheless, opting for the better alternative, Arisa squeezed out the water in the darkness and draped herself. For now, I'll go get a flashlight, Yuzuru said as he stood up, but he was suddenly pulled back. It was Arisa, of course. Please don't leave me alone. But it's dangerous to move around blindly. Let's wait a bit, it might be fixed soon. Persuaded by Arisa's desperate plea, Yuzuru decided to wait there for a while. Part of it was concern for leaving Arisa alone, and part was not wanting to search the house in a wet state. In the darkness, Yuzuru and Arisa remained silent. Their gazes were lowered, creating a palpable tension. As classmates in the dimly lit bathroom, both soaked and alone, one of them completely nude, the awkward atmosphere was inevitable. It's a bit cold, Yuzuru muttered, feeling uneasy. Wearing wet clothes soaked in cold water naturally contributed to the discomfort. Maybe it's better to take them off. Really? You might catch a cold. Encouraged by Arisa's words, Yuzuru reluctantly removed his shirt. However, the chill persisted. I'm getting cold too, Arisa murmured afterward. Then, both lifted their faces. Adjusting to the darkness, they could discern the presence of the other before them. Naturally, the two closed the distance between them. The two held hands and felt the warmth gradually. It felt so warm against their chilled bodies. At this rate, we might really catch a cold. Yes, it's not good for our bodies to get too cold. As they exchanged these words like excuses, they closed the distance between them. First holding hands, then intertwining arms, finally pressing their bodies together, embracing each other closely. It's cold. Yeah, it is. Even though it wasn't that cold, their bodies were already comfortably warm. Despite saying these words, they pressed their upper bodies tightly together and gradually closed the distance between their lower bodies. Arisa, Yuzuru murmured in the darkness. She was incredibly soft and warm. With a slight movement, he could feel the smooth, soft touch of her girl's skin. Along with the thumping of his heart, he could clearly sense her soft curves molding against his chest. Lowering his gaze into the darkness, a faintly discernible white back floated before him. It was the back he was currently touching. Yuzuru couldn't help but feel disappointed that with a bit more light, he could have seen that white back more clearly. Her soft, delicate, yet beautiful physique stimulated Yuzuru's instincts. Naturally, blood flowed to his lower body, heating him up. Yuzuru-san. In the darkness, Arisa murmured the name of her male friend. He was firm and warm. Embracing him tightly and exerting force in his hands, she could feel the solid sensation of muscles. It was a powerful body, different from her own, a boy's, a man's. Her soft breasts were pressed against his thick chest. Lowering her gaze, a solid back was faintly visible. Even lightly touching his back and shoulders revealed the layers of thick muscles. Arisa felt disappointed, wishing her eyes would adjust a bit more to see his robust back even better. His strong and reliable physique was melting Arisa's rationality. Her chest and lower abdomen began to feel strangely poignant. Arisa, Yuzuru-san. Before she knew it, Arisa found herself in a position atop Yuzuru's legs. Arisa's legs wrapped around behind Yuzuru, intertwining with his. Meanwhile, Yuzuru held Arisa tightly to ensure she wouldn't fall off his body. Both upper and lower bodies were snugly pressed together. Yuzuru's intensified, and rigid masculinity was touching Arisa's warm and soft femininity through the thick fabric of his pants. This fact heightened Yuzuru's instincts and simultaneously melted Erisa's rationality. If not for the pants, there would be nothing to interrupt the connection between their lower abdomens. A mistake had occurred. However, whether it happened or not, it was only a matter of time. Yuzuru's hand, which had been touching the back, slowly descended. Meanwhile, Erisa touched Yuzuru's pants, lightly scratching with her fingers, attempting to lower them. Oh. At that moment, Yuzuru and Erisa's field of vision was dyed white. Instinctively, they squinted their eyes. Suddenly, from the darkness, visibility improved. The electricity had been restored. Ah. Their gazes intersected. Their eyes widened, and their skin blushed as they repelled each other like magnets. No, well, you see. This is, Yuzuru hastily grabbed his discarded clothes, while Erisa covered herself with a fallen towel, nervously opening her mouth to explain. So anyway, our bodies are warmed up now. Why yes, that's right, this way we won't catch a cold. They embraced each other to warm their chilled bodies. It wasn't driven by instinct, let alone controlled by lustful desires. They both insisted they weren't engaging in anything unhealthy. Oh, I'll get a new towel. Yes, please, Yuzuru said, darting away as if escaping. Meanwhile, Erisa, left behind, blushed rose-pink, sitting down and hugging herself. Subsequently, the two spent the night without much conversation and welcomed the morning without any incidents. Afterward, welcome back, I'm Sakura Oki. Thank you for reading. While the first arc told the story of the protagonists being drawn to each other, the second one depicts their realization of romantic feelings. I hope to explore what happens when these feelings are acknowledged next. Thank you to all the readers. End of Volume 2.